Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 3SF101 My fists are no joke. After listening to Su Yuan's words, Tai felt inexplicably unhappy and replied to Su Yuan with a stiff face. You guys make me very unhappy. You always say words that I don't understand. Su Yuan was stunned in place for a few seconds, then the corners of his mouth raised slightly, he waved his hands and smiled. Really? There's nothing you can do about it. It means there is a generation gap between you and me? The quirks owned by Tetsu are similar to Kirishima Eijiro's. Kirishima Eijiro's quirks are hardened, while his are steel. It can make the whole body as hard as steel. As the strongest spear, it is also the strongest shield. HMPH, Tai snorted coldly, not caring at all about what Su Yuan said, and said, "Let me see today whether your sand can defeat my steel. Then you really need to open your eyes wide and take a look." Su Yuan looked at Tai with a playful tone in his tone. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, a voice sounded in the stadium. Game start. Hearing the sound of the start of the game, Tetsu turned his body into steel and ran directly towards Su Yuan. Sure enough, everyone in the 1vs1 competition is very energetic. At the beginning, Tetsu from Class B started to attack. Present Mike started the commentary. Looking at who was running towards him quickly, the corners of Su Yuan's mouth raised slightly. He slowly clenched his fist, and the jet black armament Haki directly covered half of his arm. Followed by, slowly raising his fist, no more time, no less time. At this moment, Tetsu also raised his fist and hit Su Yuan. At this time, Class B sitting in the audience saw this scene, and many people couldn't help but look at them with contempt on their faces. No way, he wants to fight hard with advertisement. It seems so. He's not looking for abuse. J's quirks are made of steel. I guess they like this kind of head-to-head opponents the most. Seeing this scene, the smile on the corner of Monokuma Niran's mouth became even more proud. At this time, as the squad leader of Class B, Kentoka's face looked a little solemn. If anyone else had done it, Kendo Kazuka might have thought that this was just asking for abuse. However, it is a pity that the person standing in front of him is not someone else, but All Might's apprentice, Baishuan Su Yuan. Her intuition told her that the man in front of her didn't take quirks seriously at all. Monitor, what do you think about this? Suddenly a voice asked towards Quan Genjia. Kendo Kazuka paused and said in a deep voice, I think things are not that simple. No, you must be thinking too much. I have already fought against him just now. In terms of strength, he may be a little stronger than me. Monoji and Ningran said. Kendo Kazuka rolled his eyes at him and said coldly, shut up. After that, she slowly walked towards the partition wall and scanned the situation of Class A. At this time, Class A was also discussing this matter. 10 seconds, I bet 10 seconds, Su Yuan will be able to knock him down in just 10 seconds. Kaminari Denki yelled. 10 seconds? I'm looking down on Su Yuan. I guess 5 seconds. FKU, Su Yuan kills him instantly, Minoru Mineta said, watching the fun and not being too big. What do you know? As long as Su Yuan is willing, that guy from Class B can step down from the moment the present mic shout starts. Tokiyami Fumikage said. Look, I'm right, as long as Su Yuan is willing, it will definitely be an instant kill, Mineta said with a smile. Advertisement Kendo Kazuka. At this time, Kendo Kazuka, who was outside the partition wall, was listening to their discussion, his face turned extremely dark. Before she came, she thought they were discussing whether Su Yuan could defeat Tai, and other topics such as quirks' mutual incompatibility. But, who knows, these guys were directly discussing Su Yuan's instant kill. These guys. Kendo Kazuka walked back with a frown on his face. The process seemed to take a long time, but in fact it only took a few seconds. And the arena at this time, with a bang sound. What everyone in Class B didn't expect was that Su Yuan remained motionless, good thing, while Tai flew out directly. He almost flew out of the ring. At this moment, the audience in the stadium burst into enthusiastic cheers. It's so shocking, he's All Might's apprentice. He almost ended this match with one punch, Present Mike yelled. Tai quickly climbed up from the ground. At this time, his face was a little stiff. His eyes cast sideways on his hand. At this time, his hand was directly numb. More importantly, his whole arm was trembling involuntarily. 203 strength improvement. After Carlos came back last night, he was like a raging lion, grabbing them all and had been training all night. Everyone gritted their teeth and persisted. They also had their own pride and did not want to fail like this. However, a night of training also made them extremely tired. Soon some people became tired and the quality of training declined slightly. Carlos, who had been watching from the sidelines, immediately discovered this and rushed towards him angrily. 657. The player's face turned pale when he saw the coach rushing towards him. Teacher Carlos. He shouted, and then a huge fist fell on his face. He didn't dare to resist at all and was knocked to the ground by Carlos. Do you know you lost? How dare you slack off? If you lose, you have to work harder, but I don't see this from you at all. Did you work hard? Not at all. Carlos didn't know where the anger came from, and he roared angrily. The team members were beaten backwards, and others did not dare to step forward to dissuade them, but in the end they did. Yixing said in a deep voice, Teacher Carlos, don't get excited, we will just continue training. Carlos has a bad temper and a strong desire to win. If he loses the game, even if it is due to strength or force majeure, he will be furious. There is only one word win in his dictionary. He calmed down a little, stood aside, and stared at them coldly. Continue training, your training results today are too poor, and you are not allowed to eat during the training. Advertisement. The members of the 11-star team were all shocked. They had been training since last night. I didn't eat anything in the morning, and my physical strength has long been exhausted. If I don't eat at noon, I won't be able to survive in the afternoon. But with the angry look on Carlos's face, they knew that he would definitely not take back his life, and could only grit his teeth and endure it. Yixing also felt a surge of blood in his heart. He actually lost. He couldn't accept losing to Su Yuan. The training continued, and the 11 stars team did not eat anything all day long, and continued until night. Their bodies were already exhausted. They were breathing heavily, and all their bodies were covered in sweat. Carlos saw that everyone was so tired, slumped on the ground like dead fish, and was furious. Look at you. You can't persist in training after losing the game. If you stay in this state, I guarantee the next month will be your nightmare. Carlos laughed ferociously. As a strict coach, he had always adhered to high-pressure training, but he did not expect that his training methods had gone awry. He did undergo high-pressure training, but he still had to keep his team members well-fed and drunk. Everyone is overtraining, which not only harms the body, but also does not improve efficiency. Carlos never realized this. His anger had long swallowed up his reason. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to win. On the other side, Su Yuan's team had been training for a whole day. Not only the members of the team, but also Irene was exhausted and out of breath. Okay, you can rest for 5 minutes. Eileen saw that everyone was really tired at 5.5 and said kindly. With this sentence, everyone cheered and immediately relaxed and lay down on the training ground. When Erin saw them like this, she became angry again, and pulled them up one by one. Relaxing and resting does not mean that you will not do any exercise at once, but that you will continue to slow down the intensity. Don't you understand this little bit of truth? It's obviously the basics. Knowledge. Why are so many people unable to do it? 334 Confrontation until the last student has finished skipping. Aizawa Shota announced everyone's results. In view of the large number of people, I will not announce it, so all the results will be projected on the big screen. Aizawa Shota told everyone that the results were obvious. Someone is last. The person who came in last was simply unable to accept it and burst into tears instantly. However, Aizawa Shota immediately changed his tone and said, I take back what I said before. In fact, we have no one to eliminate at all. It's just to bring out the quirks in all of you. What, does O1, as a teacher of Yuying High School, such an awesome person have to lie? There was another murmur among the crowd. However, everyone is happy to see such a result. After all, no one will be eliminated. After a period of rest, there was another round due to 0. The two students drew lots and were divided into 2 groups, and different groups were divided into 2 groups. Hero, S, and villains. Among them, the Hero, S faction selects 2 people to fight against 2 Hero, S faction people to form a confrontation mode, and then compete. I'll give everyone time now to decide who you want to be a group with. Aizawa Shota posted it to everyone a few minutes later. Advertisement. But how do we divide everyone into groups at this time? First of all, they're not particularly familiar with the quirks their classmates have. On the other hand, we don't know each other very well, so it's not a good idea to go looking for him rashly. Aizawa Shota saw all the people. Some of them had randomly called some to form a combination, while others were still hesitant. Aizawa Shota stood up directly and told everyone, if this is the case, then we will decide by drawing lots. The people who will become the Hero, S group and the Villains group have already been divided. In the end, the main thing is that when it comes to Hero, S, and fighting against villains, the people in these 2 groups have not yet been divided. The class teacher took out a lottery box, and then drew lots. As a result, everyone drew villains that they did not expect. Now that everyone has decided who to fight, let me tell you some of the next rules of the game. Aizawa Shota looked at Su Yuan in front of him. Although Su Yuan was not sure why the other party looked at him like this, but after all I kept this look in my heart. There are things we need to protect in this building. Now you have been divided into 2 teams. Hero, S, and villains. The villains are responsible for protecting this thing and not to be rescued. And the Hero, S, team is going to save this thing. The class teacher seemed very excited and hoped that everyone could learn from this competition that you cannot easily back down when facing villains. This seems very simple, but the space in this building is relatively narrow and there are many blind spots, so it is not easy to apologize. Su Yuan had already started to analyze it, and since the head teacher stated the rules, he has not given up analyzing the entire situation. In the past, they had been competing against imaginary enemies, but this time it was a real showdown, and the real meaning of their competition was using their quirks to compete against real-life people. Su Yuan was very nervous and didn't know who the head teacher would divide him into a group with when he was drawn, and who would it be. Chapter 450. Previous generation. All Might originally wanted to rush over and beat the All For One in front of him to pieces. But several people around him stopped All Might. Please calm down your anger first. Now that we know the truth, we should be thinking about solutions to the problem, not accusations. Another teacher next to him said. After receiving such a reminder, All Might finally calmed down. He also knew what his situation was like, and there was no way he could continue to fight with the person in front of him. Left this special hospital. For the first time, All Might did not return directly to his residence. One of the school's teaching buildings is next to a landmark. This teaching building was originally a European-style building. It was very comfortable to stand on the promenade outside. After walking a few steps, I sat on a bench again. Su Yuan originally wanted to come out to train alone, but he found a familiar figure. All Might? Su Yuan actually recognized the person from the back. But he still had to say it like this. All Might obviously heard someone calling him from behind, and he also heard whose shoulders moved slightly. He didn't turn his head after that. Su Yuan walked up and sat on the same row of chairs as him. You look like you're not in a good mood, Su Yuan said. Advertisement. All Might looked at the person in front of him and knew that he had chosen the person in front of him. In fact, it was also the person in front of him who chose him. I think I should tell you something about our One for All Might said. Su Yuan had already heard about his seniors, but this time it was obvious that what the 10 people in front of him wanted to tell him was something more secret. The person before me originally had mediocre qualifications. When he decided to give all his energy to me, he ended up becoming a person who couldn't fight well. All Might recalled the past. It was precisely because his previous generation transferred all its abilities to him that it made the previous generation weak. Abby, I think it might be because I harmed her. If I didn't give Quirk's ability to me, she wouldn't have become so weak, and no one would take advantage of others to kill her. All Might went on to talk a lot about the abilities of their quirks. After Su Yuan understood this, he realized that the person before All Might was actually a woman. I didn't expect that a woman can achieve such a level. Maybe our society still has some prejudices against people. When I heard that she was a woman, I felt a little incredible in my heart. Su Yuan was ruthless. I deeply analyzed the unlovable parts of my heart. What did Shibengmu say when I met you last time in the supermarket? Is there anything else you can remember? All Might asked Su Yuan. No, I told the teacher above me every word I could think of. Su Yuan said this with certainty. All Might knew that the person in front of him was the kind of guy who would not give up easily, so it was his wish to place his hope on him. The sun will go down soon, we'd better go back. All Might had already stood up from the bench, and he was not going to stay here too long. Chapter 538. Don't lose your bad side when you see all the medicine needles facing outward. Su Yuan and Aizawa Shota both quickly stopped their attacks and ran to the side. That's because once they touch the needle of the medicine, it can be said to be delivered to their door. Su Yuan, teacher, you have to be extra careful, Million reminded. Baoli was also thinking silently in his heart. I hope you are all safe and sound. I don't want all the bad luck to come again. The moment the two of them ducked away, Ji-Chi quickly rushed to the bad place. In order to protect himself, the person in Million's arms turned around and ran away quickly. But he doesn't have any Quirk's abilities, so it's all in vain. Baoli, no matter what, I can't lose you. You have to know that everything happened because of you. The team leader at that time said that he wanted me to take good care of you. This group leader is the person in charge of their Shiwi Bajai Association and the grandfather in his arms. Although her Quirk's ability is a mutated existence, her grandfather has not given up, hoping to find other ways to let her have a peaceful life. Jij thinks that they should first strengthen their Shiyu Yashikai, and also need to study the limits of the Badari Quirk's abilities. Advertisement. Then through experiments in various aspects, we will know the status of Quirk's abilities in Badri, and then we can consider other things. Aizawa Shota turned around and immediately came to Jij. Jij didn't care whether he was attacked at all, he just wanted to snatch the little girl in front of him. Is Ji-Chi crazy? Shibengmu asked the person next to him. I'm not sure, but his behavior seems a bit abnormal, the person next to him answered. Currently, the two of them are in a hidden place. Just to see how the battle is going here, and then reap the benefits. Aizawa Shota did not attack Jij properly, but was counter-attacked by Jij. Due to Jij quirks, Aizawa Shota was limited in every moment he faced. Ji-Chi just turned around and lost the opportunity to regain the bad side. Su Yuan once again pushed 100% One for All. The speed was extremely fast, so he picked up badly before Ji-Chi. Ji-Chi gasped and looked at the people in front of him. Damn it, my injury has slowed down in recovery. 0. Ji-Chi knew about the problems caused by continuous impacts during the previous battle with Senior. What could have been repaired has become much slower. Advertisement. Su Yuan wanted to lead everyone away from here and go through the passage. After all, this was where Ji-Chi came. Aizawa Shota led the way, but found the figure of the villains, who was leaving with his companions. Be careful, there are other villains, Aizawa Shota reminded. Zero and Ji-Chi was chasing behind them, so they didn't pay too much attention to other people's problems. Shibengmu came out from another hidden place and looked at the back of them as they left. Keep walking, he said and continued to follow Jij and the others. Close. Ji-Chi shouted again. Then the passage in front of Su Yuan and Aizawa Shota was sealed. Helplessly, everyone could only turn around and look at Ji-Chi. He should have other control buttons, not mind control, Aizawa Shota said. After hearing this, Su Yuan looked carefully and found nothing. Ji-Chi looked at the person in front of him and knew that he should make a quick decision to avoid any complications. The potion I carried is gone. Ji-Chi realized that he should use other things to deal with the kings in front of him. Chapter 541 Benevolence and Evil. Su Yuan's anger caused his energy to explode beyond imagination. When One for All was used at 100% before, Su Yuan had already realized that as long as he controlled it properly, he could still use it even at 100%. This time is no exception. Only when Ji Qi faced the opponent's attack did he realize that this kid actually had such a powerful potential. Do you think this problem can be solved by simply using such linear motion? Your movement trajectory is too simple. Ji Qi realized that the person in front of him could only run rampant. It is not like Senior and Million that can curve or predict the trajectory of villains. The reason is that he still has much less actual combat experience, but his only advantage is that he has relatively strong strength and speed. Ji Qi targets the villains in front of him by controlling the stimulating changes on the ground. Su Yuan didn't care at all about the sudden conflict or disappearance of those spikes. The only thing he wanted to do was to defeat the person in front of him. What Million could see was Su Yuan chasing Ji Qi fighting throughout the space. Although each attack is just a simple discovery of power, it can still have excellent effects. Advertisement: Ji Qi's repairability needs to be realized, but in the face of such a fast attack, he did not have time to repair himself. If he repaired his body while running, he would be temporarily distracted. Su Yuan can use such a short period of time to attack the villain's body, increasing the injured area bit by bit again and again. Millions have seen the current situation. Batty heard these words in her ears and ran them through her mind, and she saw everything in front of her. Until Su Yuan tried his best to achieve another big explosion. Zhetang was hit and fell to the ground. Such continuous strong impacts gradually increased the extent of his body injuries. I want to avenge Senior, avenge those who have been hurt. Su Yuan slowly walked towards his villains. Ji Qi noticed someone approaching him at this time, but he couldn't move his body now. Su Yuan came to Senior's side and said, "Ji Qi, go to hell." He raised his hands and tried to attack the villains in front of him, but he heard someone say, "Stop." Advertisement: this person is no one else, but in a bad way. Su Yuan turned his head and looked at the person who stopped. "I don't know, I'm not sure." Bailey looked at the person who lost his life in the fund, and the emotions in his heart were a little complicated. She was often controlled by others, but it was the first time she felt that a villain could die like this. But faced with such a moment, I couldn't accept it. I felt that everything happened too suddenly. He has harmed so many people and should have died long ago, Su Yuan said. Maybe it's like this, but is it really possible to kill Li Liao Jiao like this? Badly said again. Su Yuan didn't quite understand why the little girl in front of him had such a mentality, but he really stopped his actions. Ji Qi showed a crazy smile at this moment. I just didn't expect that at this time. The person who thought that I could save my life was actually you, bad guy. Don't you think this is a bit ridiculous? Everyone felt mixed emotions after hearing this. 102 Monokuma versus Bakugo. However, at this moment, he was more unwilling to give in. Damn it. My quirks are made of steel. However, he is known as the king of hard leverage, but what? After one punch, he didn't know whether Su Yuan was okay or not. However, the bones in his fist were almost broken. There is no doubt that at this moment, Taijesh Tai was on the verge of tears. At this time, an idea emerged in his mind, either admit defeat directly or continue fighting. After hesitating for a few seconds, Taijie Tetsu shook his head and finally decided to resist, because he couldn't embarrass Class B. I don't want to become a joke, someone who gives up with just one punch. When he thought of this, his whole body was filled with excitement and he recalled. Kaka. He activated quirks subconsciously, and his whole body turned silver, like steel. Ah! He roared angrily, followed closely, and ran wildly. He raised his fist and hit Su Yuan directly. Su Yuan did not dodge. In his eyes, Taijie Chetty's movements were too slow. Crack. Su Yuan directly received Taijie Chetty's punch. I guess you also know that punch just now. Against me, your chance of winning is basically zero. Advertisement: after saying that, Su Yuan directly grabbed his fist, then used his strength to throw Taijie Chetty away. Suddenly, he rolled around in midair and finally fell heavily to the ground. The smashed ring directly cracked. Tap tap tap. At this time, Su Yuan stepped towards Taijie Chetty's direction. While saying, "Do you want to surrender on your own, or do you want me to beat you until you surrender?" Taijie Chetty frowned and stood up unsteadily. How could I say such embarrassing words? Even if I lose, I will lose with dignity. Taijie Chetty said with a stiff face. As for Su Yuan, his expression did not change much, and what Taijie Chetty said was obviously expected. Ba bang bang. Su Yuan clapped his hands and said, "What you said is very courageous, but I am a bit special. I will not be gentle just because of what others say." Taijie Chetty frowned and almost lost his breath. I'm not saying this just to get your pity. Su Yuan shrugged and waved his hand. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean that. Click. Taijie Chetty's whole body became steel again and he quickly ran towards Su Yuan. Okay, the entertainment time has passed, now, it's over. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, he stepped forward and punched directly. The speed was so fast that Taijie and Tai Tai instantly reached out to block it. Bang! Taijie Tai flew out instantly, then his center of gravity became unstable and he fell to the ground, starting to rub against the ground. After stopping, he quickly stood up. Sure enough, just as he thought, Su Yuan launched an attack at this time. He jumped down from midair and kicked Tetsuki Tetsu with all his feet. Advertisement. There was a bang directly above the ring, followed immediately by a sound that flew out and finally hit the wall. At this moment, the entire audience came to an abrupt halt, and all the audience stared at the wall of the auditorium with widened eyes. It's so amazing. The game was over in an instant. As President Mike's voice fell, the audience returned to enthusiastic cheers. Tai Zhijun fell out of the field. Bai Xuanjun advanced to the second round, Midnight announced. 0. As soon as the words fell, warm cheers came directly from the audience. In the final project, the first person to advance to the second round is Baishuan Su Yuan from Class A, President Mike shouted loudly. I didn't expect. Tai J classmate has no power to fight back at all. One of the men from Hero S Class B said. Yeah, I thought Tai J's quirks would be able to restrain him to some extent, but I didn't expect that the guy from Class A defeated Tai J without even using his quirks. 11. Oh, it's too strong. This battle made me realize the gap between Class A and Class B. No, you said it wrong. Suddenly at this moment, a soft voice sounded. Everyone heard the news and turned around. The person who said this was none other than the squad leader of Class B, Kento Juka. It's not the gap between Class A and Class B, but his strength and the distance between him and the others in Class A. This man is simply a monster. No one can defeat such a monster. The more Kendo Ichigo spoke, the more solemn his expression became. As she said that, she cast her eyes on Mononoma Ningren and told him, Mononama, you have to be careful, your opponent is also from Class A. Monokuma Nato hesitated for a few seconds, then smiled and said, Don't worry, I have already fought against Bakugo Katsuki in the horse riding battle just now, and his strength is only average. Without Kitagawa Suyuan's help, I am afraid that he has been eliminated. Updated. I recommend a friend of mine's book, Super Dimension. God level copy spoon. .103 Come to my office, please book in full. When everyone heard this, they took a look at Wujin Ningren. Now that I put it this way, you don't have to be beaten down when you go on stage. You can't afford to be embarrassed. A man from Class B joked. Who are you looking down on? Use my quirks and copy his quirks. I don't know who will lose and who will win. Monokuma Nato retorted. Kendo Kazuka glanced at Mononoma Ningren speechlessly, and then said in a deep voice. That Bakugo Katsuki is not as strong as Suyuan, that's for sure, but even if he is not as strong as Suyuan, it means that his strength is very weak. Don't be too confident, or you may capsize. 5-0. Mononoma Nato smiled and explained. Did you only see that when he joined forces with Suyuan, he was bullied a bit miserably, but when the one named Bakugo Katsuki was left alone, I took it from him. A lifeline. Really? Just treat it as if you were lucky enough to snatch the points from him, but this time it's 1 vs 1, not a team battle, Kendo Kazuka said helplessly. Originally, she just wanted to remind Mononoma Ningren not to be careless, but now that she continues to talk about this situation too much, he will definitely misunderstand that everyone looks down on him. How can this be just luck? I won it by strength, Monojin Ningren said in a deep voice. Okay, in short, just one sentence, don't be careless, Kendo Kazuka shrugged and muttered. This time, the sports festival was attended by more than just media reporters, spectators, etc. Of course, there are many professional heroes from the firm, and their purpose here is also very simple. Choose the student you like and make him your assistant. Advertisement, don't think about it, you guys. If you want that Baishuan Su Yuan to be your assistant, you first have to go past All Might's 10 meters. After all, he is All Might's apprentice. Let's stop thinking about it. You're not the same person yet. Just give up. Another professional hero, retorted. Just kidding, I have always been a fan of All Might. Not long ago, we worked together to catch a wanted criminal. Haha, why don't we join hands together? You can't beat me, and then All Might comes. The originally silent professional hero, revealed with a smile. Nonsense. At this time, Su Yuan, after winning the battle, did not return to the audience stand above their class, but returned to the lounge. The reason is very simple, because the next battle is not interesting, but the next battle will be very interesting. Bakugo vs Mononoma Nato. Su Yuan murmured, and then sighed. Hey, what kind of luck does Bakugo have? He really hit it. It seems to be a blessing he cultivated in his previous life. However, somewhat unexpectedly, Su Yuan saw Endeavor in the passage leading to the lounge. However, Su Yuan pretended not to see it and walked straight towards the lounge. Baishuan Su Yuan. Suddenly, Endeavor spoke. Su Yuan stopped and then turned around. Advertisement? Is something wrong, Mr. Endeavor? Su Yuan's expression is still very calm, and there is no such depressing feeling when talking to Endeavor. Haha. Endeavor sneered. As expected of All Might's apprentice, your performance really surprised me. Mr. Endeavor is joking, how can my playful skills be put on the stage? Su Yuan said calmly. If I remember correctly, All Might doesn't have an office. How about you? Are you interested in working in my office in the future? You and Shoto Todoroki are classmates, so you happen to have a companion. Endeavor got straight to the point. Office? Su Yuan smiled and continued. Thank you Endeavor for your kindness. I have my own plans for my future. You don't need to answer me so quickly. Aren't you and Shoto Todoroki going to Country M to be exchange students? it won't be too late for you to make a decision after you come back as exchange students, Endeavor said slowly. Su Yuan was stunned for a moment, and finally replied, okay, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Endeavor nodded, and then Su Yuan turned around and walked towards the lounge. When Su Yuan disappeared from Endeavor's sight for several weeks, Endeavor clenched his fist tightly. All Might, I will never allow such a thing to happen. Obviously, what Endeavor is referring to is that he cannot surpass All Might, and he is absolutely not allowed to do so. His own son cannot surpass All Might's apprentice. However, it is a pity that Endeavor would never have thought that in the future, being the second child of 10,000 years would also be a position to be proud of. 104 Explosion versus Explosion, please order in full, ... In the corridor, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. Click. The door to the lounge was pushed open directly. Su Yuan, who closed his eyes to rest, subconsciously opened his eyes. What appeared in front of me was none other than Yaoyorozu Wandan. Bakugo-san's competition is about to start, won't you? Go watch, Yaoyorozu Momo said breathlessly. Su Yuan paused and said in disbelief. No way, so fast? Indeed, it has not even been half an hour since his own game ended, and he has already reached the third game so quickly. The people in the second game are not from our class, so I don't know much about them, but they seem to be quite powerful. They defeated their opponents in just a few minutes. Seeing Su Yuan's disbelief, Yaoyorozu 01 Momo explained the process of the second game. Oh, Su Yuan replied, then stood up lazily. It doesn't matter whether you watch the other battles or not. Bakugo can't miss this one. Yaoyorozu Momo rolled her eyes at Su Yuan speechlessly. Of course she knew what Su Yuan was thinking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to remind Su Yuan. Then let's go, Yaoyorozu Momo said. Stadium. During the second fight, the middle ring collapsed, but it has now been repaired. As the beacons erupted from the four corners of the arena, President Mike's voice once again came from the stadium. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. The next ones to start fighting are Bakugo Katsuki from Hero S, Class A, and Monokuma Nato from Class B. As this voice fell, the audience burst into warm cheers. Advertisement. While talking, Bakugo Katsuki and Monokuma Nato both walked to the ring. Bakugo Katsuki still looked the same as before, with his hands in his trouser pockets and a look of contempt on Monokuma Nato. It seems that you and I are quite destined. Guys from Class A. Monorama Nato spoke first to Bakugo Katsuki. Indeed, it seems that God is on my side. I have longed for you. Bakugo Katsuki grinned. This smile made people shudder. Really? This time it's 1 vs 1. If you're floating, your teammates can't save you. Monorama Ningren also laughed. In order to prevent unexpected situations, Mononama Nato copied his squad leader's quirk's big fist before starting. Listening to Mononama Ningren's words, Bakugo Katsuki just smiled and said, it seems that what that guy Su Yuan said is right, you have no ability except gibbering. This is really a different kind of compliment, Monokuma Nato said and quickly ran towards Bakugo Katsuki. When he reached a certain distance, he jumped for life, and then his right arm began to grow larger. In the blink of an eye, a huge fist hit Bakugo Katsuki. The whole movement was very sensitive, without any sloppiness at all. However, Bakugo Katsuki can still easily dodge such an action. He jumped back, and the next second, where he was standing, a huge fist fell down. Boom. Sound. The cement in the center of the ring was shattered. At this time, Bakugo Katsuki also launched an attack. Black smoke was crackling on his palm. Drink. Bakugo Katsuki directly activated quirks and released it in the direction of Monokuma Nato. Advertisement. Monokuma Ningren quickly dodged, followed closely, and launched an attack from the side. A huge fist hit Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki felt slightly surprised and subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it. Bang! He took dozens of steps back to the side. At this moment, Monojian Ningren's arm returned to normal. Haha, it seems it went more smoothly than I thought. As he spoke, he looked slightly at his sparkling palms, followed by a weird smile. Apparently, with just the touch, he copied the quirks blasted by Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki, who received the blow just now, was almost fine. He just took a few steps back due to the impact. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** this, he slowly accelerated and ran towards Monokuma Nato. Of course, in terms of speed and strength, Bakugo Katsuki is higher than Monorama Nato. Seeing that Bakugo Katsuki was attacking him, Mononoma Nato was not too panicked. He immediately launched the explosive quirks and attacked Bakugo Katsuki, who was attacking him. He said excitedly, "This is really a good quirks, it's so easy to use." Bakugo Katsuki, on the other hand, dodged while approaching Mononoma Nato. Seeing Mononoma Nato using his quirks, there was no doubt that his anger increased a lot. "You fake B*****************, D. Have you finally realized what you are doing?" With that said, Bakugo Katsuki jumped up in midair and shouted, "Durian Big Bang. 105 The difference between Class A and Class B, please order in full." As soon as Bakugo Katsuki finished speaking, a black vortex gradually formed in midair. Mononoma Ningren frowned when he saw Bakugo Katsuki falling from the sky. After all, it was just as Bakugo Katsuki said. He is just a fake, he can only copy quirks, but he cannot copy the fruits of other people's labor. Therefore, the best choice at the moment is to dodge Bakugo Katsuki's moves. It's just a pity that Bakugo Katsuki's speed has exceeded Mono Manito's expectation. Just as he was about to dodge to the side, Bakugo Katsuki's attack had already reached him. Above the arena, a golden light suddenly shone, followed immediately by a violent explosion. Thick black smoke filled the entire arena. Inside the auditorium, there was a faint vibration. At this moment, the cement manager sitting not far from the ring was frightened. He immediately jumped up, and then his face changed drastically. What's going on? It doesn't look like a very conspicuous move, but it has such a degree of damage. With that said, he hurriedly walked towards the ring. He couldn't see anything in the billowing smoke. You brat, you don't want to die, the cement manager muttered and cursed. At this moment, Bakugo Katsuki waved his hand, and a puff of black smoke suddenly appeared from his palm, dispersing the surrounding black smoke. In just a few seconds, Bakugo Katsuki and Monokuma Nato reappeared in everyone's sight. However, Monojian Ningren was already lying in the center of the pit, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Advertisement. The cement company hurried forward, checked it, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Recovery girl, come here quickly, the cement company shouted. Bakugo Katsuki glanced at Monokuma Nato, who was lying on the ground, and finally put his hands in his pockets and slowly left the field. Mononama-kun lost the ability to resist. Bakugo-kun advanced to the third round, Midnight announced. As soon as the words fell, warm cheers came directly from the audience. In the third round, Bakugo Katsuki from Class A advances to the next round. It seems that this year's Class A is very strong. In both games, Class A and Class B were the blasters. Present Mike shouted loudly. Class A viewing seats. Oh, I guessed that the result would be like this, but I didn't expect that Bakugo Katsuki would let him go so easily. Su Yuan looked at Bakugo Katsuki, who was slowly leaving the field, and smiled slightly. Yes, that's right, they're all growing. Su Yuan is very satisfied with this. If he hadn't appeared, now, the strength of one of them would have reached the current state. Midoriya Izuku is the most obvious example. Without the appearance of Su Yuan, in the original work, he inherited All Might's quirks during the entrance test. But due to his own appearance, he was many months ahead of schedule, and even now, he can completely adjust his quirks. However, Su Yuan always believes that everything has a good side and a bad side. Bakugo Katsuki's strength far exceeds the strength of that person in Class B. If we continue to fight slowly, there is no point. Shoto Todoroki said in the 10 Emperors. 0 Please give me flowers. 0 Advertisement. Hearing this, Su Yuan smiled slightly. Perhaps this is true for normal people, but with Bakugo Katsuki's character, it's difficult. But, didn't he just do this? Shoto Todoroki said. Everyone will grow. This is a good thing, Su Yuan replied. At this time, the faces of everyone in Class B were not very good. We in Class B won 2 games and lost 2. I'm afraid we're losing face, one of the men from Class B said. 0. Oh, that guy among all the monsters is too careless. If he just fights harder, he may not lose. You think so, squad leader? Kento Kazuka frowned. This is good. It allows us to recognize the difference between Class A and Class B. Their madness is not just pretending, but they really have this ability. Heek. I'm telling the truth. Don't doubt it. Class B is far behind Class A in terms of overall strength and individual strength. Su Yuan looked at the battle table. The battle behind Bakugo Katsuki turned out to be between Midoriya Izuku and Shoto Todoroki. No matter who wins between these two, the next person to fight is Bakugo Katsuki. And if you win against Bakugo Katsuki, it will be against Su Yuan. If anyone wins a battle, the final battle will be for the championship. 106 Shoto Todoroki. Su Yuan, please order in full. However, in Su Yuan's eyes, the only ones worth watching are the few in his class. The other classes are too weak, and they can only come here to make up the numbers. As time flies, the battle between Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki has ended in the blink of an eye. Bakugo Katsuki-san fell to the ground. Shoto Todoroki-san successfully advanced to the next round. As Midnight's announcement sounded, warm cheers came from the stadium. At this time, Bakugo Katsuki was lying on the edge of the already mutilated ring, looking at the blue sky with wide eyes. Just now, he was just a little bit close to turning defeat into victory. Unfortunately, there is no if. Dear spectators present, due to the severe collapse of the arena, the next match will take place in an hour, Present Mike said to the crowd. Although this news is disappointing, there is nothing we can do about it. The battle between Bakugo Katsuki and Todoroki 01 just now was a feast for their eyes. Even Endeavor was shocked by his son's strength. For a moment, he had a feeling that Xiangying's education seemed to be very good. Inside the lounge. Fighting against Bakugo Katsuki has consumed all your energy. The next game will be between you and me. Can you recover? Su Yuan asked Shoto Todoroki, who was sitting in the chair. Advertisement. It is impossible to say that it has been restored to its full state. However, I have earned this opportunity to duel with you. I will do my best to cope with it, Shoto Todoroki said calmly. The reason why he fought so hard with Bakugo Katsuki was because the two of them knew that whoever wins can openly compete with Su Yuan. Shoto Todoroki fought hard for it, so he must cherish it. It's up to you. But don't worry on the field, we are leaving for Country M tonight and you won't be seriously injured, Su Yuan joked. Shoto Todoroki smiled slightly. However, that boy Izuku Midoriya, this time I have 2 arms thrown in, but fortunately, I have the help of the recovery girl, otherwise I feel that something may go wrong when I go to Country M, Su Yuan said calmly. At the mention of Country M, Shoto Todoroki's eyes flickered, and then he stared at Su Yuan and said, "What do you think about going to Country M to be an exchange student? I checked the information, except for the Brave Academy, that school besides, there is another name." "What name?" Su Yuan asked. Hell Academy, isn't this normal? There must be a price to pay for someone to be reborn." As he said that, Su Yuan's eyes met Shoto Todoroki's. At this moment, Su Yuan felt that Shoto Todoroki knew something. "What do you know?" Su Yuan asked. Shoto Todoroki avoided Su Yuan's gaze and smiled faintly. "What can I know? I just saw other people commenting on the internet that it is a Hell Academy." Su Yuan didn't ask any further questions and just said, "Have a good rest and don't worry about it later." More than an hour later, well, the battle that everyone has been waiting for the most is here. Su Yuan Kitagawa, who is both a hero, S, from Class A, and Shoto Todoroki, who is also a hero, S, from Class A, are standing together. Advertisement. What kind of sparks will it emit? Let's wait and see, President Mike shouted. At the same time, Su Yuan and Shoto Todoroki entered the ring from different directions. "This battle may be the most exciting duel in the first grade this year," a man in the audience said. Yes, one is the apprentice of the #1 professional hero, S, and the other is the son of the #2 professional hero, S. I really want to know what kind of sparks there will be. After waiting for so long, the most anticipated thing is finally coming, and I'm a little excited myself. Class A Auditorium. Hey 180. Why are you here, Bakugo-san? Kaminari Denki looked at Bakugo Katsuki suddenly standing next to him and said involuntarily. At this time, Bakugo Katsuki's whole body was wrapped in bandages. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes towards Bakugo Katsuki. Yes, Kachan, you need a good rest now, Midoriya Izuku muttered. You need to take care of it, Bakugo Katsuki retorted angrily. In Bakugo Katsuki's eyes, he should have been the one standing at the top of this match, but he didn't expect that it was because of a mistake. But yes, this game is more exciting than playing on the field. Anyone who doesn't watch it will definitely miss this year's sports festival. Right, Bakugo. Kaminari Denki said with a smile. Bakugo Katsuki glanced at him speechlessly, and then said in a deep voice, "Shut up, you idiot, I'm being interrupted from watching the game." 107. This is the beginning, please order in full, at this time, the center of the arena. I remember the last time I played against you was about a week ago, Su Yuan said. Yes, but after more than a week of training, I feel that I have become a lot stronger. This time, I hope you can fight seriously. Shoto Todoroki said in a deep voice. In fact, he is quite conflicted now. He wants to see Su Yuan's strength clearly, but at the same time, he is afraid that he cannot bear it. Su Yuan stared at him for a few seconds, and finally smiled. Okay, anyway, the recovery girl is here, it's okay to get a serious injury. After hearing this, Shoto Todoroki had already made preparations for action. Now, all he needed was for Midnight to shout the start command. As for Su Yuan, he was still standing there, waiting for Shoto Todoroki's attack. Start! With Midnight's loud shout, Shoto Todoroki used his legs and ran towards Su Yuan as fast as possible. Should we start the physical skills PK first? That's good. Su Yuan muttered, then raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and the next moment, he ran towards Shoto Todoroki. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the center of the ring at the same time, and their fists collided. Suddenly, there was a flow of air around him. The next moment, they started to take action again. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. It's amazing. The game has just started and they are already fighting fiercely. However, it seems that they don't intend to compete with quirks. President Mike began to explain to the audience while analyzing their actions. Of course, Su Yuan must be above Shoto Todoroki in terms of physical skills and the strength of quirks. Advertisement. Within a few minutes, thick beads of sweat gathered on Shoto Todoroki's face. Su Yuan's breathing also began to become unstable, but Su Yuan's breathing was not much different from the beginning. At this time, the professional hero, S, on patrol were watching the live broadcast of the game. A B. No way, it's almost the finals, what's going on with such a physical fight? Mount Lady complained. In her eyes, the further the competition goes, the more intense it should be. Obviously, Su Yuan and Shoto Todoroki, who fight hand to hand, disappointed her. There is nothing wrong with this, but they are a one-day system and they played a few games before. I am afraid that their physical strength and mental strength are already far behind now. According to this situation, I'm afraid the last game won't be worth watching, Mi Lin Shenwei said. Mount Lady was stunned for a moment and nodded. That makes sense, but it's okay. We have found our assistant candidate. Not only them, since Su Yuan and Shoto Todoroki only used taijutsu to fight for more than 10 minutes. In the auditorium, many people in Shi couldn't stand it anymore. What are you doing? What are you doing? Children are fighting. One of the spectators finally couldn't stand it anymore, stood up and shouted towards the field. The professional hero, S, sitting in front slowly turned around and said, Sir, please be quiet. Although physical skills may seem boring, but For a professional hero, it is also very important. When the man saw the professional hero, speaking, he frowned and did not dare to speak so loudly. But he still cursed. What the hell, this fight is not as exciting as my son's fight. Class B auditorium, oh, I'm really disappointed. Shouldn't this be the most exciting game? How could it be like this? Yes, I'm so disappointed. Monitor, is this the peak showdown you mentioned? Kento Kazuka frowned. Quiet, the game is still going on. Advertisement at this time, the paddock. Do you want to continue the physical battle? Su Yuan suddenly said. Shoto Todoroki hesitated for a few seconds and said, it's almost done. Let's compete normally with the remaining energy. Su Yuan smiled. That's okay. I'm going to FK, Kitagawa. Su Yuan, Shoto Todoroki shouted loudly. In the meantime, he raised his foot slightly, then immediately stepped on the ground. A burst of cold air was released directly, and everything it passed was covered in ice. With a sound of boom, the entire arena was frozen. Huge ice spikes stood up, and the ground shook. Everyone was speechless at this moment. The knot is over? It ended in an instant. It was too strong. He was Endeavor's son. The inheritance is too powerful. It seems like it's not over yet. After all, the referee hasn't announced it yet. There is no need to announce that the entire arena is frozen. He is trapped inside and cannot get out. The audience started talking again. Class B auditorium. FK. Is it over? This quirks is too powerful. In the midst of their discussion, the corners of Kendo Kazuya's mouth slightly raised. This is the beginning. 108 The collision of ice, fire and sand. After everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at Kendo Kazuka. Monitor. What are you talking about? Yeah, you haven't just watched this game, right? It's almost coming to an end, and you've just begun. Kendo Kazuya rolled his eyes at them speechlessly, and then explained, according to the flow of the game, this is indeed coming to an end, but their battle has just begun. Just began. As everyone said this, their eyes slightly turned to the ring. That's right, the real battle between Class A and Class A has just begun. Kendo Kazuoka said in a deep voice. 153. At this time, President Mike's voice also came from inside the stadium. Is this the end? Did Shoto Todoroki just open up and defeat Kitagawa Su Yuan with one blow? As soon as President Mike's voice fell, the frozen arena above the arena made a clicking sound. That's right, it's the sound of ice cubes breaking open. As the traces of cracked ice became more and more numerous, they became faster and faster. Finally, with a clicking sound, a ball of sand came out. Sand mixed with ice shards were flying everywhere. At this time, the professional hero, sitting in front quickly moved out to protect the audience in the auditorium, resisting the oncoming sand and ice slag. A ball of sand floated in the air, and slowly, it formed a sand giant with hands and feet. And Su Yuan is standing on the giant's forehead. FK. This is really fake. Giant. Advertisement. Oh my god, this is so perverted. This guy from Class A is really a monster. Squad leader, you are so right, this is the real beginning. It's really surprising. In the first few minutes, it seemed that I couldn't hold on anymore, and the next moment, it turned into this. Mount Lady watched the live broadcast, and her attitude changed 360 degrees. Sure enough, All Might will not accept others as his disciples casually. He must have taken a fancy to Baishuan Su Yuan's talent. Mi Lin Shenwei said solemnly. Hey, how about we recruit him to our office? Mount Lady said. Jungle Shenwei rolled his eyes at her, curled his lips and said, it would be nice if you thought it was that simple. Others may still have the possibility, but even if we open it under good conditions, it is almost zero. In his eyes, Su Yuan's strength is so outstanding that there are absolutely countless firms that want him. And how could someone with such a mediocre reputation and such good talent in his own firm be willing to stay in such a studio? Makes sense. Mount Lady nodded. It's so shocking. Student Baishuan Su Yuan directly used quirks to break out of the ice, and then used his own quirks to create a giant made of sand. President Mike shouted excitedly. In the stadium, cheers rang out again. Shoto Todoroki, are you ready? I'm coming. Su Yuan stood on the giant's forehead, crossing his hands on his chest and said. Come on, shouted Shoto Todoroki. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant reached out to the ground, and then slowly, a hammer made of sand appeared out of thin air. Drink. The giant hit him directly, and Shoto Todoroki quickly ran to the giant's feet in a panic. Advertisement. Boom. With one hammer blow, half of the arena was gone. This blow also frightened the cement company who was sitting not far away and was working as a referee part-time. He stood up quickly and came to Midnight's side. Do you need to terminate the game? I'm afraid this is a bit. The cement secretary stopped talking mid-sentence. Midnight frowned and said, wait a minute, I'll ask the principal for his opinion. The cement division nodded. Hurry up then, time is a bit tight. One hammer blow can take up half the arena. If it hits someone, they will be shattered to pieces. Midnight walked to a corner and quickly dialed the principal's phone number. Before Midnight could speak, the principal said, you are calling this time, it must be related to the competition. Midnight hummed and said hurriedly, this next time, it is very likely to cause the death of one of the parties. It's okay, let them continue competing with 5.6. But, believe me, nothing will happen. Baishuan Su Yuan seems to be in chaos, but he actually knows what he is doing. Midnight was helpless. I know what to do. A minute later, the entire arena no longer existed, and even the surrounding ground had large cracks. There are countless pitfalls, big and small. Hoo ho ho. Shoto Todoroki's breathing has begun to become very rapid. One side of his body is burning with fire, and the other 10 are steaming out. 109 Sports Festival ends. Please order in full. Su Yuan stood on the giant's forehead, staring at Shoto Todoroki. Obviously, Shoto Todoroki has reached his limit now. If he continues fighting, he may not only damage his body, but may also suffer unnecessary injuries. Let's end it. That's enough for today. There will be many opportunities in the future. Su Yuan said, and the sand gathered by the standing giant slowly became relaxed. Immediately afterwards, the next moment, everything fell onto the ring with a clatter. The entire arena instantly turned into a beach field. Of course, this was not caused by so and so using quirks, but by Su Yuan himself who had released the control. Shoto Todoroki laughed slightly at himself. It seems that I am still not qualified to let you use your true strength. Su Yuan smiled and didn't want to explain too much. What you said is right, but it's wrong, and it's wrong, but it's right. Su Yuan actually said it very clearly. The nature of sparring and fighting against villains is different. The battle must be fair. For example, in this battle with Shoto Todoroki, Su Yuan did not use Haki, nor did he use the elementalization of the Shasha fruit. All in all, it is simply using the ability of the Shasha fruit. If he was fighting against villains, the nature would definitely be different. His moves were deadly, and whatever he was afraid of, he would use them specifically. So at this stop, it is correct to say that Su Yuan has no strength. Of course, for Shoto Todoroki, this is a bit confusing, and it must be a bit difficult to understand it for a while. What do you mean? He looked at Su Yuan with confusion and asked. Advertisement. It doesn't mean anything. The general meaning is that it's almost enough. I don't know what's going on with Country M, so there's no need to go there with injuries. In that case, it won't be worthwhile, Su Yuan said calmly. Shoto Todoroki's pupils shrank violently, as if he remembered something. That's right. That's right. With that said, Shoto Todoroki took back the released quirks, followed closely, and said in a voice. I surrender. As soon as these words were heard, everyone in the audience looked at Shoto Todoroki with astonished expressions. Who is that? That's the son of the number 2 professional hero, S. He didn't fight until he fell, but just gave up. For a moment, many viewers were stunned. It was not until Midnight's voice sounded that they came back to their senses. Shoto Todoroki admits defeat and advances to the finals with less than 5 yuan. As soon as Midnight finished speaking, warm cheers suddenly erupted from the audience. Oh, it's a pity. Just when I saw the excitement, I didn't expect that Shoto Todoroki would take the initiative to admit defeat. Kaminari Denki pouted. He was quite disappointed with this result. Bakugo Katsuki on the side rolled his eyes at him and said, Idiot face, what are you talking about? Can't you see that half of the face can't hold on anymore? Even if the fight continues, no matter what, it is impossible to last for more than a few minutes. Kaminari Denki yelled at Bakugo Katsuki and couldn't help but look at him with a grimace. Anyway, the game ends like this, Tokiyami Fumikage said. Isn't there another final? Kaminari Denki said. Advertisement, actually. In the eyes of many people, this is the last game. If there are no accidents, Su Yuan will be the champion. Yaoyorozu Momo said slowly. Wait. What do you mean there is no surprise that he is the champion? Among the first years here, who is his opponent? Bakugo Katsuki looked at Yaoyorozu Momo and said. Yaoyorozu Momo rolled his eyes at Bakugo Katsuki. There was no doubt that this guy had definitely misunderstood what he meant. What I mean is, if he doesn't take the initiative to admit defeat, the championship will be his. It's so clear that you don't even understand. Who knows when you say this? Why don't you just say it like this? Why do you want to say it so profoundly? Bakugo Katsuki retorted. Huh? Deep. Kaminari. Yaoyorozu Momo asked. Kaminari Denki waved his hand, with an expression that I understood immediately, and said. No, it's very simple, I will understand it as soon as you say it. You see, right? Yaoyorozu Momo also waved his hand and retorted to Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki's mouth began to tremble with anger, and he sat down on the chair, his face looking as ugly as possible. Time flies by so quickly, it's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This year's sports festival ended an hour ago. While they were still indulging in this sports festival, Su Yuan and the others had already packed their luggage and rushed to the airport, preparing to fly, by Zhao Li, to Country M. When you get off the plane, a teacher will naturally pick you up. This teacher knows the principal and went to Country M to work as a teacher a few years ago, All Might explained. Got it, teacher, Su Yuan replied. In the final analysis, don't leave school if you have nothing to do. Country M is even more chaotic than our country are. In addition, everyone should stay calm and don't cause trouble. In a month, I hope to see you different, All Might said. Clear. Okay, it's time to get to the plot in Country M. The author has already thought of this plot, but he doesn't have much time to write it, so he can only drag it out slowly. For those who still support the author is very grateful. 110 Academy of the Brave, please order in full, as long as you know. As he said that, All Might looked at the 5 of them with turbid eyes, and a smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. It seems that he has already seen the future, what they will look like when they return as brave men. Okay, it's getting late, you guys hurry in. After hesitating for a few seconds, All Might continued to speak, but his eyes fell on Midoriya Izuku, showing a hint of worry. However, among the 5 of them, only Midoriya Izuku's quirks are unstable. Excessive use of quirks will still have side effects. Then we'll leave first, Su Yuan replied. All Might didn't speak, just nodded. Looking at their leaving figures, All Might muttered, the trajectories of these children are somewhat similar to mine. After All Might graduated as a hero, he also went to Country M, where he became very powerful before returning to Country R. Country M, airport. Su Yuan and the others got off the plane, went outside, and saw a tall, thin man holding a sign, and the sign said, "Welcome the 5 secret guards." "Hello, are you Teacher Halma?" Su Yuan walked up to him and asked. Halma glanced at Su Yuan and the 5 of them, then revealed a smile and said, "There are exactly 5 of them, you must be the young guys from Shangying." Su Yuan nodded. "Well, 1 year by Xuan Su Yuan. First grade, Bakugo Katsuki, advertisement, first grade, Shoto Todoroki. First grade, Midoriya Izuku, first grade, Tokiyami Fumikage." Hamal waved his hand and said, "From now on, I will be your teacher, Halma." "I'll spare your trouble for the rest of the day," Su Yuan said politely. Halma just smiled and then said, "Don't worry, the next days will be a so-called paradise. Before coming, your principal should have told you about the School of the Brave. I told you, but not in too much detail. That's not important, you will know it by yourselves gradually. Okay, it's not too early. Let's go to school with me first." Everyone nodded and followed Halma out of the airport. On the road, there was silence all the way. Everyone looked at the scenery outside the car in silence. About half an hour later, 2 black cars finally stopped. Su Yuan and the others got out of the car. Z% 1% at. Looking at the school gate that was bigger than Shangying, Nishiyuan paused for a moment. "This is bigger than your heroes," Hammer suddenly said. "The gate is fine, but I don't know the equipment and floor space inside," Su Yuan said calmly. "Ha ha ha ha." Halma laughed loudly. "You guys are really right. Although the gate of the Brave Academy is larger than that of your heroes, the area is indeed much smaller than that of heroes. Advertisement, because the training grounds of the Brave Academy are all outside. However, if we talk about it in general, the training grounds of the Brave Academy can save 100 heroes. Number 1, 100. Mr. Halma, are you kidding me? Up pointing arrow 0. Please give me flowers." Bakugo Katsuki on the side couldn't help but said carelessly. Hamal walked up to Bakugo Katsuki, patted him on the shoulder and smiled strangely. "Young man, I'm not kidding." Although there was no big problem with these words, Bakugo Katsuki was actually horrified when he saw Hamal's expression. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Come with me quickly. The other freshmen have already gathered together. If you go late, I will get punched by the old man again," Hammer said. After walking for about 10 minutes, Su Yuan and the others came to a vast field. At this time, the venue was full of people with colorful hair. Some of them were mutated by quirks, and there were also many people who were neither humans nor ghosts. The Academy of the Brave recruits students from all over the world. Quirks has highly developed students, and then the principals of their schools will be selected. Having them come here and pass the entrance test. "Is there still an entrance test required here?" Bakugo Katsuki asked. "Of course, otherwise you see, there are nearly 1,000 people here, and we only need 20 people, Halma said. 1,000, just 20 people? Su Yuan and the others were stunned. They thought that coming here would be considered admission, but what they didn't expect was that there was no need to go through selection. So you 5 can come on, Halma said with a smile. 111 Don't disturb our leader. Seeing Halma's smile, Su Yuan fell silent. However, as for the fact that entrance examinations were still required, the principal and All Might probably didn't know. If he had known, he would have told himself long ago. "I understand, Teacher Harma, we will definitely work hard," Su Yuan said calmly. "Well, that's good. You can just line up with them. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After Harma said this, she ignored Su Yuan and the others' reactions. "Just turn around and leave. Why didn't anyone tell us that being an exchange student still requires assessment?" Bakugo Katsuki cursed in a carefree tone. "My guess is that the principal and others don't know, otherwise, how could they not tell us?" Shoto Todoroki was not as excited as Bakugo Katsuki, but analyzed calmly. "You're right. Anyway, everyone, please relax. If you fail the test, the worst possible outcome is a one-day trip to Country M," Su Yuan said jokingly. After everyone heard this, they felt a lot more relaxed. "Okay, it can't be a one-day trip to Country M," Bakugo said calmly. At this moment, a lift platform slowly rose from the top of the crowd. Standing on the stage was a thin young man, and looking at him looking sickly, I was really afraid that he would be knocked down after a while. However, even though he looked like this, what he said was clearly heard by nearly 1,000 people in the audience. "Welcome to the Academy of the Brave. I am your invigilator today. There is only one assessment for today, and that is the big fight. The 20 people standing in the end can stay in school. As for the others, they can go back." As soon as the invigilator finished speaking, a heated discussion began among the crowd. "This is really a difficult test. Advertisement, Yes, those standing today are all the most talented students from all over the world. It is really not easy to find a way out of a crowd of nearly 1,000 people. The competition is too great, it seems there is not much chance. God bless me. I heard from my teacher that as long as I can successfully become an exchange student in this school, I will gain super combat power. Come on, the so-called super combat power is just tapping out your own quirks. 11. You're right. The price we need to pay to help you dig up quirks is beyond our imagination. Quiet. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice appeared on the lifting platform. A pressure was directly transmitted to everyone, but compared with Su Yuan's Conqueror's Haki, he was still at a disadvantage. All of a sudden, everyone around became quiet. Everyone, please don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. Otherwise, you will directly lose the opportunity to advance. Next, using this vast venue as the battlefield, the 20 people standing in the end can successfully advance. As for the rules, that is, you can't kill people, so let's get started, the Invigilator said calmly. As soon as the words fell, everyone was startled at first. They didn't expect that the competition had started so soon, and most of them hadn't even saluted yet. They all still carry it with them. Boom! With an explosion in the middle, a brawl involving nearly 1,000 people began. Lean back. Advertisement at this moment, Su Yuan shouted at Izuku and the others. Everyone listened to the order and leaned into a corner. This time the battle did not have the same restrictions as usual. The only thing was, Zhu Wei's ability to fight means he loses. Let's not fight yet and conserve our energy, Su Yuan said in a deep voice. Of course, most people here think like Su Yuan. Most of those who are fighting now are forced to fight. Suddenly, at this moment, a slightly fat man looked at Su Yuan and the others and laughed disdainfully. It seems that there are a few cowards hiding here. The brave and fearless warriors that the Brave Academy wants are not cowards like you. So, let me take you home. In the team, Su Yuan stood in the front, and Midoriya, Izuku and the others behind them watched quietly without saying a word. Because they all now know deeply that everything is subject to Su Yuan's command. What's up, Qian Zhao? I'm so scared that I don't even dare to fart. The fat man saw Su Yuan and the others and didn't make any move. I thought they were frightened by such a scene. Su Yuan's eyes retracted from the entire battlefield, and finally fell on the fat man. Suddenly, he spoke about Dao Hu. Bakugo. As soon as he finished speaking, Bakugo Katsuki ran quickly and came directly in front of the fat man. Cracking sparks erupted in his palm, followed by thick black smoke rising slowly. You disturbed our leader. 112. A big dark horse appears. Please order in full. Captain. When the fat man heard this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, and continued. Then your captain is really a coward, hiding behind and shrinking back. Is his quirks a turtle? As he spoke, the slightly fat man's figure gradually began to change, and two black horns grew on both sides of his head. And his body began to become burly, his clothes burst, and long black hair appeared all over his body. Looking at it, it's almost like a big black cow standing on two legs. I'm telling you, my current strength is 10 times what I was just now. If you are as weak as you, I'll punch you. Before even a word could be said, Bakugo Katsuki let out a big bang. With a sound of boom, the big black cow flew out directly, and then fell heavily to the ground, making a big hole. He stood up cursing, and just took a step towards Su Yuan, but saw Bakugo's weird smile. He stopped, nodded, and said, okay, just wait for me. As he said that, he quickly turned around and headed in the other direction. Su Yuan and the others didn't bother to argue with him, because this was the time when they needed to preserve their strength. No one knows whether there will be many powerful enemies here, and they have to be wary of this possibility. I hope we can have smooth sailing. Advertisement. Midoriya Izuku said with a somewhat nervous tone in his eyes, because after hearing the words of All Might and the principal, he had already acquiesced in his heart. As long as he gets out from here, he will quickly become an outstanding professional hero. Just relax. If everything goes well, I will be an exchange student. If not, I will go on a one-day trip to country M, Su Yuan said calmly. For him, to be honest, it feels the same if he can get married, and he feels the same if he can't. It seems that there are many people who choose to preserve their strength like us, Shoto Todoroki said solemnly. Su Yuan looked around and saw that indeed, there were at least a few hundred people who were just like him, choosing to preserve their strength. This is normal. After all, whoever can stand at the end will be the final winner, Tokiyami Fumikage said. Previously, Su Yuan was not paying attention to who chose to preserve his strength like himself, but he was observing whose strength could stand out in this match. However, he has not discovered yet that most quirks are very common, but they have been developed to a certain extent. Not long after Tokiyami Fumikage finished speaking, suddenly, the entire venue began to vibrate at a distance. This is an earthquake, Midoriya Izuku said with a frown. Seems to be. For a moment, the entire field began to become chaotic. At this time, another middle-aged man jumped onto the lifting platform and said to the Invigilator. No, this should be someone else's quirks, Shoto Todoroki said solemnly. Advertisement. The ground began to shake more and more violently, and the ground cracked open. Due to the high speed, many people fell directly into the cracks in the ground. Shangying? Huh? It's a very famous school, the Invigilator said without changing his expression. Well, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. You remember to handle the following matters by yourself. Remember, the 20 places are the last ones standing, and the other 10 are selected for those who have been eliminated and have strong development capabilities. Middle-aged the man gave instructions. That's what you say, yes, but compared to other garbage, he is not eye-catching, the Invigilator said in a deep voice. The Invigilator said nothing, but it was regarded as acquiescence. That's right, Su Yuan also agreed with this statement. Did he get blown up so soon? However, I heard that guy from Harma said that this person seems to have come from the heroes of Country R, the middle-aged man said calmly. Due to this large-scale shock, a group of people swept away, and almost all the people on the next level were eliminated. Well, this cannon can blast out more geniuses, the Invigilator said in a deep voice. It seems that the talent and strength are about to bubble up. 0 hyphenation point please give me flowers, 0. That makes sense. His quirks are of great development value. The middle-aged man continued. It's just that the sand quirks doesn't seem to be able to dig. Although he may be relatively powerful now, he has developed the quirks to a certain level and cannot go up, the middle-aged man said. Nah, have you seen that corner? The Invigilator pointed his hand in the direction where Su Wu was. 113 Son of God, please order in full, and those who are still standing are of course relatively powerful. The number of people has dropped by more than half. Is it time for us to take action? Bakugo Katsuki suddenly said from the side. Su Yuan rolled his eyes at him, and then joked. What, if you can pass the level without fighting, why bother yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, Midoriya Izuku quickly added, You're right, Xiaosheng, if you can pass the test without fighting, let's not fight, there's no need at all. Bakugo Katsuki glanced at Midoriya Izuku and yelled. Do you think they're idiots? It won't be long before they, Little Seven, will come looking for us even if we don't come. It won't take long, it's already here, Su Yuan said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Midoriya, Izuku and the others all turned their attention to the front. At this time, a man wearing a white shirt was walking towards Su Yuan. Behind him were several people of similar age to him. It was probably estimated that they, like Su Yuan, came to the Academy of the Brave in a team. Everyone, be careful, these people are not simple, Su Yuan said seriously. Everyone nodded. Hello, I'm an exchange student from Country Z, the man in the white shirt said with a grin. Country Z? When Su Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but feel touched. He had previously thought that the author of Woying only included Country M, but what he didn't expect was that Country Z also existed in this world. Su Yuan smiled slightly. It seems that we are quite destined brothers. Really? The man in the white shirt glanced at the people behind Su Yuan, and then continued. Huh? It seems that we are really destined. Your team has 5 people, and our team has exactly 5 people. Want to fight? Su Yuan, Shoto Todoroki asked softly. It's impossible not to fight. If I guessed correctly, the man in the white shirt is the one who caused the shock just now, Su Yuan chuckled. Eat. Advertisement. When everyone heard this, their expressions suddenly became serious. To be able to create such movements on a large scale, the strength is definitely not weak. Moreover, the most important thing is that the faces of the 5 of them are all very relaxed. I guessed it right, brother. Su Yuan stared at the man in the white shirt and asked, pretending to be uncertain. The man in the white shirt didn't intend to keep it secret, after all, it wasn't a secret. Your guess is correct, but I think my guess is also correct. You should be the one closest to my strength in this game. The man in the white shirt grinned. What? The strength is closest to that of Su Yuan. How strong does that have to be? Is he also a monster? If that's really the case, it would be really terrible. Yes, Su Yuan's strength is obvious to all of us. Undoubtedly, Midoriya, Izuku and the others had expressions of disbelief on their faces. But, on the contrary, that's not what the man in the white shirt had in mind. How is this possible, Yi Tian, are you kidding? You are perfect in every aspect, even quirks is perfect. Yes, the teachers say you are the son of God, the most perfect person. He is about the same age as you, so how can he be close to your strength? If so, wouldn't he also be the son of God? Yi Tian, a native of Z country, is the strongest student in history. Whether it is quirks or other aspects, he has reached the level of perfection. In Country Z, people call him the son of God. Of course, he fully lives up to the title of son of God. I'm just making a guess, but I still need to try it out. Yi Tian loosened the tie around his neck and continued. You guys should not get involved in case there are still hidden masters on the field. Don't worry, Yi Tian, you are definitely the strongest person on the field. Advertisement. Yi Tian ignored it. After all, his ears were calloused by such words. It's broken. Of course it's true, real or fake. Yi Tian looked at Su Yuan. As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, he immediately rushed towards Su Yuan as fast as possible. Then try it. I remember I also had a fistfight with Yi Tian a few years ago. Yes, updated. As soon as he said this, the other 3 eyes turned to him. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth raised slightly. I'm quite interested in what the strength of the man called the Son of God is like. Are you ready? Su Yuan also rushed towards him as fast as possible. The 2 fists collided together, and suddenly, a powerful airflow swept directly around them. This is too strong. In so many years, this is the first time I've seen someone able to receive Yi Tian's punch without any backlash. He He was able to take a punch from Yi 4.9 Tien, and nothing happened to him. Everyone punches at the same time. Boom, the results of it? 114. It's useful if you charge money, please order in full. P.S. The Son of God in the previous chapter was changed to Son of God. I don't have permission to change it, so I can only announce it here. Close black lens bracket. It seems that he is really not that simple. He can actually punch Su Yuan. Tokiyami Fumikage said with a serious expression. This is the first time Tokiyami Fumikage has seen Su Yuan's serious expression in such a long time. Yes, the Son of God that those guys mentioned is indeed not a boast. It seems to be quite worthy of slaughter. Bakugo Katsuki added on the side. Su Yuan. Can he win? Midoriya Izuku said worriedly at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, several eyes stared at him. Midoriya Izuku was suddenly caught off guard and quickly explained. I just asked. He will win, Oh, he will not lose, Shoto Todoroki said calmly. Bakugo Katsuki also laughed. Although I really want to see him lose, there is no way, he has no ability to lose. At this time, on the lifting platform, the Invigilator's eyes were fixed on Su Yuan's direction. The most interesting battle on the field is about to begin. As expected of a man who is called the Son of God, he is indeed quite capable. Su Yuan withdrew his fist and then jumped back. Yi Tian's movements were the same as Su Yuan's, he bit back his fist and jumped back. There are very few people of my age who can take a punch from me and not be hurt at all, Yi Tian said, and the next moment, he revealed a weird smile. But the competition just now was about strength. I just don't know if your quirks can compete with my quirks. The words fell. Advertisement Yi Tian started to dance with his hands and shouted loudly. The earth shook. The next moment, a big crack opened on the ground where Su Yuan was standing, and he fell directly. Here, Yi Tian shouted again. Boom! The ground closed again as if it had spiritual power. As expected of Yi Tian, he was killed in one move. It's too powerful. Although its power is almost as strong as Yi Tian's, quirks is a flaw. Yeah, strength doesn't mean anything. Only if quirks is strong is he truly strong. Oh, this is also expected, Yi Tian is invincible. Midoriya Izuku and his friends. Undoubtedly, their faces were also very solemn. Su Yuan, he should be fine. Midoriya Izuku was the first to say. The others remained silent and looked at the ground quietly. If Su Yuan still did not move after nearly a minute, then they would all attack to rescue Su Yuan. On the lifting platform, the Invigilator showed a hint of disappointment. I thought it would be a very interesting game, but now it seems that it is so disappointing. Tap tap tap. Advertisement Yi Tian took 3 steps forward, opened his mouth and said to the ground. You still have 30 seconds. As long as you admit defeat, I will rescue you. But if you don't admit defeat, I can't guarantee that you will survive. As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, he immediately responded from underground. Thank you for your concern, but if you want to win me like this, it may not be too simple. When Yi Tian heard this, he frowned and was about to use other tricks. At this moment, he suddenly found that the ground was loose. Looking down, the ground surface turned directly into sand. What's going on? This guy. Yi Tian frowned. At this time, in front of him, a pile of sand slowly piled up, slowly turning into a human form, and finally turned into Su Yuan. In this short period of time, the entire vast field has turned into a desert. Everyone's fighting stopped at this moment, and they were completely confused. Of course, especially Yi Tian's team, their jaws almost dropped in surprise. What's going on? What did this guy do? He actually turned this place into a desert. What are his quirks? I have a bad feeling. Me too. Even the Invigilator, who had been extremely disappointed just now, was stunned at this moment. In just a short moment, the surrounding area could be turned into a desert. This quirks was so powerful that it was suffocating. I have a rough understanding of your quirks. For others, it is very powerful, but for me, it is still garbage, Su Yuan said calmly. But, yes. One cheats and the other recharges money. If you don't encounter cheaters, it's your father who recharges money. If you encounter cheaters, it's useless for you to recharge money. 115 Cooperation with Su Yuan. Yi Tian's eyes changed, the Invigilator's eyes became solemn, and for some reason, his body trembled involuntarily. Then he said calmly, now all of you, please observe the changes in the entire scene. Don't miss any corner. I think this kid's current attack is very weird. No need for the Invigilator to tell, everyone else clearly knew that Su Yuan's mouth was now raised and he said, you still have a chance to attack now, but if you wait a little longer, you will have no chance at all. Looking at Su Yuan's expression, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said, everyone come together. The members of Country Z behind him heard for the first time that Yi Tian needed them to take action. They were a little surprised but still obeyed absolutely. The figure rushed out quickly, and various quirks started to operate. They usually had a lot of quirks to cooperate in private. Bakugo Katsuki yelled, you want to fight? I will fight with you bunch of bastards. Who? The moment Bakugo Katsuki rushed out, cold air floated out with the sound of breathing, and the sand in the entire sand followed the ice air very cooperatively. Boom! A glacier shot out faster than Bakugo Katsuki, and the whole earth trembled with the cold air. Shoto Todoroki's shots were very direct and fast, but Bakugo Katsuki had known this for a long time, and used his quirks to blast a man who was scattered. The glacier dispersed all existences, and when they were torn apart, his consciousness was still a little dazed. The moment the 490 man saw Bakugo Katsuki rushing over, he was about to raise his hands to attack, but the sand below moved directly, entangled and bound the man's whole body. What the hell is this? All the muscles in his body exploded, heat was rising, and his eyes were on fire, but it still had no effect. The man's quirks is burning, and he uses his own body to launch burning attacks, but at this moment, the sand does not change at all under his own burning, and still binds him tightly. Damn it, the temperature of this flame is almost 300 to 400 degrees, why hasn't it melted yet? The surrounding ice cubes seemed to be melting a little. When he complained, the sand was swallowed up in an instant, and a loud noise was made. Deal 1. Bakugo Katsuki's attack was simple and direct. The super high burst instantly knocked out the opponent. He punched the opponent away and was carried away by the Invigilator in midair. Advertisement Yitian yelled. Don't mess up the formation, join together first. Don't even think about it. Tokiyami Fumikage's eyes changed. The black shadow behind him shot out like a ghost, and Shoto Todoroki's ice cubes attacked the other side. They were still interrupted no matter what. At this moment, a green afterimage suddenly appeared in the middle of the two. This appearance made them completely unexpected. Midoriya Izuku looks like a little rabbit and charges forward with their attacks. 20%. He punched out, his fist made waves, and the sand on the ground condensed out, followed by a punch. Another man was eliminated, and in the blink of an eye, 2 were eliminated. On the other hand, on Su Yuan's side, no one was lost. The glaciers slowly melted away, and the deserts disappeared. Why? Yi Tian looked at Su Yuan in front of him a little strangely. He could obviously attack in one go, so why did he stop? There's no point in fighting. How about we cooperate? We just fought. You should know the strength of our side, right? I won't let you down. Su Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and stretched out his hand. Yi Tian knew why they were able to kill 2 of his teammates in an instant. It was entirely because of Su Yuan's strange terrain. He controlled the entire field. Standing on the sand, he felt like he was being stared at by the opponent. This feeling is very uncomfortable, no matter who else it is. The most important thing is that my quirks is at a disadvantage in front of Su Yuan. The 2 quirks want to get closer. If they continue to fight, their side will definitely lose. Bakugo Katsuki burned his own spark and said, "Why are you talking so much? Just go ahead and get them done. There are many people around watching." Midoriya Izuku whispered, "Xiao Sheng, I think it would be better to cooperate with them. After all, the other party is very strong. There are 20 places in this competition. There must be many cooperative teams later. We really need outside, ABBA, to help." Midoriya Izuku considers things that are more long-term and stable. It is true that their strength is very strong, but don't forget that the people in this competition are from all over the world. They don't know what the other party is capable of. If they take action rashly, it will be detrimental to their own side. That's not a good thing. Shoto Todoroki nodded and said, "I agree with Midoriya's statement." Advertisement Tokiyami Fumikage nodded. Bakugo Katsuki could only remain silent angrily, and looked at Yi Tian cursingly. "What are you planning to do?" "We join you." Yi Tian took a deep breath and had to admit Su Yuan's strength and restraint on himself. Anyway, there are 20 places this time, so he can make it steadily. To be eliminated because of Su Yuan would be too much of a loss. Su Yuan chuckled and said, "Those who know the current affairs are heroes. We will not let you down. After all, we are all perverts here." He glanced at the people behind him. After these guys grew up, they became sensational beings, especially Midoriya Izuku. Yi Tian smiled bitterly and said, "We have lost this competition. From now on, I and my team members will have control over you. Let me introduce our quirks to you." In a few minutes, they all exchanged materials and information. Yi Tian's ability is similar to that of Su Yuan, except that he controls the earth and looks more Haki, but it is a pity that he met Su Yuan who only had the Shasha fruit. A cute little girl with twin ponytails named Xingyue is an auxiliary quirks who can temporarily enhance a person's quirks ability. Another strong man, King Kong, quirks has a name similar to his own, and he has the ability to transform. After using quirks, he is almost like a King Kong, with powerful combat power. Not bad quirks, then let's just wait for the prey to come. Su Yuan's eyes were full of teasing as he looked at the figure slowly approaching in the distance. The ground was shaking, and Yi Tian said coldly, "There should be 20 people. The number is well controlled. It seems that they knew the rules from the beginning." 20, tisk tisk, tisk tisk, they look worthy of slaughter. Bakugo Katsuki's hands were already exploding. The crackling sound made Xingyang a little scared. "Hey, strengthen the quirks for me, I'm going to kill them," Bakugo Katsuki said to Xingyue who was dodging. Xingyue looked at Yi Tian, who nodded and whispered, "Bless him." Bakugo Katsuki, who had just finished the blessing, was like a wild horse running wild, rushing out in the blink of an eye, with sparks still flashing across the void, without any fear of the one in front of him. 116 Rampage Bakugo Katsuki. Go to hell. At this time, Bakugo Katsuki rushed in regardless of any external factors or his teammates. It is true that now, after being blessed, he is like a little son, rushing into the opponent's lineup in a breath, and opening a channel violently. The people on Yi Tian's side may not know Bakugo Katsuki's attack mode and fighting style, but it's different on Su Yuan's side. Don't look at Bakugo Katsuki's recklessness, but he is actually shrewd at heart. Knowing how to play a rhythm, Su Yuan directly activated his control, and the sand transformed into reality, followed by Todoroki and Zhao Dong beside him. Midoriya, remember to control your power. Su Yuan whispered to the shining Midoriya Izuku, knowing the power that the opponent's body can now bear. Midoriya Izuku nodded. Okay, please be safe. As he rushed out, a black shadow followed, and Tokiyami Fumikage launched a shadow attack in the dark side created by Su Yuan. Seeing their sudden attack, Yi Tian beside him immediately knew the gap. The gap between them was not just 1 or 2 points. Don't look at Su Yuan's lack of direct attack. Among the entire team, Su Yuan was simply the core. The Shroud helped all the team members. The people of Xiangyang are indeed not simple. If this is the case, we must work harder. Qingyue, don't leave my side. I will protect you personally. All your quirk's blessings are placed on Bakugo Katsuki. As for King Kong, you can attack and charge without worry. I will join forces with Su Yuan to assist you. Yi for some reason, Tien believed in Su Yuan and glanced at Su Yuan. Today, Su Yuan is calm and composed, without any change, and even the corners of his mouth are slightly raised. This made Yi Tian even more confused about the Su Yuan in front of him. What kind of person was he? After he took a deep breath, quirks began to move, and he controlled the earth. Unexpectedly, when he moved, he felt that his earth was being pushed by a force, and he became more free. He glanced at Su Yuan next to him in surprise. Su Yuan smiled lightly and said, although our quirks are incompatible with each other, they actually complement each other. Therefore, if my quirks cooperate with yours, we will be invincible. After saying this, Yi Tian nodded and said, then let's have a good fight. The venue was changing, modified by the two of them, and earth-shaking changes spread across each other's battlefields. Their opponent was a little strange for a moment. He was caught off guard and shouted, what kind of madman is this? A man is rushing over like this, stop him quickly. Advertisement. The sound of explosions continued, and within a breath, a body was blasted directly into the ground, the earth cracked, and bursts of sparks burned in the ground. The sea of fire was rolling, and the red eyes flashed in it, and a demon in the flames slowly walked out. With his hands flashing with sparks, Bakugo Katsuki yelled, come on, let's keep fighting. It turns out that this team was the force behind the encounter with the guy at the beginning, and he actually called a team with good fighting ability. In this case, I would be rude. My character is not one of flattery and tolerance. Let's get started. Looking at his smile, the man who was beaten away at the beginning couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. But after thinking about the power behind him, he gained some confidence, activated his quirks, and faced Bakugo Katsuki in front of him. Let's work together. Before the man could say the next words, an iceberg appeared behind him, splitting their battlefield, and directly separating the man. Only a few centimeters away from him, Shoto Todoroki whispered, I'll leave this guy to you. Hey, what do you mean by this guy? Just one? Are you looking down on me too much? Bakugo Katsuki saw Shoto Todoroki appearing in such a handsome appearance, and he was unhappy for a moment. Their appearances were so different, and he felt guilty in his heart, not balanced at all. Bakugo Katsuki's current anger plans to vent on the man in front of him, and these guys are brought by this guy in front of him, so everything can be traced to him. Go to hell. He spoke violently and attacked with murderous intent. The man's muscles are bulging. It's not easy for anyone to be able to come to this place. At this moment, he is fully activated, and he is several times bigger than at the beginning. His muscles exploded, and he punched out hard. The sound of the punch was whistling, like a tiger roaring out. The void in front of me was opened a little, and the power inside rolled out, flowing into it continuously, and shot out in a straight line. 0 hyphenation point. Please give me flowers. It made his mouth numb slightly and felt very uncomfortable. Advertisement. The collision between them caused a loud noise, and 10 large gaps appeared in the glacier and iceberg. There were earthen walls in all directions. They were enveloped by the joint attacks of Yi Tian and Su Yuan. They were unable to get out at all, and the attacks had no effect. Hans Bu Shi came from a secondary college in Country Y, so he was naturally not as good as the students from the college above, but his own strength and combat effectiveness were not comparable to anyone else. Midoriya Izuku's attack is sharp and as flexible as a rabbit. It can't catch him at all, even if it can't solve the villains. There is also Tokiyami Fumikage's attack to hit. Damn it. What kind of ghost city wall is this? There's nothing you can do against him. The man wearing the gloves punched him a few times, but it had no effect, and he could even feel the backlash caused by it. Bakugo Katsuki is not afraid at all. The attack power of his own quirks is extremely strong. With Xingyu's enhancement, needless to say, he can simply beat the man in front of him. His voice was like a bell, powerful and steady, giving people an inexplicable pressure. Most people would never have such pressure. This is the leader of this team, Hans Buden, but in fact, the battlefield has been divided. 2 figures walked out of it. Bakugo Katsuki dragged the man who was instantly killed with one move and walked out of the gap step by step. The first update is here. Please give me your support. Especially in terms of destructive power, he can even destroy a small area with a full blow, while Quirks has Explosion, a post-generation Quirks with extremely powerful explosive power. Boom. Their opponents were completely eliminated, and the remaining 10 people were trapped in the city wall from which they could not get out. Among them, a man holding a sword said coldly, In that case, use absolute brute force to open it. At this time, Shoto Todoroki was gasping for air and looking at the frost on half of his face. Bakugo Katsuki finally understood that the battle in front of him was over. 3. You actually solved more than me, you ice and fireman. Bakugo Katsuki was very unconvinced now. He looked at the frozen existence, then abandoned the man and went to find the next target noisily. 117 Hans Bush takes action. Seeing Hans Bushi walking out slowly, everyone around him couldn't help but get out of the way. Yi Tian whispered. Very good pressure. It seems that this guy is someone who has been on the battlefield. Battlefield. Su Yuan suddenly felt a little confused. What is a battlefield? Perhaps you in the country don't know it well. In other countries, war is a matter of time. There are many quirks on the battlefield. It seems that other countries will send some students to the battlefield for training. It's all a life and death experience, but some countries don't agree with using students as weapons on the battlefield. Yi Tian whispered. The Hans Bushi in front of him was definitely not as simple as he looked on the surface. The aura is completely different. Yi Tian can think of one thing, that is, the Hans Bushi in front of him has been on the battlefield and experienced the life and death situation. His horse-killing, 607, knife was too big, almost 2 meters tall and weighing about 200 to 300 kilograms. It was not something that ordinary people could lift, but it was as light as nothing in his hand. His eyes turned blood red. There was a sound inside his body. A faint blood red appeared and wrapped around his hand. The sword that killed the horse changed slightly, and then turned blood red. He was dyed red between breaths, and after taking a look at the scene in front of him, Yi Tian knew that Hans Bushi's attack should be very strong. There are many quirks with strong attack type, but not many are really powerful. At this time, a ray of fire fell from the sky, and a cursing voice came out. You will all be beaten to the ground by me. Bakugo Katsuki's energy seemed to be inexhaustible, and he rushed over the almost 100-meter earth wall in just one breath, flying over with the help of his own firepower. It should be this guy. Let's do it at the same time. None of the 10 people trapped here was easy, and they all started to launch their own attacks. Gravity. After a little fat man turned on his quirks, it turned into a big mountain. The gravity formed was like a big hand pressing down. Bakugo Katsuki was squeezed from all sides, and even Hanabi was pressed down. This quirks came out and really restrained him, slamming him to the ground. This gravity is still increasing, and in an instant, an even more terrifying gravity appears in the earth. Let's see whose gravity is stronger. Yi Tian, who controlled the earth quirks, directly burst out with his own attacks, violently suppressing the opponent's quirks. The two opposing quirks collided together at the same time. Advertisement. The void in front of him made a squeezing and tearing sound, but Yi Tian was called the Son of God, and quirks control in this aspect was not comparable to that of Stone Man. The Stone Man felt that his whole body was being grabbed, and his own gravity was entangled by a more terrifying gravity. It became difficult to breathe, and the thick shell of his body was completely torn apart at this time. Damn guy. With a roar, a cannon was fired fiercely. Bakugo Katsuki, who was standing in the distance, squeezed his own attack and exploded, killing the Stone Man in an instant. But now he is gray and completely careless. If he had to be more careful, he wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation. Bakugo Katsuki continued to take action, and at this time there were sands of sand following him. Attack him. The person controlling the long-range attack quirks began to target Bakugo Katsuki. Thunder attacks came out from all directions, intending to erode Bakugo Katsuki. Unexpectedly, sand appeared from an unexpected place and directly wrapped Bakugo Katsuki, absorbing and digesting all the thunder in his breath. Su Yuan's assistance was indeed timely. Yi Tian on the other side did not expect this. This reaction was a bit scary. It should be the gap between them. Bakugo Katsuki's figure instantly appeared in front of the long-range attack power user. The explosive attack in his hand instantly surged out, when a man with a large shield was about to rush over to resist. A crack in the earth appeared under his feet. The cooperation between Yi Tian and Su Yuan instantly eliminated each other, without any ability to resist. Boom! Both sides exploded at the same time, and the flames burned. Bakugo Katsuki's physical strength is almost exhausted. It is not easy for one person to do this against so many strong men. King Kong rushed over quickly, pushed back, and squeezed with two powerful forces at the front and back at the same time. You clearly promised not to kill the other party, but the other party actually planned to do this? Advertisement. Let you taste the bloody attack. You flowers growing in the greenhouse. His eyes turned dark red at this time, and the breath of his whole body changed. Dragging his sword, he struck hard at the earthen wall and chopped it down hard. The ground was as fragile as paper tofu, and a big hole was opened. Bakugo Katsuki's eyes changed, and he could feel murderous intent in the other person's eyes, that he really planned to kill himself. King Kong charged forward without saying a word, and the tiger-headed man who had planned to continue chasing was instantly knocked away. Being killed instantly, the tiger-headed man's body fell limply to the ground, back and forth. In just a few seconds, a titan descended from the sky. He was cut open in many places, blood spattered, and wounds appeared on his body. At this moment, reinforcements arrived, and a giant King Kong fell from the sky like a meteorite, ravaging an area. The moment he was thrown away, a wall of sand was successfully formed, and the opponent's back was hit on it, making him feel a little dazed. Half of the 10 people here have been eliminated, and the remaining half are protecting Hans Bushi. 3.9 Hans Bu opened his eyes at this time, and his whole body was wrapped in red, and even a bit of dark color appeared, as if thousands of blood were condensed in it, and murderous intent rushed towards his face. You brat, you've made us so embarrassed. Go to hell. A man with a tiger head rushed over quickly, and the claws in his hands formed an invisible airwave. You couldn't see clearly at all, but you could feel it. The cutting power above. This was the baptism of blood. The horn of war was blown by his sword, and the wailing from the edge of the sword could be heard, which was extremely harsh. The earth shattered, and an illusory knife shadow dozens of meters long shot out. The earth wall did not appear to be that thick and unbreakable in front of him. Poof! The tiger-headed man spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to block the two sudden attacks. Even if his own attack was powerful, it would be useless here. Multiple wind waves opened up, and Bakugo Katsuki crossed his arms to protect his vital areas. Crush it to me. Like a demon's low cry, the shadow of the knife fell in the endless dark red. My physical strength is almost exhausted. It is very difficult to leave quickly. I can barely use sparks to open a small distance, but my body can hardly resist the attack of this wind and wave. 118 Su Yuan. Haki is sexy. Crush it under my attack. Everything will be reduced to ashes. At this moment, Hans Bu could not see what he was before. He was like a ferocious beast, vending everything he had and condensing everything he had. After this blow, the earthen wall was in danger. Yi Tian glanced at Su Yuan. He smiled lightly and said, "Let him come over. I want to see if this sword is more powerful, or my weapon is stronger." "Isn't this too risky for you?" Yi Tian looked at the beheader who was charging towards him. Although he felt that Su Yuan was very powerful, he was not at the same level after all. You must know that the opponent must have experienced a real life and death battle when he came out of the battlefield, and Su Yuan came out of the heroes. There is no way to compare the two combat experiences. Don't worry, you can use your quirks to protect everyone. The next battle may be a bit exciting. Su Yuan rushed forward and faced them head on. He didn't care at all about this slash of tens of meters. "Hey, what's going on? That weird kid is planning to die." The inspector outside panicked instantly. There are many good people here, and they can't lose anything. Although from among thousands of people, choose 20 people. But this is only the number of people who entered the Academy of the Brave. What about the remaining people who failed? Doesn't it have any effect? No, there are so many companies around who are watching, and their abilities and effects are all seen. After the end, even if you fail, as long as your abilities are outstanding, you still have a chance to join a place similar to the Brave Academy. Among the people they focused on was Su Yuan. They originally thought that Su Yuan would continue to use the earth wall to block. They could feel the strength of the earth wall. Even if it could not block the Zan Ma Dao, it would never be killed by the Zan Ma Dao. Kill. But they didn't expect that the other party gave up the earth wall and chose to take action themselves. Still charging forward with bare hands, isn't this looking for death? What should we do? We can't directly intervene in this battle, but Baishuan Su Yuan is a good young talent, and I don't want him to be killed. I originally thought this kid was very smart and had a chance to pass the exam successfully, but now it seems he was just joking. Many invigilators began to feel regretful and confused. What on earth is this Su Yuan doing? At this time, everyone was stunned. Even Hans Bu, who used the sword to attack, was completely shocked. Endless knife shadows fell, and the earth was cut open like tofu. Su Yuan was just a tiny existence in it, without any ripples at all. Advertisement. When everyone thought that Su Yuan was seeking death, the sword shadow of the Zhan Ma Dao actually made a crisp blocking sound at this moment. The ground was shattered and sunken, and the airflow became chaotic, scattering everywhere like wild horses running wild, and even the earth wall behind them was torn open with several gaps. The wind and waves mixed with the shadow of the knife continued to tear apart the surroundings, and the entire field was torn open by ruthless tearing. Just the scattered shadow of the sword has such power, but what about Su Yuan, who resisted the Zhan Ma sword attack head on? Really dead? But this is impossible, because these knife shadows are all deflected by Su Yuan, all of which are attacks exploded by Su Yuan. His eyes are extremely cold. The whole body is shrouded in armed colors, with a metallic luster from top to bottom, and it looks quite strong. His punch shattered most of the sword shadows. Only he and Hans Bushi knew what the spreading sword shadows meant. This is interesting. I didn't expect that someone could take my attack with bare hands and be destroyed instantly. Hans Bu laughed, and sure enough, the next second, his attack collapsed, leaving him with no ability to resist. Like an iceberg melting, a figure slowly emerged from it, Su Yuan. Baishuan Su Yuan slowly walked out, in the broken sword shadow minister. Everyone was stunned. No one thought about the scene in front of them. Looking at Su Yuan, who was unharmed among the fragments of the knife shadow, they couldn't figure out how they survived this exaggerated horse-killing sword. Still seems to be fine. Baishuan Su Yuan is now completely engraved in everyone's eyes. Yi Tian's mouth has grown, and Xingyue behind him can't close her mouth from ear to ear. His big eyes were watery as he looked at Su Yuan among the debris. He couldn't help but murmured, "You're so handsome. He's even more handsome than you, Captain." Yi Tian had nothing to say. After all, Su Yuan now had a certain degree of lethality against boys, not to mention girls. The strong would always appreciate the strong. Under such an attack, Yi Tian was confident that he could withstand it, but it seemed impossible to resist it so calmly and unscathed. Advertisement. Su Yuan and Hans Bushi looked at each other, and they both saw what they longed for in each other's eyes. You want to practice with me? To each other, don't you also want to practice swordsmanship? The two looked at each other and smiled, and then when no one could recover from the previous attack, a more violent attack broke out. Bakugo Katsuki, who was in the farthest place, had a sudden change in his heart. He had seen such a powerful existence, but there was only one person, All Might. Although they have not yet reached the realm of the first person, All Might, they are not much different now. They are powerful and their attacks are clean and neat. It is impossible to imagine that they are only at the level of 057 in high school now. Can this be considered a professional hero? Midoriya Izuku returned to Yitien and looked at the battle in front of him expectantly. He never thought that he could still see attacks at this level. This kind of battle is very precious. Shoto Todoroki is still taciturn, but his eyes changed slightly, and these people are all affected at this time. King Kong came back from a distance, and you could see a lot of wounds on his body. These were the attacks the two of them had just fought. Even if there are defenses like King Kong, they can't resist it. The ability of the armed color is perfectly stimulated, and his hands are as hard as the opponent's sword, or even stronger. Hans Bushi is not simple at all. With such a heavy and huge sword in his hand, there is no extra movement when swinging it. It is fast and has strong reflexes. The sword seems to be part of his own body. Moreover, every attack comes with its own quirks, explosion, and each attack carries an explosion, which instantly knocks Su Yuan away. At first glance, Su Yuan is now at a disadvantage, and it is difficult to advance even if he is suppressed. Su Yuan said calmly. The color of seeing and hearing is turned on. The second Haki color is turned on, which can predict Hans Bushi's attacks within a certain period of time, and the opponent's attacks become more violent, and both sides take action. 119 Quicksand instant kill. The opponent's attack barely appeared in his eyes, and he could infer a few points. The Janma sword's attack began to fail, and the explosion effects caused by it slowly dissipated. Change. Hans Bushi was very sensitive and instantly realized that the Su Yuan in front of him was different. A qualitative change had occurred. Such changes were not a good thing for him. After all, he did not understand the other party. Each other is a blank slate. The more bizarre the method appears, the greater the threat to the other party. Taking a deep breath, Hans Bushi knew that if he continued to restrain himself, he would be easily eliminated by the other party. Then this time he will lose his identity. He plans to enter the Academy of Braves in order to prove his strength and ability. Although he belongs to a secondary academy in Country Y, he will definitely not be inferior to those superior guys. His aura also changed, and Su Yuan found that he was no longer facing Hans Bushi, but a ferocious beast. The Janma sword completely disappeared and turned into an afterimage. Unknowingly, his body moved and he instinctively avoided the opponent's attack. A huge gap appeared where he originally stood, and the sword energy above spread directly over a distance of 1,000 meters. The power has increased by more than one level, and the opponent has completely exploded. You can clearly feel it by looking at this sword. A drop of sweat appeared on Su Yuan's forehead. If he hadn't turned on the Haki color, his body had a certain instinctive reaction, and he might have been able to resist the power. Although under the protection of the armed color, I won't have much problem, but it will definitely not be comfortable to bear it. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan knew that the other party had used all his strength. If he continued to hide, he would still be defeated. But after turning on his own attack, the battle is over, and it is even an instant kill situation. I hope you won't be hit. The corners of Su Yuan's mouth raised slightly, with a hint of sympathy in his tone. The sword is invisible, but you can feel the pressure from it. The murderous intent is overlapping, and the phantom is twisted in the void. You can feel various negative forces from it, even turning into the sound of a ghost to surround Su Yuan. Advertisement. Su Yuan remained unmoved. No matter how concentrated the opponent's attacks were, they could not affect Su Yuan in the slightest. The surrounding sand is gathering together. As long as you can see the sand, it is condensing, changing the terrain and scene. Use the same attack method as at the beginning. Yi Tian behind him could tell it at a glance, because when he first dealt with Yi Tian, he used this attack method. Change the terrain and directly turn the terrain into sand. Looking from a distance, it looks like a desert, completely immersed in Su Yuan's scene field. But the other party has no choice. He can only continue to attack. The attack he has concentrated at this moment has only one way. Either he continues to attack, or he stops at his own expense. The scene in front of you will not stop at your own expense, so all you have to do is attack with all your strength. Use up everything you have to break through the scene and quicksand in front of you, and defeat Su Yuan. Final blow. Each is the last move, using their strongest attacks against each other to see who can win in this attack. Su Yuan said calmly. Goodbye. In the blink of an eye, the scenes in all directions froze, and even the other party didn't know what was going on. The world was swallowed up, and the murderous aura in the sword was instantly wrapped in quicksand. Even if the explosion exploded layer by layer, but the quicksand is only getting stronger. It's like a black hole, constantly pulling at Zongama's sword and Hans Buju absorbed in it. Hans Bushi's eyes changed. He tried hard and used his body to break free from the shackles inside, but found that all this was in vain. All his strength would only be part of the suction force. He couldn't control himself and fell into the quicksand. His murderous aura was completely swallowed up, and his hands holding the sword were bounced away. The quicksand made him weak. There is no way to crack this weird attack at all. It is simply at your mercy. After all, I lost, in the quicksand, through a gap, each other's eyes met. Su Yuan smiled and said, it's not that you are not strong, it's just that I'm too perverted. Advertisement. With a snap of the fingers, the quicksand disappeared, and the sand turned into dust and disappeared. Hans Bu Shi fell to the ground weakly. Although he was still conscious, he no longer had the ability to fight. Hans Bu Shi said hoarsely, oh, if I had known better I wouldn't have provoked you. If I had continued, maybe I wouldn't have been eliminated so early. Hans, I'm actually very optimistic about your ability and combat effectiveness. You really shouldn't stop here, why don't you join me? Su Yuan directly invited Hans Bu Shi in front of him. After all, there are still many places on his side. If all 20 people were to be held in his hands, it would definitely be a very powerful force. Then even if outsiders enter the Brave Academy, they will not be suppressed by the old students upon entering the academy. Hans Bu Shi's strength is obvious to all, and if he wants the other party to join his side, it will definitely be even more powerful. Backquote. Is this really okay? Hans Bu Shi didn't want to be eliminated, so when he met Su Yuan, he could only admit that he was unlucky. However, Su Yuan did not directly eliminate him, but instead invited him to join. This was absolutely unexpected for him. Hans, I can vouch for your strength. Only Yi Tian here can fight with you. Su Yuan is not joking. Although Izuku and others are very powerful, they have not grown up yet and are not Hansbus at all. Rival day. Yi Tian is called the Son of God, and he can know that the other party has means, so he should be able to compete with Hans Bu at 15-50. Hans Bu Shi nodded naturally and said, as long as you don't dislike my fighting power, I will join. Good news for Danuo. The combat effectiveness of Su Yuan's side has once again expanded. Su Yuan does not need those people behind Hans Bu Shi. Izuku Midoriya wanted to say something. Shoto Todoroki walked a few steps forward. Su Yuan, this is the best way to do it. What we have to do is to enter the Brave Academy. We should not do anything that is not conducive to our goals. Bakugo Katsuki yelled. Bakugo, you should take care of yourself. I hope you can show your strength in this trial and not get mixed up. Midoriya Izuku gritted his teeth and looked at all the eliminated members. Only Hansbuju was left to remove the effect and join them. Just when they were about to take a breath, a sharp alarm sounded from above. Please pay attention, after 1 minute, the edge area will begin to release poisonous gas. If you stay in this poisonous gas for a long time, you will directly faint and be eliminated. So everyone, let's start running poison. 120 Beverly, Little. The invigilator of quirks laughed like a loudspeaker in the air. As expected, the field began to become chaotic. Some guys who planned to mix points began to take action. The poisonous gas was indeed released, and the speed of this poisonous gas was not slow. I believe that the venue will be covered in less than half an hour. During this time, they can only continue to run poison and get closer to the central area. It seems that the battle between these 20 people will break out. Yi Tianden said, it seems that the higher-ups really intend to only have 20, and they are not alarmist. Su Yuan nodded and said, no matter what, it's fine. Let's repair and set off. After all, there will probably be a lot of fighting later. Midoriya Izuku whispered, I'll go to the front and take a look. It seems that he is still worried about what happened just now. Indeed, he cannot control or stop this kind of thing. Shoto Todoroki was about to speak, but Su Yuan held down Shoto Todoroki and said, you have a good rest and leave the matters over to Midoriya to me. Su Yuan followed. After all, walking alone in this scene is not a safe thing. There are people moving in groups everywhere, and those who are alone will probably be dealt with directly. 720 main Midoriya Izuku's heart is too soft now and he doesn't know how to choose between things. Help! 1 inch! A scream came to Midoriya Izuku's ears, and he immediately came out. What caught my eye was 3 men surrounding a blonde woman. This woman was very beautiful and had a good figure. At this time, she was forced to the stone by the 3 men, her eyes full of fear. I never thought there would be such a beautiful woman here, but don't be afraid, little sister. I just want you to be our teammate, brother 3, and I won't do anything to you. The man with the scar at the beginning, he licked the corners of his mouth, his hands looked a little dishonest, and it didn't look like an invitation. Naturally, the blonde woman could tell at a glance that she could not agree to the other party no matter what. Stop screaming, they are all hiding and looking for better cover. No one will pay attention to you. Joining the 3 of us is definitely the best choice for a lone ranger like you. The scarred man laughed and was about to take action. A phantom appeared, pushing away the 3 people in front of him, looking at each other coldly. This lady is very, unwilling, can't you see? It's not a good thing to force someone. Hey, Midoriya Izuku really took action. Forget it, let's take a look first. Su Yuan who followed had already guessed the result. Midoriya Izuku couldn't help but take action after all, that damn sense of justice. Advertisement. The 3 men had bad tempers. After being interrupted from their good deeds, they said coldly, where did the little dwarf come from? Hero, save the beauty? You really thought well? But you have to carefully consider whether you have the strength. A punch struck instantly, and Midoriya could easily dodge it, but looking at the spot, a clear fist mark appeared on the ground amid a faint smoke. This guy's attack power is really extraordinary and very lethal. Green Valley Izuku knows that there is basically no simple person here, and he will not underestimate any Dao existence. He whispered, Miss, go that way, it's safe there. The woman looked at the sudden appearance of Midoriya Izuku. For some reason, this little man gave her a very comfortable feeling. She nodded and said, "Be careful, want to leave?" The man standing behind turned into a stream of water and rushed over. In an instant, he appeared in front of the woman, blocking her way. Body of water, men's quirks, as long as water can transform into any form, he can do it. Blocking the woman in front of him, Midoriya Izuku rushed out. Like lightning, the attack increased several levels in a flash. The originally gentle Midoriya Izuku was completely covering his body at this time to attack, control his whole body, let the power spread, and don't completely explode at 100%. Seeing the sudden change in Midoriya and Izuku's appearance, the three of them became vigilant. A man stepped back, his whole body covered with feathers. These feathers were as hard and sharp as steel plates. Rain of arrows. In the blink of an eye, countless feathers shot out and fell from all directions, locking on Izuku Midoriya. Su Yuan at this moment gave Lu Jiyu a feeling of all might. Advertisement naturally, there will be no fluctuations or changes among the three. He laughed and said, "It turns out that this silly boy has an accomplice." If this punch were to be really delivered, Midoriya, who couldn't control the intensity, didn't know what would happen. "Okay, if you leave next, I don't have to deal with you, but if you continue to stay here, I don't know what will happen," Su Yuan said casually. "To deal with these miscellaneous fish, there is no need to use such attacks. Leave the rest to me." Su Yuan pressed down Lu Gu's attack and landed lightly. Even the tempered body was like crispy skin, shattered inch by inch, turned into debris, and fell heavily in the distance. In an instant, a gentle force directly neutralized Midoriya Izuku's attack. In an instant, all his attacks dissipated without spreading at all. His fist began to heat up, and the cyclone absorbed and gathered, covering his fist. The range of movement has been greatly reduced, the space to move has been compressed. Open black lens bracket 061604301 Filu 193,543,181 close black lens bracket. Very good, let me see if you can continue. Guyu continued to attack, and the water bodies began to use their own effects to contain Green Valley's actions. Do any of you still want to give it a try? Su Yuan looked at the other two with a chuckle, and knocked them out with one punch. This speaks volumes. The scarred man could tell at a glance that the Su Yuan in front of him was not simple, and he could not provoke. He ran away without saying a word, leaving only the eliminated steel hair and Su Yuan. When he spit out a mouthful of water, his bones were shattered into pieces, and his whole body was blown away. At this time, Midoriya Izuku's whole body moved, and these strong feathers were all repelled, but because of the woman behind him, he had to spend more energy to resist. "Don't think that if you take over my steel feathers easily, you can." Before the man with all the feathers could finish his words, he was punched hard in the abdomen, and all the breath in his body was at this moment. It all came to an abrupt end. Under this ultra-high difficulty, it is still very difficult to accept these attacks. After the woman saw that everyone was gone, she almost lost her balance and breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you both for your help. I am Beverly Tell from Country Y. Quirks, treatment, I don't know what the two benefactors are called." He took a deep breath and whispered, "Texas Smash, 121 Military Intervention." Another person from Country Y. Doesn't it mean that the population base of Country Y here is very large? Su Yuan shook his head helplessly and glanced at Beverly Little. She did look good. The most important point is that the opponent's quirks are more useful to them, and therapeutic quirks are rare. The three brothers just took a fancy to Beverly not only for her appearance and figure, but also for her quirks. "It's okay. My name is Midoriya Izuku, his name is Kitagawa Su Yuan, and we are from Country R." Midoriya Izuku replied with a smile. He was still not good at talking. "Then I'm really grateful for the help of the two gentlemen, but I should take the initiative to admit defeat next time," Beverly said in despair. She had a team herself, but she was very unlucky and was targeted by the number one team in Country Y once on. It will be destroyed directly afterwards. She was the only one who survived and was not eliminated. Her quirks are very rare, but they are of no use at this time. It's better to admit defeat, otherwise things like the situation just now will definitely happen again. How about you join my side? After all, your quirks are very good quirks for any of us. If you join, the strength of our team can be improved to a small level. Su Yuan could see that Bei Fully quirks is powerful. After Beverly glanced at Su Yuan and Midoriya Izuku, she pondered for a few minutes before nodding. "Okay, I'll join your team. But I can only heal, and I don't have any defense or combat abilities at all. Are you sure you still need me?" Beverly glanced at Su Yuan timidly, and Midoriya Izuku said, "Don't worry, Su Yuan doesn't know how to do it. I care about this, and our team is very strong, with all kinds of powerful quirks in it." Speaking of this, Green Valley's eyes sparkled. "Hey, Midoriya, weren't you out for a walk? Why did you kidnap a beautiful woman and come back?" Tokiyami whispered, and everyone around him noticed. And Beverly and Hans Bushi seemed to know each other. After all, they were both from Country Y, and they could tell each other at a glance. "Are you Deadpool, Hans Bushi?" Beverly looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "It's me. It seems like you are from Country Y people." The two quickly exchanged greetings and knew where each other was in the academy. Advertisement start treatment. Hans Bu said calmly, he would not be polite to people from his own country. Beverly immediately activated her quirks. The most seriously injured person here was naturally Bakugo Katsuki. he was still cursing while being treated and showed no sign of wanting to calm down. When encountering this kind of patient, Beverly said that she felt a little headache. After almost recovering, Hans Bushy said coldly, "You said it was Carlos Meyer who led the team to annihilate your team." Beverly nodded. "Yes, it was Carlos who led the attack on us. He is much stronger than before. He is not at the same level as Carlos before. It seems that we have been in seclusion for just 1 or 2 months. Over time, the other party has become stronger than we can imagine." After Hans Bushy heard this, his eyes flashed slightly. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "That is to say, as long as I have you in my team, sooner or later I will have to fight this so-called Carlos, right?" The two nodded solemnly. Beverly didn't know much about Su Yuan's strength, but Hans Bushy knew it, but she always felt that there was something missing. The Su Yuan in front of her might not be the opponent of Carlos and the others, head-on confrontation. Maybe they would lose here, so he never brought up the matter about Carlos, intending to just go and see each other. But I didn't expect that Beverly from the same country would come at this time, so naturally she couldn't hide it. "Okay, I dragged you in anyway, and I have no reason to kick you out, so let's go on together. It's okay if they don't provoke me, but if they provoke me, I will let them know what life is worse than death." Su Yuan, his eyes became cold, not paying attention to Carlos at all. "Is the military involved?" On the stand, an old man suddenly stood up and looked at the secretary next to him in surprise. "Yes, the military directly intervened. It is said that they do not believe our college." The secretary spoke calmly and looked at the white-haired old man next to him. This old man is the highest-ranking person in this assessment, and he is in charge of everything. Many invigilators around him looked at the old man. They had just received the notification. "Zero, please give me flowers. Their Academy of Braves has a certain cooperative relationship with the military, but the military has never intervened in the academy, but this time. Advertisement. Is it because of their plan? But this is too messy, and it won't be good for either of us. Let's take a look first, how strong the military is sending in. It is said that the strongest son plans to enter this trial for the sake of Country Y. There is a certain amount of hatred between Country Y and Country M, especially among the younger generation. Anyone who has been on the battlefield will know this. Carlos is in this trial. I really don't understand what those old guys from Country Y are thinking. No matter what, we have to be more careful and don't kill anyone." The old man, the chief examiner, said calmly. "We attach great importance to our own assessment." 0.0 Everyone nodded, and the secretary whispered, "Do you need to publicize some news about the military?" "No need. I think it's better to wait and see what happens. I always feel that things are not that easy this time. Why do you have to choose them in my assessment?" In the assessment area, several figures directly broke through the poisonous gas and walked towards the central area without fear. Their bodies were full of the smell of arms, and they could feel it with their breath as they fought on the battlefield. They ignored Su Yuan and his party and walked directly towards the center. After they left, Hans Bushy said coldly, "It seems that some very troublesome guys have entered this time. These people are all people who have been to the battlefield. They are very strong and belong to the top." Chong Ta Shadow said, "The dark battlefield has arrived. No matter what, they are still our opponents. There are more than 20 people in total. It is not easy to get a quota among them." Su Yuan began to feel the pressure. Originally, All Might did not expect them all to be able to do it. Enter the Academy of the Brave. But Su Yuan did not allow this to happen. He must bring everyone into the Academy of the Brave, even Hans Bushy and Beverly, who joined later. Everyone began to move towards the central area, and the area was shrinking and shrinking. The battle is about to break out. 122 The first battle in the central area. The final decisive battle is about to begin. Near the central area, you can see almost hundreds of teams. The number of people in these teams is of varying levels. But you can feel that they are very strong. I really want to blow them all away. Bakugo Katsuki raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and couldn't hold back the fighting spirit in his eyes. Midoriya Izuku's hands were shaking slightly. Although he was a little scared, he was still excited. He had never seen such a big scene before. People with superpowers from all over the world gather here to compete on the same stage. It is very rare to experience this scene once. Basically all the teams are here, and all the teams that failed to reach here have been eliminated. Let's just stay put and see who will make the first move. Su Yuan sat down directly, and Yi Tian next to him glanced at Su Yuan. The two of them did not sit idle when they sat down, and began to transform the terrain of this area together. This kind of slow transformation was not something ordinary people could notice. When the battle really starts, they will have absolute benefits and advantages. Chong Ta Shadow said coldly, "I will sneak into the darkness and I will always watch this area. After all, I found that many of my kind are staring at us. We are indeed delicious little lambs." Su Yuan waved his hands helplessly. Although there were many teams with similar numbers to his, when comparing the overall strength, they were indeed easier to bully. Perhaps the only one with greater fame is Yi Tian, the son of God of Country Z. "Oh, isn't this our son of God, Yi Tian? What, has he fallen so low that even cats and dogs can join your team?" A handsome-looking man mocked Yi Tian in a strange way. Li Long from Country Z, Quirks has the same ice and fire as Shoto Todoroki, but his ice and fire are not very coordinated, so his gender is a bit strange. Yi Tian ignored Li Long in front of him and introduced to Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded and said, "I see, that means he is no match for Shoto Todoroki, he can just crush him casually." Li Long is indeed no match for Yi Tian, but he is not someone who can mock him. Advertisement. Li Long's face turned ugly and he said coldly, "Boy, I hope you have the ability to take responsibility for your words, otherwise, I can make you feel that life is worse than death." The aura in Li Long's body slowly rose, and he could indeed feel the power of ice and fire spreading within it. But before it spread completely, it was annihilated by another stronger force of ice and fire. Shoto Todoroki's figure slowly appeared in front of Su Yuan. "If you want to fight, I can fight with you." The two people's breaths collided, and they felt who was stronger and who was weaker for a moment. Li Long didn't expect that there was someone who had exactly the same quirks as him and was even more powerful than him. "In Country Z, my quirks are like a miracle. Not many people can withstand my ice and fire attacks. I originally thought that my quirks were unique, but I didn't expect that a quirks like my own would appear here. The guy is stronger than himself." He couldn't accept it, and Li Long's teammates slowly appeared. I just said, how dare Li Long scream. It turned out to be his master's instructions. Yi Tian looked at the figure walking slowly from a distance, and a man in the shape of a mammoth appeared panting. When he walked around, he could feel the ground shaking. His whole body was like a walking vibration machine, and every step could shake this area. The aura inside is slowly rising, and there is a quirks feeling similar to Yi Tian's. This guy's name is Mammoth. His strength is just a hair away from mine. Quirks, earth explosion. Yi Tian's face became solemn. Although the Li Longs were annoying, their strength was there, and there were many people with Li Long on Mammoth's side. With powers similar to dragons, it seems that Mammoth came prepared this time. This team is considered an elite force in Country Z. Yi Tian didn't expect Mammoth to be able to gather such a strong team. "Yi Tian, originally I thought your final opponent was you, but now it seems you're simply out of the ordinary," Mammoth said coldly, completely looking down on the guys here. In his eyes, except for Yi Tian, everyone else it's all scum. Bakugo Katsuki was not happy. He lost his temper and yelled, "What did you say? You damn elephant, are you going to be burned by me?" The aura on his body exploded, and his hands were filled with sparks that were burning and exploding. Advertisement. Hans Bushi on the side whispered, "It turns out that Quirks and I are almost the same. If the two of us cooperate, maybe there will be miraculous results." Both of their attacks tend to be explosive attacks, and they both explode after being touched. But it is obvious that Bakugo Katsuki is a bit stronger than Hans Buju in the use of quirks. "Young man, don't be so angry. If that's the case, I'll play with you." A black shadow bat slowly appeared from the shadows. Behind Izuku, Midoriya often stepped on the shadows and said coldly, "So it's you. The messenger from darkness has been watching us and asked us to go to hell and have a duel in the endless darkness. I really didn't expect to see the descendants of darkness here, so let me teach you a lesson." Both of them were suffering from Chubu Bu. Su Yuan felt a little ashamed. It seemed that this battle was determined to be inevitable. Then let the fight begin. After Su Yuan finished speaking, the entire base began to float, as if a pair of giant hands wanted to lift up the earth. Mammoth stepped on it with both feet. All the power was concentrated in one point, and a more violent force was injected into it, and then it was suppressed hard. The area in front of me was trampled hard, and a more powerful force of suppression fell, forcibly suppressing the land that wanted to roll over. The inside of the ground was constantly shattering and colliding, and Yi Tian's first attack was neutralized. The mammoth was huge, and when he moved his hands, multiple rolling stones were suspended in all directions, and then roared and attacked Yi Tian. Li Long cooperated with a man who looked like a mouse and began to besiege Shoto Todoroki. This mouse is holding a small bow and arrow, and its attacks are very strange. Every attack will disappear without a trace, and even without a breath, song you can feel it the moment the opponent appears. But when he resisted the bow and arrow, Li Long's attack came out. This kind of cooperation was very disgusting. But the shortage of manpower appeared in this team. The number of people on the opposite side was twice as many as this side, so there was no way to use the human sea tactic, and they were held back by Eri. 123 suffering from the number of people. At a complete disadvantage, Bakugo Katsuki once again cooperated with Xingyue. King Kong protects Beverly and Xingyue. They're very crucial. Bakugo Katsuki is now full of firepower. The roaring explosions continued continuously. Bakugo Katsuki's attack was extremely fierce, and the area in front of him was ruthlessly bombarded. "You are so bold. You dare to enter our camp alone. This is seeking death." A monk with his eyes closed took the long stick in his hand and began to accumulate strength. A wave of air surged out of his body, like a wave, and Bakugo Katsuki, who was originally attacking quickly, was blocked in an instant. Both speed and attack were hit by the wave and were directly weakened. This weird feeling. Did it come from your bald head? Bakugo Katsuki looked at the monk in front of him without any courtesy, but after being strengthened, he was indeed stronger by more than one level. If Xingyue hadn't improved her quirks, she might have been restricted now, making it difficult to move. "It bothers me very much if you do this. Your team still needs Bakugo Katsuki to pull it apart." Su Yuan's voice seemed like a ghost appearing in the monk's mind, which made the monk feel a little creepy. Looking over, he found the owner of the voice, Su Yuan. Su Yuan was completely different in his eyes now. The movements of his hands slowed down, and the moment his pupils shrank, Bakugo Katsuki's figure had already exploded. The attack exploded in the blink of an eye. The place in front of me was being torn apart mercilessly, and storms were surging in it. The bursting sparks bloomed in a breath, and the monk was blown away in an instant. A small ravine opened in the distant ground in an instant, and the monk fell into it, causing smoke and dust to rise. When Bakugo Katsuki was about to continue attacking, a pressure fell. Fudo Meu. A figure that covered the sky and the sun appeared in the void, and a big stick instantly appeared in the void, turning into an extremely illusory existence and falling down. Advertisement. This kind of coercion has already given Bakugo Katsuki an endless feeling of oppression before it even hits Bakugo Katsuki's body, and the ground is shattered layer by layer. This coercive attack cannot be easily resisted. Bakugo Katsuki was extremely shrewd and clearly analyzed the opponent's attack and his own strength. A comparison revealed that it would be very difficult for him to resist this attack. Open it for me. Behind him, a similar blade shadow instantly erupted, and a layer of dark red glowed in the void. Boom! The condensed long stick was destroyed in a breath, and Hans Buben's figure slowly walked out. The sword in his hand was already used at full strength. You continue to cause destruction. I will deal with this guy. Tisk. Bakugo Katsuki didn't know what to say for a moment and was very unhappy. However, he knew that his attack method was restricted by such attacks. If he continued to fight, it would not be a good thing for the entire team, so what we need to do now is to help the team create more opportunities and reduce pressure. Then his mobility and destructive power must be used effectively. Hansba 11 could see it at a glance, so he left this troublesome consumption type of monk to himself. In the smoke and dust in the distance, the monk's goodwill was shattered, but you could see that his whole body was glowing with golden light, giving him the feeling that his golden body was indestructible. In front of him, the stick was inserted into the ground, and the shadow condensed behind him was almost 10 meters high. It was extremely huge. The Fudo Ming King with his hands clasped together felt extremely handsome at a glance. When this pressure fell, Hans Bu could feel the oppression it brought. It seems that this battle will be a bit difficult, but it is very interesting. Let's see how strong your defense is. At this moment, Hans Bu waved his sword to fight out, and the monk said coldly, all sins will be washed away by me. Izuku Midoriya also has the same important role as Bakugo Katsuki. His ability can definitely roam the battlefield. But in fact, there is someone who is almost as fast as him, or even a little faster, a bunny girl, whose whole body is exuding pink light. Moreover, you can also construct a springboard in the void and change directions and move at any time. This is the most disgusting part. The entire void is like a stage for her, allowing her to move around at will. Midoriya Izuku was immediately restrained. Looking at the bunny girl in front of him, he became calmer. Advertisement. It's pretty good, little brother. I thought few people could keep up with my speed, but in terms of flexibility, you still can't compare to me. The bunny girl giggled, then jumped and moved back and forth in the void. Simple and direct, every move is very clean and neat. It was like a pink lightning was moving, and she couldn't be seen clearly. Midoriya Izuku's eyes became cold and he took a deep breath. Full coverage. The entire province is covered with engravings, a faint luster is suspended in his body, and the body's explosive power is brewing. He rushed out like a cannonball in an instant. Although he couldn't use the springboard to move, he had an instant burst. Boom! The ground was shattered, and Green Valley and Izuku on the ground disappeared. This was the time of one breath. After covering a point, the speed exceeded the level visible to the naked eye. 707 The bunny girl in the void didn't think about this at all, and was hit hard in her body. The sonic boom was heard in the void, and the bunny girl's eyes were full of disbelief. Midoriya Izuku's blow was fast and hateful. It was a fatal blow that was completely explosive. Being eliminated in an instant, the attack power was not weak, and the bunny girl was probably seriously injured now. Midoriya Izuku was quite exhausted in doing this attack, and he fell to the ground panting. Bakugo Katsuki yelled. Bakugo Katsuki, don't stop for me, keep fighting, otherwise, I will kill you. Bakugo Katsuki's attack became more intense, and Yuan's opponents appeared, not just one person, but 5 people. At the same time, he pointed a crystal ball at Yuan in front of him. One of the crystal balls had the number 1 written on it. Number 1 said calmly, I don't know why, Mammoth asked us 5 brothers to deal with you, but the attack methods originally reserved for Yi Tian are now used on you. You should thank us 5 brothers. The voice was full of disdain and arrogance, and they indeed had an advantage in terms of numbers. Instead, Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said, it's interesting. It seems you don't know it yet, but you are already surrounded by me. As he moved his hands, his eyes began to change, and strange colors flowed in his pupils. .124 Kill 5 people. Surrounded by Yuan, there was no change at all, and there was no wave in his heart. The 5 people in front of them can see each other's heart and performance clearly, but the Yuan in front of them is a bit scary. There is no change or feeling at all. It seems that their pressure is not enough. Increase the pressure, and make the fusion of illusions more natural, man number 1 said lightly. The crystals of the 5 of them were twisting, and countless powers were wrapped around Yuan among them. Yuan found that the scene in his eyes began to change. What was originally a rocky site instantly turned into a doomsday-like area. The lava is rolling, the fire is burning, and there are even terrifying monsters moving, intending to devour and destroy this world. Standing here, the burning feeling is released, as if it is a real area, and those monsters still give people an inexplicable feeling of Wea, even if they are like Yuan's level. You can also feel the pressure brought by the other party. This illusion is very real. It seems that the 5 people are not quirks together, but 5 different quirks cooperating with each other. Su Yuan immediately discovered the difference. These quirks were very smooth to use, and they had a natural there is a perfect sense of fit, without any conflict at all. It is still difficult for Su Yuan to deal with them in an instant. The 5 guys in front of him are like conjoined twins. Every time he uses quirks, Su Yuan can be disturbed. Standing inside, Su Yuan has been attacked by illusions. Countless meteorites and skyfires come with the pressure of burning the sky. Realistic skyfire meteors, but in my eyes, illusions are useless after all. The reason why they can cause attacks is entirely because these guys really use quirks attacks in reality, and they are amplified through illusions. Advertisement. Then the first thing to deal with is the quirks guy in the fantasy world. Haki turned on the color, and directly turned on the seeing color. His 5 senses have changed, his eyes have undergone strange changes, and he can penetrate all things. Man number 1, who was controlling the illusion in the outside world, suddenly felt that he was locked in, and there was a cold feeling all over his body. He wanted to move and change his position to confuse Su Yuan in front of him. But he didn't expect that his feet were trapped, and a ball of flowing sand actually appeared under his feet, as if a giant hand had grabbed his ankles, unable to move at all. Yi Tian, you didn't expect it. I brought your nemesis, Mammoth said coldly. To activate his earth quirks, he needs to shake the earth and the internal earth layers. The smoke and dust did not make any waves. Su Yuan stood on the spot and said calmly. Now the battlefield is completely balanced, but if you want to win, it still depends on whether Yi Tian can win. The illusion slowly ended, and the scene that appeared in front of everyone was actually Su Yuan punching him on the ground. The crystal ball in his hand rolled to the side. Su Yuan waved his hand and said helplessly. So you were just a group of black shadows. I thought you were real people, but it doesn't matter. Under my attack, you are all the same. This power combines the attacks of many quirks, and it might be really uncomfortable for an ordinary being to be hit. As long as he grabbed an existence, he would swing it and hit it hard on the ground. Immediately, dozens of soil spikes rushed out of the ground. Under his movement, the 5 brothers were eliminated by the mud and sand. Advertisement. Needless to say, the mammoth, obtained with money, was charging wildly with one hand, and even Yi Tian, who also controlled the earth, found it a bit difficult to deal with it. Therefore, Yi Tian in front of him was restricted a lot, and every time he tried to attack, he was blocked and sealed. But there is a small stone-like existence in front of me. He has the ability to seal the earth layer. Although it cannot be completely sealed, the effect still exists. He began to feel threatened all over his body, his eyes became ugly, and he whispered. Stop resisting needlessly, we are the kings in this space. There was mud and sand flowing in all directions of Su Yuan, and when the 5 people were surprised, their feet were trapped. But everything has changed now. These attacks are just scratches for Su Yuan, and they don't cause much damage to Su Yuan's body. Yi Tian was repulsed, and he faced more than one opponent. There were 3 of them, and the fighting power of any one of them was extremely terrifying. The whistling sound came out, and sure enough, all the flames in the scene turned into a phantom, falling in a formless attack. But it's not necessary. You need to let them fight a little more so that they can become your help in the future. The sand is like iron chains, and extremely flexible attacks are entangled. He wiped the dust off his face and said coldly, if you want to think that I am still the same person as I was a few months ago, then you are too naive. Su Yuan doesn't intend to take action. After all, these little guys need to grow up. If he is willing, he can directly activate the 3-color conquerors, and then control his own sand. Killing these guys in front of him instantly is very easy. 125 Yi Tian's power. If you think now that I am still the same as I was a few months ago, then you are totally wrong. Now Yi Tian's eyes have become cold and the movements of his hands have changed. In just one breath, Mammoth didn't expect that his abdomen would be hit by a huge impact. It was an extremely heavy attack. He didn't even have time to react before he was blown away and directly hit the opposite earth wall. The little stone people were stunned. Looking at the place where the mammoth used to be, there stood a figure in full armor. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian, who had always relied on the earth to attack before, now completely changed his style. He no longer directly used the earth to attack, but relied on the earth to make full use of its characteristics to attack. Today's attack methods are more flexible, simple and crude, and the combat experience has also been doubled. At this point, there is no mammoth that he can compare to. He can seal the little stone man around him, as long as it is sand. This ability may be useless at 800 points, but it can often be used to suppress earthquakes. It's just a pity that Yi Tian will not give him any chance now. In a daze, his whole body was smashed into the ground, and he was knocked unconscious. The combat power and attack power have increased by several levels. Sure enough, Yi Tian had some reservations when he fought against me. He is very strong. Su Yuan was not stingy with his praise. Yi Tian looked at the third figure. It was an auxiliary quirks, which enhanced the mammoth's attack power and defense. It was a walking buff machine. Advertisement. Mammoth has not been eliminated now, but he is just in a trance. The attack at that moment was not a joke. It's over. The auxiliary man in front of him has been eliminated, leaving only Mammoth. His body is extremely strong. At that time, you can see that there is a slight layer of protection on the outside. It is precisely because of that protection that he will not be instantly killed with one move. If he is really killed instantly. That really doesn't make sense. The battle between Yi Tian and Mammoth attracted a lot of attention, but the result was almost out. In terms of physical body, Yi Tian was more than a little perverted. For the mammoth in front of him, he was simply a crushing existence. It seems the battle is over, you guys take action. The leading man in the military waved his hand, and many military presences around him began to move towards Yi Tian. The military side said calmly, "Is this the proud son, ABCG, of country Z, Yi Tian? Today your aura of the title of Son of God will be completely dissipated," Mammoth said with great confidence. The breath of his whole body spread out, and he started fighting directly with his own body. The ground was trembling, and small holes were opened on the battlefield. The figure began to rush out with the breath, and the entire ground was trampled to pieces. The two people's attacks were very fierce. They dispatched a total of 5 people, and each being was several points stronger than any of the superpowers on Mammoth's team, not to mention the aura on his body, which was an aura that could only be found after being on the battlefield. Advertisement basically, the more advanced entities in each country are now in the central area. They are not fighting and are observing the fighting here. After seeing it, the eyes of the surrounding beings changed, and they began to look at the battle in front of them again. Looking at Su Yuan with contempt, he said calmly, "Two choices are before you. Go back to your master with your tail between your legs and wait for me to go find him, or be beaten out by me." The breaths of both are even, their breathing is like running water, and the lines are wrapped around themselves. Yes, he is already one of the most outstanding among the young people, but he is not the strongest. The strongest existence in country Z is over there, a man said in a low voice, and then turned his attention to another area. After Yi Tian saw this, he also took off everything he had and went into battle physically. Strong and coercive, standing in front of them is like a hill standing here, very powerful. Looking at the sudden appearance of Su Yuan, the main reason was that Su Yuan's battle just ended very calmly, so they didn't feel it all, not even feeling that Su Yuan was any stronger. "I really didn't expect that in just a few months, you would use your quirks like this. It seems that I still underestimate your ability to perceive and learn. But even if I lose this battle, I won't make you feel bad either," Mammoth said calmly. After all, this team was not the only one in country Z, and he didn't want Yi Tian to win. "It's interesting. Yi Tian is a trouble and has attracted my attention. When their battle is about to end, we will kill him directly, and Carlos in front of me seems to be unable to wait to fight with me." The military took the lead. The man extinguished the fireworks in his hand, then exhaled the last smoke and looked indifferently at the leader of country Y in front of him, Carlos Meyer. "I'm sorry, you are not allowed to set foot in the area in front." Su Yuan walked slowly in front of the 5 people and looked at them with a smile. 126 threats. "You have 2 choices now, one is to go back and find your master, the other is to be eliminated by me." Su Yuan looked at the 5 people in front of him coldly. Yi Tian was very powerful, and even the military did not dare to underestimate him. Yi Tian, sending 5 people is considered a very conservative approach. However, they did not expect that Su Yuan would suddenly appear at this time, which was unexpected. The leader of the military whispered, "Who is this guy?" Kitagawa Su Yuan is an elite figure in Kunsho. Behind him are Shoto Todoroki, Chongtae's Shadow, Midoriya Izuku, and Bakugo Katsuki. They are in the same class. The strength of the 5 of them is average, but they have great potential. The secretary next to him gave it directly. After hearing the answer, the leader said coldly, "Very good, I want to see how strong this Baishuan Su Yuan is." On the contrary, on the country Y side, Carlos Meyer was eating leisurely, and his eye-catching golden hair was very noticeable. Generally, guys with yellow hair are thought to be non-mainstream, but I didn't expect that Carlos is so handsome, and his casual smile makes him look like a prince. Yuga is charming. At this moment, he didn't care at all about the military's targeting and observation of him. Instead, his attention was all on Su Yuan, and he smiled and said, "Baishuan Su Yuan? There is no news at all. He seems to be a very mysterious little guy. Watch out for me, this guy can't be eliminated, he must be used by me." Carlos had his own ideas and plans, so his team was not full. As members of the military, the 5 of them were angry, but they did not act rashly and still looked at Su Yuan in front of them. Su Yuan followed without moving, and the battle behind him was almost over. The ground trembled, and immediately a loud noise was heard. The mammoth behind them fell down, and the 5 people set off at the same time as smoke and dust began to fly. Balls of flames flew out and transformed into flames of 5 colors. Advertisement: each kind of flame has its own characteristics. The normal flame has an absolute high temperature and burns the earth in front of you. It tears a passage with strong heart and kills Su Yuan in it. The cold blue fire that penetrated into the bone marrow appeared out of nowhere and circulated around Su Yuan like a ghost. 2 completely different auras burst out instantly, trapping Su Yuan among them. There are 3 other flames that are killing Yi Tian behind. Yi Tian is not sealed by his quirks at this moment, and the earth's strata begin to roll slowly. The sound inside becomes clearer and closer. The ground was moving, and the other 2 flames shot out at a faster speed. There was a blue flame, and wind blades condensed out of it. That was absolute speed. Everywhere he passed was burned and opened by the flames, and there were bursts of sounds from the wind and waves. He originally planned to catch Yi Tian in front of him by surprise, but he didn't expect that Yi Tian's quirks would run so fast, and the flames that had not even gotten close were instantly swallowed up by the ground in front of him. Immediately, layers of earth pillars broke out of the ground and killed the 5 people standing in the distance. Their eyes became ugly. When Su Yuan moved his hand, the two colors of flames were crushed together and turned into a pile of small sand and disappeared. Without causing any damage or attack, Su Yuan's attack directly changed the eyes of the 5 people, knowing that the Su Yuan in front of them was not as simple as they imagined. When the soil pillars were moving, layers of quicksand appeared under their feet. They couldn't break free from these quicksands and were completely absorbed into them. Originally, they planned to catch the other side off guard, but they didn't expect that they would be caught by the other side instead. Caught off guard. 0. The eyes of the 5 people changed slightly, and their whole bodies were wrapped in flames. Immediately, their whole bodies changed, and their shapes were completely different. Advertisement: the entire area was swallowed up, and the flames were killing them like molten lava. The quicksand beneath them wanted to break free completely. Su Yuan said calmly, "You are the only ones who still want to break through my quicksand. It's really a wishful thinking." Su Yuan moved his hand, and the quicksand became stronger, covering the 5 people in front of him in an instant. 0. The whole bodies of the 5 of them were entangled in flames, and their colors were all different. Su Yuan said calmly, "Suppression." The quicksand became more powerful, and there was even an inexplicable force that alarmed the leaders in the distance. The leader of the army's eyes changed drastically, and he said in a low voice, "This is an attack that can only be felt at the moment of life and death on the battlefield. Why does this appear on Su Yuan's body?" Carlos' forehead was sweating slightly and he said, "It seems that we have taken a liking to a great guy this time. He became so powerful just by spreading his own aura. How could he take full action?" They didn't dare to underestimate Su Yuan now. The worst was the 5 of them. At this time, their whole bodies were burning, but they couldn't move at all. Even though his own flames have various characteristics, they can't be used at all, and they can't have the slightest impact on these quicksands. Lines of attraction spread out from the quicksand, swallowing up the 5 people in front of them like an endless black hole. Immediately, pillars of earth suppressed and fell, but at this moment, a terrifying aura shook the void, shattered the earth and came out, rushing straight to Su Yuan. 127 Gabriel Gibbon. The ground in front of me was torn apart and smoke and dust billowed. Except for the yellow sand, there was only yellow sand left in the entire area. The other existences slowly disappeared, and Su Yuan's eyes became extremely clear. In the sand and dust, he could completely see who was coming. I didn't expect the leader of the military to appear directly in front of me. It's such a rare visitor. After Su Yuan saw the visitor clearly, he became wary. After all, there were only a few people present who could threaten his existence, and one of them was the military leader in front of me. The military leader's eyes were cold, his aura was very stable, and he could not feel any emotional changes at all. 493. Baishuan Su Yuan, there are not many people who can be recognized by me. You are one of them. My name is Gabriel. Gibbon, please remember this name. Gabriel looked at the person in front of him coldly. Su Yuan raised his hand. With the hand knife coming down, there were waves of wind and waves, and the ground in front of him was cut open. 2 air currents cut along the top of Su Yuan's head, spread along the areas on both sides, and created a ditch pressure that was as large as a meter. There were still various auras flowing in the ravine at this moment. Gabali's knife attack was instantly blocked. He had no idea how Su Yuan did it. He made such a defensive means in an instant. Gabali knew that the Su Yuan in front of him was not simple, but he did not expect that he would be so strong. It seems that I still underestimate you, Baishuan Su Yuan. I am very interested in you. Do you want to join our military? At this time, Gabali's heart was moved. Su Yuan's combat effectiveness is as good as a combat weapon. If you really want to enter the battlefield, he was like a meat grinder. The combat power is extremely terrifying. Of course, Su Yuan is the 2 extremes. If he can be used for it, it will be a weapon in combat. If he cannot be used for it, it will be a magical weapon that can destroy the world. Advertisement. Su Yuan smiled and said, "I just plan to come to the Brave Academy to study and further my studies. I have not considered joining the party or any other force." After hearing this, Gabriel shook his head and said, "That's such a pity. I usually destroy things that can't be used by me. I hope you can survive." As soon as the sound fell, Su Yuan was knocked away. The ground in front of him roared, and the rocks in the distance were broken into pieces. The sound of impact resounded through the sky. Gabriel's quirks was activated, and there was an invisible shadow behind him. This shadow was similar to Gabriel, but it was much stronger than Gabriel. This is Gabali's quirks, mapping, which allows him to construct his own shadow to attack, erupting with power that is somewhat more powerful than his own. Chong Ta's shadow took a look at Gabriel and found that the quirks between them were almost the same, and they had a common feeling of lovesickness. If my quirks can be used to that extent, then my combat effectiveness will definitely increase exponentially. Chong Ta's shadow pushed away the assassin in front of him and looked at Gabriel with admiration. Gabriel looked at the ruins in the distance, and a figure stood up slowly. It was Su Yuan, who was instantly knocked away. In the ruins, he shook his neck and said, "I can't believe that you don't act according to common sense and don't even say a word when we fight. On the battlefield, any more words will turn into nonsense. Language on the battlefield is the stupidest." Gabriel's voice appeared behind Su Yuan. When the opponent was about to attack again, Su Yuan, he said coldly, "Your attack can probably only be used on me once, but you want to use it a second time? You're dreaming." Then a punch came out, and the 2 attacks collided in an instant while breathing, and the harsh bombing sound spread layer by layer inside. Advertisement. The stronger the fighting presence, the more disaster will befall those around them. They will be cut away by the attackers at any time by these wind and waves. Their battlefields were all divided, and there was no complete area in this area at all. The Invigilator in the distance said calmly. Now everyone is looking at the two people in front of them. We must not let anything happen to them, especially this guy Gabriel. Bakugo Katsuki trembled slightly when he saw this battle. What kind of perversion is this? Why is it so terrifying? But no matter what, he felt that the challenge was great and he had an even greater desire to surpass it. Midoriya and Izuku watched each other's battle carefully. The battle between the two sides became more intense, with you coming back and forth. Su Yuan's attack was completely shocked. Gabriel looked at 4.8 and saw that the opponent didn't have any muscle or fighting feeling, but when he really fought, it was like an indestructible mountain, unable to move him at all. Gabriel, standing here, whispered. It would be a pity to destroy you. How about giving you one last chance to join my army? In the army, I can give you everything you want. Su Yuan smiled lightly and said, you can't afford what I want. The two people's eyes met, and the quirks began to collide in an instant, and it was no longer a simple physical attack. The mud and sand are flowing, and the shadows are floating. The two quirks are basically used to the limit. 128 Fierce battle with Gabriel at this moment, Su Yuan's eyes moved, and a figure followed him. The attack of that phantom was really scary. Su Yuan felt the pressure, and the corner of his mouth turned upward and said, it's really interesting. It seems that this is the first existence that allows me to use my full strength. The Invigilator said coldly, what a nonsense. A being with military weapons actually fought with a student and used all his strength. Many Invigilators around him didn't see it this way. The stronger Gabriel attacked, the more powerful Su Yuan was. Many of them began to compare the Su Yuan in front of them with All Might. Will this become the second All Might? After all, the light that Su Yuan is shining now is so dazzling that basically all the beings present are suppressed by him. Even Gabriel doesn't seem to shine so brightly. As soon as Su Yuan moved his hands, the sand and stones in all directions began to move, and O1 transformed into a series of attacks, attacking from all directions. The wind and waves emanating from it were very strong, even more powerful than when he dealt with Hans Bushi before, a bit. Gabriel didn't care about these attacks at all. The shadow behind him started to attack in an instant. With a casual movement, an attack was destroyed. Immediately afterwards, his body shot out, turning his passivity into initiative, and controlled his phantom to punch down hard. The area in front of him was directly blasted open, and illusory cracks were floating. Boom! Advertisement Su Yuan has turned the sand into a part of his body and wrapped it around his body. The opponent's attack only hit the quicksand, and the Shanghai it brought was not very big. With one absorption, the sand from all directions seemed like a pair of giant hands to directly grab Gabriel, who was moving and rushing towards him. Gabriel said calmly, it's a small trick. At this moment, Gabriel's eyes completely changed, and the aura in his body suddenly rose, like a wild beast. The strength had increased by unknown amounts. The mud and sand were torn apart in an instant, and the ground in front of him was ruthlessly destroyed in an instant. Su Yuan quickly retreated, and the opponent's figure approached in the blink of an eye. This speed caught Su Yuan a little unprepared. He was directly kicked away, and with a back attack, the entire ground was smashed open. Su Yuan was punched into the ground. The cracked ground spread like a spiderweb, which looked very scary. If this attack had been used on other beings, they would have been killed long ago, but at this moment, Su Yuan exerted his strength, and countless quicksands hit Gabriel, who was attacking. Gabriel didn't expect that Su Yuan would attack as if nothing was wrong. Such combat power and defensive power were really terrifying. It seemed that it would be quite difficult to completely defeat Su Yuan. Su Yuan waved his hands helplessly, cleared away the dust on his body and said, every attack happens when I am not paying attention. It seems that your army is very anxious in the battle. Gabriel did not answer Su Yuan's words. He retreated and disappeared again. However, Su Yuan, who was on guard, would not be attacked by the opponent, and the opponent even had no chance to take action. Advertisement Su Yuan's eyes turned a light silvery white, the color of sight was turned on, and the five senses were fully improved to a new level, and he could even see what was going to happen in the next second. The opponent's fist formed a straight line of attack in the distance. This was what was going to happen. Su Yuan could see it clearly at this moment. The body moved accordingly, attacking at a place that no one could see and attacking in the air. Everyone didn't understand. Only one person was shocked, and that was Gabriel, who started to attack. He didn't expect that Su Yuan knew exactly where he was attacking from. This point has nothing to do with reaction power anymore. It should be a more powerful method and attack method. Gabriel felt that the Su Yuan in front of him was something he couldn't see through, and there was an inexplicable sense of mystery. Su Yuan's attack was even more powerful than Gabriel's attack. The void in front of them was blasted open, and layers of airwaves floated on it. Soon, an even more terrifying aura surged. Both of them retreated. Looking at the wreckage around them, they never thought that their attack would bring such a huge impact, huge damage. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, if this continues, you won't be able to defeat me at all. If I want to defeat you, I need to use all my strength. It will be thankless for both of us. How about a truce? After all, there are several powerful beings around, similar to Gabriel. If all the means are really used on Gabriel, how can he deal with those guys behind him? Although Yitian also belongs to this ladder, he is still a little bit behind after all. Hans Bushi belongs to the second ladder, and the rest of Green Valley and the others also shoot in the second ladder, but they cannot use their own well. Quirks don't even have special moves. Therefore, if Su Yuan falls, they will basically collapse and there will be no possibility of victory at all. What they want is to enter the Academy of the Brave, not to defeat Gabal in front of them. 129 Haki's color is open. Yi Jian joins Gabriel said with cold eyes. You have a strong tone, and you can defeat me with all your strength. In fact, Gabriel probably felt it. After all, when he just fought with Su Yuan, his hands were slightly numb, and it was a little difficult to move. Therefore, he admitted that Su Yuan was much stronger than him, and maybe Su Yuan did not use all his strength now, but the honor of a soldier did not allow him to do so. He could only be defeated, not surrender. Su Yuan looked at his eyes and could only sigh. It's really a headache to meet an opponent like you. We have to fight to the death. It would be great if we could cooperate. He took a deep breath, and Haki turned on. This is the third color. At this moment, it is as if a pair of eyes are opening behind Su Yuan, blooming in the entire world, and even blooming in Gabriel's mind, filling in any area of his mind. At this time, Gabriel could not move. He found that his body seemed to be pressed down by a force, which suppressed his body and made it difficult for him to move. What is going on? As if in the quagmire, I can see an eye opening in the void, looking at me all the time. It is this eye that gives me boundless pressure. Not everyone can resist the pressure brought by Haki-sei, even Gabriel who seems to have experienced life and death. After all, Su Yuan is much stronger than him. Haki's color fell on the other party, and Gabriel said calmly, It seems that I can't compare to you in many aspects. Baishuan Su Yuan, I remember you. Advertisement. All the strength in his body was drained, and Su Yuan knew that the other party still had methods to use. But it doesn't matter, as long as he is dealt with, it is enough. There are still many methods that he has not used yet, and these are all left to deal with these guys behind him. With two supergiant teams like this existing, what else can they do? Brother, long time no see. Yi Tian looked respectfully at the swordsman in front of him and spoke respectfully. Carlos is also a very troublesome and terrifying existence. He even has a feeling that Carlos is more terrifying than Gabriel. Our staff are not full, but we can't take all the next quotas, so let them fight for themselves. Su Yuan whispered, and then they sat down to rest, with Yi Jian guarding them, around. Baishuan Su Yuan. The dogtail grass hanging in his mouth floated slightly, and he looked at Su Yuan who was walking over step by step, and the many people behind him. The swordsman smiled lightly and said, I thought you couldn't enter this central area, but it seems you succeeded. In any case, this is part of your ability. I will join you to welcome it. Yi Jian's feeling is very keen. Part of his strength comes from here. Su Yuan nodded and said, Then there will be other strong men next. Do we have to deal with them one by one? Advertisement. Basically, everyone in this team can enter the Academy of the Brave, and some of the remaining places will go to Carlos, so the number of places they have is getting smaller and smaller, and the entire battlefield has become more tense. My brother and I made an agreement before that as long as I can reach the central area, my brother will join me to help me and let the two of us enter the Brave Academy together. Now is the time when this agreement comes true. Yi Jian nodded and said, That's it, now it seems that my brother has found a very good boss. You are stronger than me. I can feel it. Very few people give me such a feeling of oppression. That job I didn't expect that I can feel the feeling that Lidu can't give me, but I can actually feel it in you. It seems that you are very interesting. It is a good thing for Su Yuan that someone has taken care of Carlos. It doesn't matter who wins or loses, then the next target of the battle should be the strongest being in Country Z. A swordsman, holding his accompanying sword, stood on the side of a stone and watched the battle here. There was no aura or change at all, and he was extremely calm. After dispersing Conqueror's pressure on Gabriel in front of him, Gabriel said coldly, If I lose to you this time, I will come back next time, so Su Yuan, just pray that you can continue to become stronger. As for Carlos, I will deal with it, after all, he is my old enemy. Su Yuan was stunned. What kind of operation is this? There is a very retro guy here in Country Z. Su Yuan, who has read too many martial arts novels, can tell at a glance that these are 10 real characters in martial arts novels. Yi Tian chuckled and said, Su Yuan, this is my brother, Yi Jian. He is the most powerful quirks holder in our Z country. He has great potential. He may become a being on the level of All Might in the future. What? Su Yuan was confused for a moment. What was going on? He originally planned to fight, but he didn't expect the swordsman to join him directly. It seemed that he was really the only one, and there was no other existence. 130 Meet the head teacher. Midoriya Izuku looked excitedly at the Academy of Heroes in front of him. This is an academy that trains mostly heroes, and has a high reputation in the world. Although the heroes are very strong and famous, they are only limited to the interior of Country R, and are not worth mentioning in the world at all. But the Brave Academy is completely different. His status and power are very high in the entire world, and even changes in the battlefield depend on the Brave Academy's expression. This is enough to show the terror and power of the Brave Academy. The proctor said calmly, First of all, I welcome you to join our Brave Academy. Then I will tell the truth. Among the entire priority class, there are only Su Yuan, Yi Tian, and Yi Jian. Han's harsh. Except for Midoriya, Izuku, the others, and a few other guys, everyone passed the test, and Su Yuan was directly appointed as the squad leader. Carlos smiled and said, Congratulations, our monitor. I heard that after you graduate from the Brave Academy, if you become the squad leader, you will be very popular in the whole world, and you might even become the most watched person. Newcomer. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, that doesn't matter 987. Anyway, this is what I want. As long as I can become the squad leader, then the possibility of leadership will be greater. Carlos next to him heard Su Yuan's words. He just raised the corners of his mouth slightly without any movement or meaning. Baishuan Su Yuan, as the squad leader, follow me here now. You need to meet your class teacher first, and then there are some things that need to be paid attention to. Someone from the rest of the group will take you into the dormitory. There will be a gathering in the evening. Everything will be done for you. Make arrangements. After the Invigilator finished speaking, he took Su Yuan away. Baishuan Su Yuan, you are very powerful. I feel that you are only a few points behind me. It can be said that you already have the ability to become a lecturer, but you are indeed only 16 years old. Is there someone above you? The Invigilator looked at Su Yuan for a moment, and an inexplicable aura came to Su Yuan. Advertisement Su Yuan felt like he was standing in the ABCA waves, being squeezed constantly and making movement more difficult. His eyes changed a bit. If he hadn't opened them at full strength, he might not be able to block the Invigilator in front of him. Now he doesn't need to show anything more, so it's fine as it is. Seeing his body being suppressed, the Invigilator breathed a sigh of relief, not being so perverted that he couldn't be suppressed. This is the office. Our class teachers here have a separate classroom. This is the class teacher of your priority class. You can go in and say hello. After that, the Invigilator left. I think there should be something I want in the Academy of the Brave. I need to become stronger. Su Yuan really needs to become stronger, strong enough to compete with the terrifying existence behind it. Now he still doesn't know the extent of a foe's strength. The sea of fire enveloped Su Yuan in front of him, making it difficult for Su Yuan to move for a while. His eyes became serious and he whispered, Teacher, I am the monitor of the priority class. Many people have sand-like quirks, and I have seen a lot of them, but not many people actually practice them. Sand. I am not optimistic about them after all, so I hope you can use your quirks more effectively in the future. Outstanding. The Invigilator felt that Su Yuan was only strong for a while, but because of his sand quirks, he would be strong for a lifetime. The strength of quirks can determine a person's future. It seems that Izuku's Ofa is a kind of lasting growth of quirks. As one becomes stronger, quirks become stronger. Advertisement after layer upon layer, a roar erupted, hitting Su Yuan's earth element heavily. Su Yuan shook his head helplessly and said, It seems that the teacher I will meet later is not a good guy. But as All Might's old enemy, no matter how weak his strength is, he will never be so weak that he can be suppressed at will, so his road is still far away. But the flames still rushed out, as if they really wanted to kill Su Yuan. Even Su Yuan was a little afraid to provoke the flames in front of him. These flames were completely different from ordinary flames. Report, I am. Before Su Yuan could finish his words, a wave of heat came overwhelmingly. It was an unexpected attack, and there were all kinds of transformed ferocious beasts inside. At a glance, there were actually lions and tigers. These ferocious beasts were all here, and they were devoured in just a few seconds. Damn it. No wonder the Invigilator left so fast. Is it because he already knew that my class teacher was like this? Su Yuan was a little dizzy for a while. If his class teacher was really like this, it would be very difficult to solve it. The first day we met, it brought me such a huge surprise, and the sound of high heels could be heard in the sea of fire. My class teacher is not an ordinary irritable person. Su Yuan could only turn on his quicksand to block the flames in front of him, but these flames were more powerful than he imagined. A strong force spread out, and Su Yuan was blown away, and many parts of his body were burned by small flames. Waving his own quicksand, there are not many sand and gravel fields that can be used here, so the actual attack is far inferior to the battle just in the field. 131 Aaron. Ives. The sound of high heels made such a sound. Su Yuan was a little surprised. His class teacher was a girl? And it feels like she is a royal sister type, so Su Yuan can understand why these fire attacks are so violent. Yes, it seems that the priority class got a good seed this time. Yuji's voice, full of temptation, came from the sea of fire. As the sea of fire disappeared, a woman dressed in hot clothes slowly walked over. Tall, plump and without any trace of fat, with flaming red wavy hair and a devilish smile, he looks extremely alluring. The main thing was the pair of pupils. The fiery red pupils exuded an endless aura of aggression, as if they were going to burn Su Yuan in his eyes. It was the first time that Su Yuan felt that a woman could exert such great pressure on him. Most importantly, the teacher's detached temperament was completely different from those he had met before, and he was attracted to it for a while. You old man, come here, am I that scary? The woman moved her fingers towards the Invigilator in the distance. She didn't care about the other person's age and seniority. Of course, the Invigilator wouldn't care about this. If she did, she would probably be left with nothing. A few hairs were gone. The terror of the woman in front of her was the same as her appearance and temperament. Not many people would dare to provoke a rose with thorns. The woman suddenly laughed, looked at Su Yuan and said, You are really interesting, don't you even know this? Although the internal exams of the Brave Academy are different every time, the scores are exactly the same and will not change. This score of 5 has never been obtained by anyone since ancient times. Even if All Might came here, he probably would not be able to get a score of S. Come in with me. I wasn't testing you just now. I just can control my nirvana. Irene waved her hand to Su Yuan. The invigilator nodded and said, you guys can have a good chat. I'll do it first. Left. Then her red lips raised and she said, Sand? Zero, please give me flowers. Aaron smiled and said, this is caused by my quirks, burning, which can continuously superimpose the power of flames. If you have a layer of flame marks on your body, then my second attack will only be stronger, so you just being surrounded by a sea of fire means that you have my mark on your body. Advertisement, okay, this is your class teacher and the head teacher of the entire priority class, Irene Ives. You can just call her teacher Irene from now on. The invigilator introduced Irene in front of me. Su Yuan, later knowing that Irene is the highest level existence in the entire Brave Academy, her use of quirks has long reached an unimaginable level. She can control flames and transform as she pleases. In her hands, a quirk suddenly appeared. She used several quirks feelings. Teacher, your destructive power is still very good, Su Yuan said jokingly, and the attack just for a moment surprised him. When Su Yuan heard this, he was a little speechless. Only by acting as an assistant can he get the highest score for this S. If this is really the case, wouldn't this score be a little inaccurate? After all, the assistant is just doing it casually and has some awareness. It will succeed. Baishuan Su Yuan, you are very strong. This is the ability assessment, as well as the grade assessment. The invigilator directly handed a file to the woman, and the woman's beautiful eyes just glanced at it. I'm not very optimistic about your quirks, but it doesn't matter. Everything depends on your future studies. I took a look at your score, and it's 5. Do you know what this score represents? The woman looked at Su Yuan with a smile. Su Yuan was a little overwhelmed. Faced with this situation, he really didn't have a good way to deal with it for a while. Because your potential and combat effectiveness have been rated the highest in all aspects, mainly because of your plasticity, I found that your quirk support is very good. Such quirks users are what our Academy of the Brave needs most. After following Irene into the office, I looked at the scene here. It was a mess. The chart space was still filled with heat waves, and the rising white air was flowing around. If Aaron uses it well, this quirks is enough to give many strong people a headache. Oh. My quirks are very powerful, and can even be said to perform very well in all aspects, but there is one thing that is very bad. It is difficult for me to control my quirks attack, and I may even go berserk, so this is what I want to do. The first thing I say to you is also the first thing I say to the priority class. This quirks is really interesting. It is a superimposed type of quirks. This kind of quirks is rare, but it does not mean that there are none. You think this is an unimportant thing, but it's not. It's very important. If you don't be careful about me, your entire class may be demolished, and even your life safety may be threatened. This is what I do in this field. The insights gained over a long period of time are great. Wei Wei said. Isn't it very high? There should be a SS above me, right? 132 Balloon Man's small space. After hearing Irene talking like this, Su Yuan felt a chill in his back. He felt that the head teacher he met was not a normal person. The most important thing was that the other person was very powerful, and looked infinitely close to the peak of all might. Don't worry, teacher. When the time comes and something happens to you, I will be the first to stand up. Su Yuan patted his chest, but he was still a little scared inside. Your strength is indeed good, but I'm really not optimistic about Shasha's quirks. It would be great if I could modify your quirks. Irene started to speak slightly, but quickly took her over and then whispered, Tonight, I will bring you let the students in our class come to the priority 653 class for a class meeting. At that time, I will give you the opportunity to introduce yourself, as well as the next process, and have arranged various things. After Irene said these things, she sent Su Yuan back. The dormitory area is in the outer area of the Brave Academy. After all, the venue of the Brave Academy is not very big. But the dormitory area is not very far from the college. If you speed up a little, you can basically reach it quickly. It is said to be a dormitory, but it is actually a restaurant, and it is the most upscale restaurant in the neighborhood, and their priority class is to live in the highest floor area. They can also enjoy coming to Taiwan. It's only the afternoon now, and there's still some time before evening, so I can get acquainted with this restaurant and dormitory. Popular. The balloon man gave a very big smile and looked very kind. There are 3 floors here, corresponding to your classes. When you enter, this is the area for the development class. The second floor is for the advanced classes, the third floor is for your priority classes, and the rooftop area is also for you. Priority class, you will know what is on the rooftop as long as you take a look. The invigilator raised the corner of his mouth slightly and led Su Yuan to the 3rd floor. There is also a 4th floor, but this 4th floor is not. You can go up directly by taking the elevator. You have to use a specific passage to go up. If you want to go up, you must have a priority ID card. So they couldn't enjoy the hotel at all, and they were always very uneasy. They planned to go up to the rooftop to have a look, but they didn't expect everyone to have the same idea. You can only create some items and scenes to form a space, which has no effect on the battlefield, but it seems that this kind of hotel or other places to play are very useful. The balloon man's words immediately attracted Su Yuan in front of him. This 4.2 space is really big. He guessed. Is this your quirks? We are directly in your quirks? Can you create one? Small space, right? Advertisement. Well, yes. It seems that this gentleman has a certain understanding of my quirks. My quirks are construction, but my construction does not have any attack assistance ability. A person with a special ability who looked similar to a balloon smiled and said, "Welcome to the rooftop area, which is also called Minecraft Works." The students who followed were all students from Shangying. In fact, they were very unwilling this time. If it weren't for Su Yuan's presence, they would probably only be able to enter a development class. Although they are considered to be the top students in the country, in fact, this time during the evaluation, they discovered how weak they were. In 10 minutes, Su Yuan chose his room, went in and tidied up, and sat down to sort out his wounds. Su Yuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely do it." However, Su Yuan has the Shasha fruit, which can be recovered within a certain period of time. The room is not very big, but it is at least 50 or 60 square meters and has simple decoration. These rooms are all empty. You decide for yourself and then put in your ID card. Then this is your room. However, there is information at the door of each room, so you have to make your own choice, said the invigilator. After finishing, he patted Su Yuan's flat feet and said, "Your quirks will be weaker later on, so you should perform well and develop yourself during this period to let your own value be reflected. You will definitely be able to do it by then. You are doing well in the Academy of the Brave, go for it." "Su Yuan, let me take you up. This is your D card. All dormitory operations must be completed using the ID card." The invigilator had been waiting for Su Yuan here for a long time and looked at Su Yuan's body. The several burnt places showed that Irene must not have controlled her attack well. After the ID card was swiped through the door leading to the rooftop slowly opened, and a group of people followed and entered. Unexpectedly, the area that had just been burned still felt a bit stinging. This feeling was unpleasant no matter what. "Then let's go together." Su Yuan smiled at everyone and walked in front, with everyone following behind. "Okay, now let's go up to the rooftop and take a look." As soon as Su Yuan went out, he immediately saw Midoriya, Izuku and the others. With Beverly there, their injuries recovered quickly. After arriving on the rooftop, they were all shocked. There was everything here, and it even felt like a small space. 133 The long-lost battle. The space in front of me was created by Balloon Man. It looks very high-end. It has a swimming pool, a gym, a training ground, and places to eat, drink and have fun, but this space is still very stable. My strength is only like this, so the space I can create can only be like this, but the things in it are real. You gentlemen can use them with confidence. There is absolutely no problem at all. The Balloon Man spoke confidently. He still believed in his quirks. Su Yuan also felt that there was no problem. "Thank you." Then he walked towards the swimming pool and touched it with his hand. The water was really flowing, and the water was extremely clear, very clean and comfortable. The quality is very high. It seems that our dormitory is well equipped. Su Yuan touched the water and immediately walked to the side. There is also a place for weight-bearing training. 01. Su Yuan smiled and said, "LVGU, there is a fighting field here. Do you want to come and fight after a long time?" When Midoriya Izuku heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "Of course there is no problem, please enlighten me." They recalled that time when they met and fought under All Might's special training. Unexpectedly, it had been so long and they took off each other's clothes. Putting on the training clothes, this training clothes is unique and can be modified according to the individual's body. It is not too advanced. Of course, these things are not made by the Balloon Man. Many things are transported in by outside beings. Midoriya Izuku put on a weight, and the weight pressed on his body, making him breathe a little faster. A force burst out from his thin body to resist the gravity. He looked at Su Yuan seriously and began to wave his hands. Advertisement slowly adapting to this gravity, Su Yuan did not need to adapt, and drove directly to the highest level of gravity. However, he did not expect that this highest level of gravity would be like a hill falling down. The ground was directly smashed, and his whole body was embedded among them. There is also an extremely terrifying aura suppressing it. This is still a bit exciting. Su Yuan found that it was a little difficult to move his body. It seems that this weight is a bit beyond the tolerance of his body and needs to be weakened a little. Under such a high-intensity battle, maybe he will be hurt. The fight between the two was watched by everyone. Shoto Todoroki was lying on a chair on the side, watching them fight with interest. Bakugo Katsuki yelled, "Hurry up and end the fight, then let me do it." Takiwa Shadow whispered, "A battle from the abyss has begun." The middle school boy's lines are full of lines, but he doesn't have the slightest bit of self-consciousness. Midoriya Izuku started to take action. He had fought Su Yuan many times before, so he knew Su Yuan's attacks very well. Su Wu naturally understood Midoriya's attacks very well. The two began to attack each other constantly. The weights they bore were different, but the battle that broke out was amazing. Bakugo Katsuki clenched his fists, with a bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes, willingly. After all, Midoriya Izuku was just a quirkless guy at that time. Why would there be quirks later? He didn't know, but the most terrible thing was that the other party was growing so fast that he even had to surpass himself. Beyond himself, Bakugo Katsuki cannot accept it no matter what. Advertisement. While they were fighting, the country was in turmoil. All Might turned into a skeleton form, turning to Eraser Head next to him and said, "I've been recovering recently. It's been relatively good, right?" "It's not good. The recent actions of the enemy alliance seem to be a bit high profile. Their actions have even made us a little passive. If the dark side that you finally suppressed completely breaks out, it will be very troublesome." Eraser Head sighed helplessly. None of them would have thought that the #1 hero, All Might, is so weak now. His quirks were slowly passing away. All Might shook his head and said, "It's okay. You have to believe in these children. They will definitely be able to develop and grow up. When the time comes, they will definitely be the pinnacle of this world. I believe they can become that group of people." Eraserhead on the 050 side said helplessly, "I knew you would say this. You must have read the news just now, right?" "Well, all 5 of them succeeded, but I didn't expect them to enter the priority class. These children have worked hard, and we have to encourage them. I'll go and see them later." All Might looked at the information in his hand, which recorded various information about Su Yuan and the others entering the Brave Academy. Eraserhead waved his hand and said, "I feel very unsafe. Your strength is greatly weakened now. If you want to go and see them by yourself, do you think you can survive it?" All Might laughed. "Don't underestimate me. I have no problem dealing with Nomu now. Don't think that I am useless now and have no fighting ability." Eraserhead stopped talking, because a figure slowly walked out of the dark night and walked directly towards All Might and the others. 134 Undercurrent surging. In the dark night, there were not many people inside Shangying. It seemed that they were chatting in a high-rise building and not many people showed up. So who was coming? All Might was furious and changed back to fighting mode, his blue eyes looking at the existence that was slowly walking out in front of him. Eraserhead on one side pulled off his bandage, and his eyes turned blood red, like a blood moon, unable to see clearly. "Originally I didn't want to show up so soon, but I didn't expect that one of you heroes would actually enter the Academy of the Brave, so I couldn't remain silent and show up." The hoarse voice emerged in the dark night, instantly making All Might alert. "A very powerful existence that can make me feel threatened." Taking a deep breath, the power of the fist is condensing and is about to explode at any time. A black shadow appeared in their sight. It was a clown. This was not a clown pretending to be a clown, but a real clown. The exaggerated smiles, exaggerated movements, and laughing voices echoed in their minds, making them feel very strange and eerie. His heart and mind were actually disturbed by the other party. It seemed that this clown was far from being as simple as imagined. "Who are you?" Eraserhead looked at the approaching clown warily and asked cautiously. The clown looked at the two of them with a smile. "Two noble men don't need to know about me. After all, you are very famous on the bright side of society. But if you are on the dark side, my organization's reputation is very high. Originally, there were a few young guys in our organization who could enter the Brave Academy for further training, and then come back and become capable generals of my organization. But I didn't expect that this such a good plan was actually ruined by you heroes." Advertisement. The clown's words were more like a threat, making the two people in front of them even more vigilant. "All Might, as you are the #1 person in the world, I naturally can't have any thoughts about you, but your student." Before the clown could finish his words, a wave of air came out. Boom. The ground was torn apart, and the clown's body was smashed into the ground. The speed was so fast that the clown himself didn't even think of it. He could only feel a gust of wind blowing by. As expected of All Might, his speed and attack are so amazing. The clown was knocked into the ground, but there seemed to be no damage to Sina. All Might said coldly, "You can attack us, but if you attack my students, you know the consequences yourself." Tamura Shigaraki nodded. "That's okay. Let me see if they can satisfy me and become my side. After all, not everyone can join the enemy alliance." Yi Tian said hello to Su Yuan, then took out a small bag and chuckled. "I don't know how to thank you. This is something we came up with together to thank you. This tea is of the highest quality in our Z country. It's the best. I heard that the capital of the country likes to drink tea very much, so I'll give this to you. If you still need it, I can continue to get it from my family. This is a declaration of war." Eraserhead walked over step by step, and the excitement in his body calmed down. This clown did not understand the organization behind him at all, and they had never even seen it. While the light is growing, the darkness is also growing, so the alliance grows with the help of the dark side. Then he disappeared directly, disappearing from All Might's eyes like a gentle breeze. The battle between Su Yuan and the others was over, so he organized himself and headed towards the class to welcome his first class meeting. Advertisement. Midoriya Izuku began to observe these classmates. He was still very interested in these things, so he took action on his own small book. It seems that in addition to the enemy alliance, there are also many negative and powerful villains emerging, and their strength is not weak at all. Su Yuan looked at the tea in front of him and smelled it. It was very fragrant. The smell was very comfortable. He thanked. "It made me smell the smell of my hometown. I accepted this gift without ceremony." Then the class meeting began. Carlos smiled lightly and said, "Sir Monitor, you are finally here. I thought you were too tired after the battle. Looks like I'm going to go faster." All Might's eyes became determined and he went back to his dormitory to prepare. Su Yuan smiled and said, "This battle is not bad, it can barely make me feel interesting." "Good." Carlos's expression did not change, but the words did make Su Yuan feel uncomfortable. This is his instinct to tell himself. There was a pressure on his body, and the clown shook slightly, and then said calmly, "It seems that these students are really important to you, so I want to take action even more. I hope you can take action by then." Kurogiri stood aside respectfully and said, "We are almost here. They are all super weirdos gathered from all over country. Their strength and potential are very high. It can be said that they have a lot of room for growth. The priority class enjoys all the best treatment in Brave Academy, and the teacher are also the best, and the teaching staff is very strong." All 20 people in the class arrived, 1 hour earlier than the agreed time for the class meeting. There was also action on the enemy's alliance side, and no move was released. Tamura Shigaraki was itching and looked at the darkness under the bustling city. Sooner or later, this city will fall into chaos. Are those people introduced recently coming? 135 1 month of devil training. Irene soon appeared in front of everyone. The moment she first appeared, many people were stunned. Midoriya Izuku whispered. Our homeroom teacher is so beautiful. Regardless of appearance or temperament, Irene is definitely a superior being. As your class teacher, you don't have to doubt my strength. If any of you doubt it, you can fight me. Another point is that my power fluctuates greatly. Many times, I may not be able to control my power. When something happens, I will take responsibility, but I hope you can protect yourself. That's all I have to say. Aileen said it directly at the first class meeting, and Su Yuan began to feel that Aileen Lin is definitely not a simple guy. After all, there are many big-headed guys here, but she is not afraid of these things at all. It seems that her class teacher has a lot of background. After you understand, I will start talking about the future arrangements. After all, you are a priority class, and you are different from other classes in every aspect. You will have a month of devil training next. After saying this, Carlos instead, they became serious, and the promotion of devil training was announced even before they entered the Academy of the Brave. What exactly is this devil's training? Now only those in the priority class know about it. Aileen raised the corner of her mouth and said, gather at the playground after tomorrow. You will know what the devil's training is. Tonight is your last comfort. It's time. After tonight, you will know what the real hell on earth is. Aaron's words became cold. Beverly, Qingyue and the others were all trembling a little, feeling that this training would not be very friendly to them. Because of this matter, I heard that the advanced classes below are very unconvinced by you, so you must improve your abilities and strength. Yijian warned. Although the words were euphemistic, everyone could listen to the actual meaning. Gotta understand. Get some rest. Starting tomorrow, none of us will feel better for a month. We must be mentally prepared. After Yijian finished speaking, he took Yi Tian and the others back. 10 minutes passed and the class meeting ended. Irene disappeared without any hesitation, leaving them alone sitting here. You guys start introducing yourselves. After the self-introduction, you can go back to the dormitory. Irene waved her hand and indicated that Su Yuan should start. After all, he is the monitor of the priority class. Although Shoto Todoroki looks lukewarm on the surface, without the slightest interest or feeling, his inadvertent exhalation has already revealed his inner unwillingness, which is exactly the same as Bakugo Katsuki's feelings. Advertisement. Everyone started to make their own arrangements, and Yijian whispered. I heard that this training is for us personally. After all, if we are all arranged to train together, it will be unfriendly to some people. As for the reason, it should be it comes from you, Su Yuan. After all, many people were brought in by you. The most important method is Conqueror's Haki color. I haven't fully used this Conqueror's Haki color yet, so I also include this in the special training. On the contrary, Hans Bushi was excited and eager to try. He had experienced the battlefield, and these trainings were probably just trivial to him. Chong Ta Shadow sneered. That's it. I believe we can become stronger and move further. Of course, they don't know yet that an undercurrent is coming here, and the target is these heroic students. Su Yuan was imagining the upcoming training arrangements indifferently. After all, he had become stronger in various aspects, and he was not yet completely proficient in using the Shasha fruit. Su Yuan chuckled and said, I know you are a little anxious and unwilling. It's not that you are not strong, it's just that your strength and potential have not been developed yet. Time will give you the answer and bring you improvement, come on. There are actually very few girls in this class. Apart from the two of them, the only remaining ones are the maids who follow Carlos closely. There is no doubt about their strength. If they burst out with all their strength, they might be able to fight Su Yuan. Su Yuan said loudly. Go back to the dormitory by yourself, but don't go outside. After all, it's so late. If you go out, you must be followed by a partner. Bakugo Katsuki raised his fist. His pride made him feel very unhappy. His eyes even burned with the will to fight. He wanted to become stronger. Midoriya Izuku is more embarrassed. He wants to become stronger and use all resources to strengthen and improve himself. This is what Midoriya Izuku thinks. That majestic figure appeared in their eyes, and the number one All Might always lived in their hearts. He planned his own training. He must thoroughly temper himself, and Conqueror's Haki color must also be raised to a higher level. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with those guys when he returns to the country. After all, the negative beings are constantly growing, and maybe faster than them. Be quick. 136 Su Yuan's trial. The next day came quickly, and only the students in the priority class were left in the entire playground area. Students in other classes began to rest today. It seems that the priority class is really valued by the Brave Academy, and its status in this academy is clear at a glance. After Su Yuan counted the number of people, he said respectfully, Teacher Aileen, there are 20 people in total, all are here. 20 people are all here, so now the 1-month devil training will begin. In fact, it has already started from now. After Irene just finished speaking, there were multiple attacks between heaven and earth. These attacks were all very powerful. There were even several bursts of breath, and even Carlos looked a little ugly. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed, and when he was about to rush in to help resist, two figures appeared in front of him. Before Su Yuan had time to react, the other party struck at the same time. Today's first day of devil training is actual combat. You need to defeat your villains. These villains are customized for you. Irene said lightly. Although they knew that devil training was very terrifying, they didn't expect it to be so sudden and caught them off guard. Carlos' body shape changed, and the shadow behind him transformed into a huge defense, quickly blocking many attacks, and then said calmly. These comers are probably about the same strength as us. We haven't separated yet. It shows that we can cooperate and come together. Carlos's observation skills are very good and his judgment is very accurate. He immediately knows what should be done to best suit each other. This is another team training. Although it is tailor-made, if it is done properly, the results will be different. Eileen waved her hand and said, if you unite, these guys on the opposite side will unite. You should think about it carefully. Advertisement in an instant, 19 powerful auras hit his face. Carlos knew that his quirks would be very useful for increasing the team's power or controlling the entire field. This situation must be stabilized. Yi Tian, Yi Jian and Hans Bu Shi didn't need it. They whispered. We fight separately from the team. We have the strength to be trained in single combat. Yi Tian rushed out, followed by Yi Jian, while Hans Bu Shi stood aside, quietly waiting for his opponent to arrive. Carlos knew that the next battle he was going to face would be even worse. The main reason was that Su Yuan was blocked. Su Yuan might face a stronger opponent. Then, his figure rushed out directly, and the silt swallowed up by his feet was directly covered by him. He did not need to be entangled like this senior brother. What his silt needed was a fierce attack. Seeing this strange attack, the two senior brothers' hearts changed. They no longer looked down upon Su Yuan, but regarded Su Yuan as a being on the same level as themselves. I have to say that this kind of mentality is very admirable. Su Yuan smiled and said, two senior brothers, I actually have a very deep understanding of my own quirks. Don't think that I don't know anything. Logically speaking, these quicksands don't have much mobility, but Su Wu has not yet been able to achieve this state of flowing like water in such an area. Then use it directly. This is your senior. One of them uses sand. You should study hard. Irene reminded Su Yuan. Su Yuan looked around him, and sure enough, they were all wrapped in quicksand. Under such circumstances, unable to move at all. As for the senior who uses sand quirks, he knows the good and bad aspects of his quirks, so he will not attack directly. That is not a good thing for his quirks. Advertisement. Su Yuan blasted it and wrapped his fist with sand. When the opponent saw it, he said coldly, don't you know that your quirks are restrained by water? Before he could finish his words, the water jet was shattered between breaths and Su Yuan's figure slowly walked out of it. The sand in his hand was not damaged at all and was still extremely hard. He whispered, it seems that I haven't completely reached the limit of my use of quicksand. There was an indomitable attack power in the sand, and a powerful coercion gathered above, and his fist turned into a big stone in the blink of an eye. Zero, please give me flowers. Immediately his body began to move, and it was very easy to escape from these quicksands, but he only needed to keep opening his own sand fruit. A layer of black and silver emerged on it, covering the stone-sized fist. The aura emanating from it increased again, and was a bit stronger than it was during yesterday's knockout round. Try my attack. A water knife fell from the distance, like a water curtain. Various water flow attacks emerged, and even condensed their own channels. This area was filled with water elements, and rushing into it felt like being in the ocean. Armed color, open. The senior who was using the sand shook his head and said, you are the most powerful among the entire priority class, but you should know your quirks better. Your quirks are very 137 against Su Yuan. This gravity combined with the attack of the water element made Su Yuan feel the pressure at this moment. Two different attacks hit Su Yuan. Su Yuan discovered that there were so many combinations and flexible uses in quirks. It seemed that he didn't learn anything from this devilish training. He even understood what the two seniors who appeared had brought to him. One is to have a new idea about how to understand and use quirks, and the other is to tell yourself what is restraining quirks, how to restrain it, and how to find countermeasures. It's just that they didn't expect that water would have no effect or threat to their Shasha. 780. Fruit. The main reason was to acquire the characteristics at the beginning and not be afraid of water erosion and attack. Standing in the water, any water pressure inside is strengthened by the gravity outside. It is a bit difficult to move by yourself, and even makes a crisp sound. There are still many inconveniences in moving. This is interesting. Su Yuan's eyes became serious. The battle with the two seniors was completely different from the battle with Gabriel. Gabriel was very powerful, but he would not attack or put pressure on the opponent like this. Su Yuan prefers to play against each other like this, and he can learn a lot from it. Junior brother, you can attack at will, and we can accept it, of course. What this sentence means is that they will also start to attack with all their strength, and they will no longer underestimate Su Yuan. Su Yuan turned on his sense of seeing and hearing, and his 5 senses were improved. However, in the water flow, his hearing was slowly disturbed, and there were various obstacles. Advertisement. It seems that the effect of using the color of sight this time is not very good. His vision was confused by the dim space in front of him, his sight slowly lost its effect and function, and his listening was disturbed. Baishuan Su Yuan's 5 senses are very terrifying. This is one of his strengths and abilities. You have to find opportunities to limit him. The two seniors had already understood it clearly before they came to fight. They all knew about Su Yuan's power. This water space was specially prepared for him. Su Yuan himself felt like he was being targeted. It seemed that these guys had taken great pains to hone themselves. Su Yuan tried his best to attack, but found that he had no foothold. The attack was very difficult, and the force of the blast was dissipated. With no way to attack, Su Yuan felt a bit like being beaten on cotton. The bigger he got, the more tired he became. It was more difficult and tiring than fighting a strong person. Su Yuan fell into a tough battle for the first time, but he enjoyed the feeling of being suppressed even more. The trajectory of the water flow began to move and change. It was originally entangled around Su Yuan, but now it directly attacked Su Yuan, and the opponent began to attack. The water in the area in front of him gathered together and transformed into a huge sea dragon that charged towards Su Yuan. The entire wave was stirred up and filled with splashes of water. In fact, from the outside world, Su Yuan is trapped in a big water balloon. The space inside is not very large, but it gives Su Yuan the feeling of being vast and boundless. Su Yuan wanted to move, but found that his body was heavier. It was probably the surprise and attack pressure brought by his senior to him. At the same time, he used a variety of methods. Although his Shasha fruit is not afraid of the water element and can be soaked if there is too much, it will still melt away, and it is still impossible to fight for a long time in the water zero. Advertisement boom. Hai Long's explosion was very fast. He was as fast as the waves in the current. He had already attacked Su Yuan several times in just one breath. The most terrible thing was that Su Yuan had no ability or chance to resist. Damn it. Su Yuan took a deep breath. After turning on the weapon color, although he could withstand this attack and the damage caused was minimized, the impact inside was no joke. He was being bumped back and forth like a ball, and from time to time an inexplicable attack would fall on him, which made him very uncomfortable. Not only is Su Yuan's side suppressed, but other areas are as well. Yi Jian pulled out his long sword. His long sword only had one hilt, and what was the tip of the sword like? He relied entirely on his own imagination, and in an instant, a strong wind blew up and he slashed with the long sword condensed by the strong wind. But at this time, the person in front of him completely disappeared, and then a powerful pressure fell directly. His eyes were directly occupied by that pressure, and his consciousness was suppressed. This gave him a Haki-like feeling. His whole body was suppressed, and the long sword in his hand instinctively opened to resist, but it was still too slow. Boom! He was hit hard on the ground, and the long sword in his hand was pushed away. The senior who was pressing on him just said calmly, too much emphasis on the role of the long sword. Relying on yourself. Quirks have changed so badly that you can't do it well. There are a lot of things that need to be refined to completely use your own quirks. Yi Jian's shortcomings were seen by the seniors at a glance, and they seized on this to defeat Yi Jian. The seniors of the Brave Academy all came out of the future as absolute strong men, and there was no simple guy. 138 Everyone is in trouble. Yi Jian was directly suppressed all over, unable to hold the ground at all, but the opponent's quirks were not ceiling. The time you need to release is too long. During this period, many people with special quirks can directly threaten you and interrupt your release. You need to increase your speed. Of course, as a devil training, it does not mean that it's so simple. This senior would not let Yi Tian go casually, and the attack hit Yi Tian mercilessly. Hans Bu Shi is relatively good, and can be evenly matched with the senior in front of him. After all, he has been trained on the battlefield and has good abilities in all aspects. But compared with the guy in front of him, it was still too different. Hans Bu Shi looked at the man in front of him as if he was not facing a person, but One was a wild beast, with wildness and aggression in him that he had never felt before. There is too much unnecessary consumption when attacking, and the counterattack after being attacked is too simple, and the observation is not enough. Just focus, and there is no blocking ability from other directions. The other party said with cold eyes, and then, the other party's the figure originally rushed towards him in a straight line, but quickly disappeared, like an afterimage. Hans Bu Shi's visual blind spot came out, and he focused on one point, so he would suffer in the end. He knew where the opponent appeared, but his own defense methods were too late. Everyone was being tortured crazily, and all kinds of targeting methods were used. The group of people led by Carlos also felt uncomfortable. Carlos said coldly, "The auxiliary people retreat to the back area, and those who focus on defense or are very confident in their own defense against quirks protect these auxiliaries. Then you will start to attack. I will cover you and create attacks for you." Condition. Bakugo Katsuki was forced to start fighting, but he found that he had just finished attacking and his hands were a little numb, making it difficult to quickly carry out the second attack. But these ices penetrated from the eyes, and a ghost walked out slowly and said hoarsely, "Your ice is very powerful, but your body can't bear it. You don't plan to use the flames, you are stronger. Very strong and very obvious, but your weaknesses are clearer. As long as you fight with you for a long time, you can find your weaknesses. How to achieve a balance between the two forces is what you need to do." Then a ghost his hand was placed on Shoto Todoroki's chest area. All the ice blocks in Shoto Todoroki were shattered, and his body flew out. It took him a full 100 meters to stabilize. Experience your own attack. He punched out in an instant, and it was full of explosive power. The area was completely shattered, cracked layer by layer, and turned into powder in the explosion. So targeting him was a little more difficult than targeting Su Yuan. Lu Jiyu already had his own ideas and moved quickly. 2 explosions spread in it, but at the moment of the explosion, the suction force formed a small vortex, swallowing the explosion. Even Bakugo Katsuki's attack was swallowed up, turning into a larger explosive force. Advertisement. Bakugo Katsuki accelerates instantly. His goal is very clear and he will not follow the opponent in the fight. The speed is good, the reaction is good, and the idea is good, but it's a pity that your quirks are not fully released. The senior brother who fought with Midoriya saw the problem at a glance. Midoriya's attack was restricted and controlled, and he was not controlling himself. But now Midoriya has no choice but to attack. The light is like a flash of lightning floating on his body. Now Midoriya is the only variable 540. No one knows what his quirks are. But his opponent has already appeared, but he can't tell what Midoriya Izuku's quirks are at all. The Brave Academy believes that this is an enhanced type of quirks. Bakugo Katsuki never listens to other people's words, Suyuan glances at him, and Carlos is even more so. A huge fist hit Izuku Midoriya. His eyes changed, his body dodged, and he was as flexible as a rabbit. Shoto Todoroki originally planned to help, but he met his opponent in trouble, controlling the attack with the ice in his hand. Try to avoid the fight and stay close to Bakugo Katsuki's side. His figure rushed out in the blink of an eye, but he observed for a long time before attacking and did not rush out completely. I used quirks too much and didn't know how to control it. The next scene clearly shows that Bakugo Katsuki was directly crushed and attacked, and it was difficult to connect to the second attack every time. The best place to break through should be in this area. His eyes were flowing, and suddenly a figure appeared next to him. You have very strong observation and thinking skills, but unfortunately you are still too anxious, and I haven't used my quirks thoroughly yet. 11. After Midoriya Izuku saw it, he rushed out involuntarily and shouted, Shao. Unfortunately, this matter was completely beyond his control. The opponent's figure blocked Bakugo Katsuki, and immediately a group of more violent blasting attacks came out. 139 The provocation of the development class. The three of them were all caught in a bitter battle. What seemed like a united fighting team was now directly divided. Carlos had no choice but to protect the auxiliaries behind him as he had done at the beginning. Chong Ta Yingying said calmly, In the Dark Knight, I am the most powerful existence. It's just that the current scene and attacks are not friendly to him, so he is not very effective. Carlos, as the proud son of Country Y, I admit that you are very powerful, but at this time, you still cannot turn the tide. His opponent appeared, and Carlos couldn't believe it when he saw it. Watch whoever comes. It turned out to be his former senior in the academy. Later, there was no news. It turned out that he came to the Academy of the Brave to study. Senior, I really didn't expect that we could meet again. Carlos himself didn't expect to see the man in front of him again. The other person smiled and said, Then you know my quirks very well. Let me take a look at this time. Come down, have you grown? Then he started to attack. This man's attack was fierce and fast, without any control or hesitation at all. His body was covered with ripples. If you get close to this area, you will feel very uncomfortable in your mind. This is an ultrasonic attack. It just so happened that Carlos' ability was restrained, and releasing his back required a lot of concentration in his brain, but the other party's ultrasound was aimed at this, confusing his mind and putting pressure on him. Therefore, under this situation, it is difficult for Carlos to use his quirks. The opponent has known this for a long time, and they are watching whether Carlos' quirks can be released under this high pressure. Many beings were targeted and suppressed one by one. After Irene took a look, she said helplessly, It seems that the quality of this session is not very good. The layers are too powerful. The powerful ones are very powerful, but the weak ones are very weak. There are a lot of potential stocks, but they should all go to the development class. Advertisement. Eileen sighed. In fact, all this was because of Su Yuan. If it weren't for Su Yuan's too strong strength, at least 10 of the 20 people would have been wiped out. The fighting and training between each other started, time passed quickly, and the day ended like this. The water ball exploded, and Su Yuan's figure was spit out. He knelt down on the ground panting, and many places had been injured. He took a deep breath and said, I've learned a lesson. But in fact, neither of the two senior brothers expected that Su Yuan would grow so fast. Now Su Yuan can already use his quirks in water polo, which is much better than at the beginning, but the time is still too short. Su Yuan gained a lot today and he needs to digest it. He can no longer feel the passage of time. The classmates in other scenes were like this, all lying or sitting out of breath. There were no people like Su Yuan who had any spare energy. He suddenly laughed and said, Carlos, are you too miserable? Have you offended your senior brother emotionally? Carlos's face was directly swollen and he looked very miserable and pitiful. The other party showed no mercy at all. Seeing a handsome guy become ugly is a kind of enjoyment for Su Yuan, and it is a unique visual enjoyment. Advertisement. However, the guys on his side basically don't have a good image. Midoriya Izuku is not bad, but he is a bit exhausted and doesn't have many wounds on his body. As long as he can completely master one for all, he can definitely become the number one here, but this road is a bit far away. Su Yuan looked at the slowly growing Midoriya Izuku, and Irene on the side said calmly, Today your performance is very poor, your talent, strength, and use of quirks are too poor. If you still perform like this tomorrow, I think you can leave the priority class directly. They did not doubt what Irene said, and they knew how they performed. The training they started on the first day was not simple. However, when they come in, they must work hard and never fall down. When you return to the hotel, you will have everything you need. Go back and rest. Irene waved her hand and sent the people on the priority shift back. As soon as they entered the hotel, their embarrassed appearance was seen. There are many students wandering in the Shikong area. Some people in the development class whispered, Aren't these all geniuses from the Yuxian class? Why are they so embarrassed? I don't know, but to be honest, the people in the priority class are not very good. I guess they were abused outside today, right? Among the many beings, a bear slowly walked out and mocked directly. Hey, aren't these the proud ones of the priority class? Why do you come back covered in gray after going out to play for a day? Could it be that you were being bullied outside? Do you want those of us in the development class to avenge you? After all, our strength may be stronger than your priority class. Oh, really? Amidst the ridicule, Su Yuan slowly walked towards the center of the development class, with cold eyes and a faint mouth. 140 challenge. You are not very strong, but your ability to mess around is very good. Su Yuan walked step by step towards the students in the development class in front of him, especially this bare-headed man. Bakugo Katsuki behind him followed him forward. If compared with his fiery temper, Bakugo Katsuki would be ranked second, while no one would dare to be ranked first. Are you looking for death? You be ***************. D. Bakugo Katsuki walked away with his hands crackling and setting fire. Today's version was very expensive, but it did not mean that he was incapable of fighting. Bakugo Katsuki's strength may be a bit underwhelming in the priority class, but he is definitely at the top in the development class. It seems that your priority class is planning to take down all our development classes. Not only the bare-headed people, but also many beings came from behind and directly put a big label on Su Yuan and the others. If you target one person in the development class is targeting the entire development class. It seems that what Su Yuan has to face is the entire development class, which will put Su Yuan under a lot of pressure. However, Su Yuan is the monitor of the priority class, and everything is decided by him. Moreover, most of the people in this class support Su Yuan. Carlos said calmly. Su Yuan, let's leave. If we face the entire development class, we have no chance of winning. Yes, squad leader, I think we should just bear with it, right? A girl who was following Carlos said softly. Her words were soft, but they were heard by the people in the development class opposite. Ha ha ha, did you hear that the #1 priority class in the Yellow Academy is actually nothing? These guys are competing with each other, and the only one who can be praised is Mr. Carlos. Advertisement: these guys don't dare to defend Carlos. After all, Carlos has a very high status in country Y. You must know that Carlos is Gabriel's old enemy. How can you, ABBD, not know Carlos in country M? But you absolutely cannot ignore Gabriel. He was the youngest god of war on the military battlefield, and there were only a few people recognized by him, and Carlos was one of them. Therefore, they couldn't offend Carlos, but they didn't care about the other guys. Su Yuan said calmly. If you are afraid, you can leave here now and go back to your room. In my dictionary, Baishuan Su Yuan, the words compromise and tolerance have never been included. You will suffer a lot if you act like this. Do you think it's easy to offend people in the development class? Carlos directly grabbed Su Yuan's arm, but failed to drag Su Yuan even a little bit. At this moment, Su Yuan stood in front of all the people in the priority class, ignoring all the existence of the development class in front of him, and said coldly. There are no cowards in our priority class. So your development class really wants to be tied together, right? That's very good. Our priority class declares war on all your development classes. Do you dare to challenge? The aura from Su Yuan's body radiated out, and Haki's color turned on in an instant, like a pair of eyes opening behind Su Yuan, covering everyone present. All existence is overwhelming. At this moment, Su Yuan was no longer a simple superpower, he felt like a giant to them. Baishuan Su Yuan, you are crazy. Carlos and several people following him looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. His behavior was simply unreasonable. If you want to die, don't drag us with you, a man following Carlos roared. He has made up his mind now. He was wavering before, not knowing whether to join Carlos or Su Yuan. Now it is better to just take him. Push through. Advertisement: the priority class is very strong, and Su Yuan is very strong, but he is the only one who is strong. People with a discerning eye can see that there are not many powerful people in the priority class, so how to fight? If you are afraid, you can leave, don't be embarrassed here. Hans Bushi walked forward. He was originally unhappy with Carlos, a sanctimonious guy. Su Yuan was right to think that this guy was very dangerous. Now the other party's face has completely emerged, and he has completely broken up with Su Yuan. Carlos looked at them with angry eyes and said coldly, very good, I look forward to embarrassing you. Let's go. Carlos didn't want to die with them and did something fearless. He turned around and left, leaving only those who believed in Su Yuan. Su Yuan smiled lightly and said, don't worry, you will not go wrong if you follow me. The corner of Yi Jian's mouth raised and he said, I never thought that the second day after entering the Brave Academy would be so exciting. Yi Tian and his brother are the same. People in country Z will never bow their heads or give in for these things. After all, Su Yuan was also a person in country Z before traveling through time, so they're kindred spirits. Midoriya Izuku was supposed to stop them, but he didn't know why he felt very unhappy inside. Instead, he expected Su Yuan to do such an unreasonable thing. You are really trying to flatter yourself. Baishuan Su Yuan, although you are very powerful, don't forget that our development class has 5 classes, with a total of more than 200 people. No matter how powerful you are, you can defeat 200 people by yourself. There are too many people, the bare-headed man sneered coldly, his eyes extremely contemptuous. 141 a week. We have a total of 5 development classes here, with more than 200 people in total. No matter how strong you are, can you defeat all of us by yourself? The bare-headed man said with a condescending look, without any trace of doubt. Give them any face. People in the development class behind him all started to boo. That's it, don't think too highly of yourself. There are not many in the priority class who are worthy of this class. If you were to fight against people from our development class, you might just be useless and have no ability to fight at all. Shoto Todoroki couldn't bear to listen to these provocative words. He planned to release the ice in his hands to make them shut their mouths obediently. But Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "It's inappropriate to say more. In my eyes, you are just trash, and you cannot be called an opponent at all. So, do you, the development class, accept the challenge of our priority class 11? They didn't dare to look directly at Su Yuan in front of them, the pressure on them was too great. There are still some people in the development class who don't want to stir up trouble, but there are still many militants like the bare-headed people. They yelled. How arrogant, can you really not see us clearly, although we are in the development class, but your priority class is probably no match for us. The words were extremely cold. Now that the hatred was completely established, the bare-headed man said calmly, very good, we accept your challenge. All the superpowers in the development class are fighting against the 11 people in your priority class. Isn't it good to fight like this? Why don't we call in to block it? The leader looked at Su Yuan with a sly smile and moved closer to him. However, these little guys are challenging the entire development class. Those guys are not easy. If they challenge a class, it may be okay to rely on Su Yuan, but with so many, even Su Yuan will probably be exhausted, right? The Invigilator said helplessly, feeling that Eileen in front of him was dreaming and was unclear about the current situation. If you win, everyone in our development class will obey one of your conditions and requests. What do you think? The leaders of the development class all communicated and finally got this result. 0 hyphenation point, please give me flowers. Su Yuan said calmly. You can bet as you like, we will all follow, but the battle will take place in a week. Advertisement, of course there is no problem, just 1 week at a time. Anyway, you won't see much change or improvement in 1 week. We accept it. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth raised slightly. A week is enough. Don't look at how embarrassed they are now, but in fact it was just a short day of special training. They are already different from before in all aspects. All have been greatly improved. If we decide to bet ourselves, then I won't be polite. If you lose, you will all quit the Brave Academy. Your strength is not worthy of staying in the Brave Academy. The Punctu people did not give them any face, and Midoriya Izuku a little angry. What if we win? More than 200 requests can be used, which is good for free prostitution. Well, as expected, you are the strictest teacher and class teacher. So what are you going to do when these children are kicked out? Erin waved her hand and said, these guys have great potential, but I don't know if they can digest these things in a week and then grow rapidly. What can we do? You should know better than me what the people in the priority class will do when the time comes, right? If their strength is not good enough, why should they just send them indiscriminately? That would simply be a suicide. The military region doesn't need useless chess pieces, so what we have to do is to cultivate an indestructible sword and an unbreakable shield. Irene herself didn't know why she rated them so highly. In fact, it was probably because of Su Yuan, right? After all, Su Yuan's strength and potential were recognized. His strength should not be underestimated in the entire academy. Especially these guys from Shangying, after all, their potential and learning ability are very high, so their strength is gradually improving in a week, which is enough. After a week, she didn't know what these children would become, but she looked forward to it. After taking a look at the class schedule, she said calmly, change this time, and there are guys like Carlos. If after a week, if you can't comprehend what you should have, put them all in the priority class. Now the battle is completely settled, and the entire hotel knows about the battle a week later. Of course, Eileen had received the news, and the Invigilator was watching the transformation of information and intelligence on both sides. Then he directly reported, I always feel that this class will be very suitable for you. I just entered the school on the second day. After doing these things, I really don't know what to say. Point 0. Is that what it is like? It doesn't matter, let them fight. Anyway, I don't need useless people in my class. If they can't even defeat the development class, then they can't be called my Irene students. 142 Wooden Man, the 11 of them did not go back to the room directly, but came to the rooftop, and Beverly began to restore everyone. It has to be said that after today's intense pressure, Beverly herself did not expect that her quirks could be used faster, and could even vaguely heal 2 people at the same time. Of course, it was still relatively reluctant. Qingyue on the side whispered, Monitor, I found that my quirks seem to have changed a bit. I wonder if you can let me try it. She spoke shyly. Qingyue worked very hard today. She has increased quirks. The appearance of this kind of quirks in the priority class is actually an accident. This does not mean that this kind of quirks are not powerful, but 3, 4, 3, depends on the situation and the cooperation of the team. This kind of quirks is completely prepared for team battles, so this kind of quirks cannot be said to be absent, but it cannot be said to be powerful. So Qingyue's training method is very special. After the day, Qingyue found that her quirks seemed to be under control. Okay, you can try my body enhancement, but for comparison, use it on Bakugo Katsuki. After all, it was him you enhanced before. Su Yuan suggested, and Qingyue lowered her head and said, I don't dare, Bakugo is too fierce. After saying this, everyone nodded. Anyone who knows how to get along with Bakugo Katsuki knows that he is not really fierce, and is even a bit arrogant. But Qingyue did not accept this trick and directly said Bakugo Katsuki very fierce. Bakugo Katsuki twirled his hair and curled his lips and said, "Okay, just give me a boost, and from now on you can just give me a boost." He suddenly approached Shinue directly. Because of his height, the reason is that he needs to get closer and bend down. The breathing between each other is so close, each other can feel each other's breath flowing, coupled with the words Bakugo Katsuki just said, it makes people think about it. Shinue has not seen it. She is a girl manga person. She was a little confused and shouted, "Could it be? Is this a confession?" A confession like a domineering president. This is Chingyu's dream. She didn't expect that she would actually meet her, but as Steel the straight Bakugo Katsuki naturally didn't know what outrageous words he had said. Su Yuan patted his head and said, "I have forgotten that each of these guys has a thicker head than the last, and they are all undeveloped guys, but they were in the comics before. I didn't see Bakugo Katsuki's CP among them. Maybe I can get one here." This situation makes Su Yuan find it very interesting. Because of Su Yuan's arrival, the entire line has changed. It is completely different from the plot of the comic, and has even changed a lot. Izuku Midoriya, he waved his hand and said, "Xiao Sheng, don't bully Chinue, and don't be so cruel to girls." King Kong behind him shook his head and said, "Do these guys know what they mean?" Su Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect King Kong to be a guy with such a high emotional intelligence. It seems that he can't judge people by their appearance, do you know? Bakugo Katsuki still didn't know what he said and continued to speak, but now his words and expression looked completely different in Chingyu's eyes. Chingyue little chicken nodded and said, yeah. It looked like she was very excited. Only King Kong and Su Yuan were sensible people present, and the others were just a bunch of idiots. Then let's start. Bakugo Katsuki's tone changed again, and the quirks in his hand began to surge. The balloon man knew the transformation very well, and a training ground appeared directly, which could fully satisfy Bakugo Katsuki's attack and combat. Su Yuan stood in front of Bakugo Katsuki and said calmly, "You attack and try on me and see what happens." A small bright moon appeared between Chingyu's hands, and then after the small bright moon successfully condensed, it floated lightly appeared above Bakugo Katsuki's head, and a soft luster floated on Bakugo Katsuki's body. Bakugo Katsuki felt that his whole body was different. The corners of his mouth raised slightly and he said, "The increase is more obvious than before, and it's not the same now. Not only the quirks have been enhanced, but my own physical abilities have also been enhanced." Bakugo Katsuki found the key point in an instant. This increase was much stronger than before. When his body rushed over, Su Yuan found something different. He was actually in a trance for a moment. Although it was only a moment, judging from the battlefield, it was enough. Su Yuan's attack failed to condense successfully and was hit hard. The explosive power above directly blasted away 3.4. Su Yuan was careless after all. Bakugo Katsuki knew that this was definitely not his fault, and Su Yuan would not let go. The source of the problem was Chinyu. Chinyu was panting, her little face was flushed, and she looked very cute. That just now the moment of trance was created by her, and it was also done by the bright moon. She didn't even expect it to be successful. "Yes, it seems that your quirks has been greatly improved during today's training. Our odds of winning improved by a few points." The corner of Su Yuan's mouth raised slightly, confirming the opponent's ability and quirks improvement. 143 The improvement of everyone. Everyone has improved to a certain extent. Su Yuan looked at everyone and smiled. "What happened just now is considered impulsive. I am here to say sorry to you. You don't need to say it like this. What you said and did just now is so relieving. We don't know how painful it is. Compared to Carlos, they don't know how many numbers they have." Yi Chuang said calmly, and at this moment, there was another scene in the rooftop area. A team of people came up. You didn't even need to look at them to know that it was Carlos and the others. Carlos heard it in an instant. Anyway, they were completely embarrassed. The other party didn't say anything nice at all, and said calmly, "You are really stupid. You actually talked to them about all the development classes. People are fighting. Baikuan Su Yuan, you really intend to ruin all of this. But it's okay. After all, the people in the priority class are too weak now, and the layers are uneven. It's time to bring in a new batch of fresh blood." Carlos looked at them with a sneer. He can't defeat Su Yuan, but that doesn't mean that other beings can't do anything about him. Single quote. The long sword in Yi Jian's hand slowly emerged, shining brightly under the moonlight. Carlos said calmly, "What you have to consider now is how to deal with them, right? Instead of fighting me, it's only a matter of a week. I really can't think of a way for you, Baikuan Su Yuan, to defeat those guys, you alone." Singled out. Su Yuan shook his head and said, "Then you are wrong. You can't see their potential at all. Anyone who comes out is much stronger than you, so I hope that you can keep up with our progress by then." What a shame. Carlos looked down on these guys at all and could only treat them as temporary passion. But Carlos was very smart and would not conflict with them. Because there was no need, he quietly used the rooftop in separate areas. He whispered, "This kid can actually use sand in my water flow. This is much better than you. It seems that I can't resist for too long. This guy should improve quickly. If you ask me, I don't know, but they are improving very quickly, so we should be able to end the training early." They didn't want this to happen. After all, it was so difficult to get in, and they couldn't leave the Academy of the Brave at all. "The next thing is all up to you. I can't do anything to help you. I can only work hard. Su Yuan chuckled, and then they both went to rest. Everyone was preoccupied and had many thoughts. Advertisement. On Su Yuan's side, he took a deep breath, and the sand in his body began to condense and become part of his jotong. It actually surged together with the flowing water and became part of it. Su Yuan looked at the remaining people and said, "The next ones are you, belonging to the second ladder. Although your combat power is not that strong, you are the fastest growing group of people. I, Yi Jian, Yi Tian, and Hans Bu Shi are in the upper class. The four of us will have no problem dealing with the development class, but we cannot rule out that there will be troublesome people in it, and they are not fools. We'll definitely find a large number of troops to target the four of us." Even the extremely tough Hailong was hit with wounds one after another, and the senior who controlled Hailong began to look ugly. You have obvious advantages now, but at the same time, your shortcomings are also very obvious. What you need to do is to improve your own strength, repair your bad opponents, and make a qualitative change within a week. Su Yuan closed his fist, compressed his breath and strength, and said calmly, "It's time for this to end, let's break it into pieces." They whispered. What happened to these little guys? It was just one night. What happened to them to suddenly become like this? So the four of us are actually the key. The more combat power we can attract, the more comfortable you will be on the second level. In the following days, the three of you must improve your combat power and find your own problems and shortcomings and then improve them. They nodded obediently, knowing the current situation very well. The next day came quickly, and they were still fighting with the seniors, but today the seniors found that these guys had changed. Midoriya, Izuku and the others nodded and clenched their fists. If they did not perform well in this battle or failed, they would all leave the Brave Academy. Hailong in the flowing water began to be attacked by the quicksand, and his whole body was mercilessly impacted. The feeling of attack and friction brought by it was no joke. Su Yuan looked at the moonlight and said, "The combat effectiveness of our team is very unbalanced now. You should know it very well. I said it directly. Everyone's fighting style has changed, as if it is a life and death battle, and the feeling makes them all a little confused." The balloon man shook his head helplessly and said, "It was fine yesterday, but today it's like this. It seems that I really don't understand young people and how changeable they are." Quote. 144 Complete the trial. Su Yuan stood on the sea water and condensed quicksand to form a piece of ground. If there was no fulcrum, he made his own fulcrum. After having the fulcrum, Su Yuan could start to launch his own attack. He took a deep breath and raised all the breath in his body to a certain point. His fists were glowing with silver, his weapon color turned on, and they were as strong as metal. Withdrawing the fist to his waist area, all the aura and power of the whole body were concentrated on one point, all gathered together, with layers of cyclones floating on it. His eyes turned a light khaki color, and the power of the Shasha fruit was concentrated on his metal fist. He took a long breath, and then the entire fulcrum began to break. But at this moment, his fist attack had already burst out, and all the airflow in front of him was absorbed by the vortex to form a huge tornado attack which converged into 10 straight lines in an instant. Rushing out fiercely, everything was torn apart ruthlessly. Hailong's huge body turned back and rushed towards Su Yuan's attack. At this time, the attacks of each other began to collide. Break it into pieces. Su Yuan's eyes were cold and he punched out. The heavy blows spread in the middle, directly spreading to any area and corner of the water polo. From the outside, it seems that this water ball has become unstable, as if it is about to break at any time, and it cannot withstand it for long. Su Yuan's attack was still increasing, and the trembling of the water ball became more and more intense. Hailong roared and was swallowed up by all the gravel, and immediately punched out. Advertisement. A fist was blasted from one end of the water ball, and then the wind and waves roared like a sleeping lion suddenly waking up, piercing the surrounding area of the water ball. Su Yuan, on the other hand, stood firmly in the middle of the water polo, maintaining the posture of punching, letting the water droplets hit his body and being soaked by the current. But as soon as they came out, the attacks began to launch continuously. The senior brother who used sand quirks said calmly, "Baikwan Su Yuan, be careful, your trial is not over yet." Layers of quicksand attacks appeared under Su Yuan's feet and around him. These attacks were not condensed instantly, but were attacks that had been condensed for a long time. It seemed that the opponent had been prepared from the beginning. Boom. Su Yuan was hit hard while he was breathing, and his whole body was attacked mercilessly, but Su Yuan did not fall down. In the smoke and dust, he slowly stood up straight. His whole body was wrapped in a layer of armor, and he looked exactly like a samurai. Neither of the two seniors expected that Su Yuan would use the Shasha fruit to protect himself the moment he came out. This reaction was very impressive to them. The senior who used the water flow revealed his appearance, and he turned out to be a fish, a clownfish. He smiled and said, "It seems that water is not a disadvantage for you, and you can make good use of the water flow to attack. You passed the test on my side. It's the same here. The main thing is to test your mastery of your own quirks. Now it seems that you are very good at using and mastering your own quirks. You are even a little more proficient than your age. So the first level of this special training is you passed." Both seniors recognized Su Yuan and thought it was normal for Su Yuan to pass this assessment. Advertisement. Irene walked up to Su Yuan and said, "We all knew you would be the first to finish it, but we didn't expect you to be so fast. We are not prepared for the second stage of training. Let's wait until tomorrow. Quote. So now you can walk around and do whatever you want. This is your reward. Irene was very satisfied with Su Yuan for completing the first stage of hell training so quickly. How about we two seniors take you around? The two seniors feel that Su Yuan is very extraordinary, and it's time to have a good fawning. If they fawn well, they may need each other's help. They were all very optimistic about Su Yuan's potential. Su Yuan nodded and said, 1. Then I will help the two seniors. Quote. No, this is too polite. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. Alan Keith, the fish-headed man said with a smile, and said his own name, while the name of the senior Shazi on the side was Neil Mountbatten. Neil, Alan, you two guys should take your junior brother well and don't lead him to bad things. After Irene warned them, she watched them leave, and after they left, Irene's the phone rang. Hello, good Zhao Zhao, I am currently in training and am not free. Quote. Eileen, please go to the door now, there are distinguished guests coming. If you don't answer, my time is precious. Even if a god comes, I still won't answer. Okay, I originally wanted you to greet your idol All Might when he comes, but if you are so busy, I will make other arrangements. What? Eileen's eyes suddenly changed, and she uttered two words in silence for a moment. Then after realizing that she had lost her composure, she immediately said, I'm not busy. Dean, I'm not busy at all. This is about hosting idols. You have to let me go no matter what, right? So Dean, give me a few minutes to scare you. 145 The arrival of All Might. After Irene hung up the phone, she hurriedly started to dress herself up, and then said calmly, I have something to go out for now. You all will give me good training. If I come back and find any of you being lazy, I will punish you. And if you are lazy, I will punish you. If these old fritters are lazy, come back and beat them to death. In the eyes of the older generation, Irene has always been the existence of the devil. She said that she would be beaten to death, although she would not really beat her to death, but when she comes back, you will probably be half dead, which is very terrifying. Everyone, try your best. After all, that is the great demon King Irene. If we are really found out that we are not serious, it will be even worse than death. All Might stood at the gate of the Academy of the Brave and sighed, how long will it take before I can be welcomed into it? I don't have much time to transform now. At this time, Su Yuan walked towards the door and saw All Might waiting at a glance. He was surprised. All Might, why are you here 153? All Might himself did not expect to meet Su Yuan, and said with a smile, haha, young Su Yuan. I didn't expect that the first person I met here would be you. First of all, congratulations on successfully entering the priority class of the Brave Academy. But, aren't you training now? What are you doing? All Might looked at Su Yuan a little confused. Is Su Yuan going out for special training? Alan and Neil on the side said with shining eyes, this is real All Might. I saw it right. All Might, we are your idols and absolute fans. I wonder if you can sign our autographs and take a group photo with us. The two of them walked to All Might's side. After Su Yuan saw this scene, he smiled and said, it turns out that All Might is so famous in other places, but that's right, All Might at that time returned from country M. Single quote. By the way, Junior, you haven't been out, have you? Alan asked, and Su Yuan shook his head, mainly because the time he came here was too short, and indeed he had never been to other places except hotels and colleges. Irene's figure suddenly appeared next to them, and Su Yuan was frightened. Where did it appear from? It was so scary. All Might laughed and said, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to take a group photo? Advertisement. All Might, let's go out first. Green Valley and the others are training inside. Just let teacher Irene take the lead. Su Yuan waved his hand, said a few words to All Might, and left. They arrived in the city in a matter of seconds. After walking for a few minutes, Su Yuan arrived at his destination, the bar. Su Yuan said helplessly, sure enough, the place you brought me to is not a serious place. There are many fun places in the city. Let's take you to relax now. After all, your 2 days of special training have consumed a lot of money, right? Junior, let us tell you that teacher Erin is a die-hard fan of All Might, so we better not bother letting her be with the idol, otherwise, our end will be very miserable. The two old fritters originally planned to take a group photo. But after Irene appeared, they didn't dare to continue. It was actually not bad to have a signature. At this moment, a heat wave hit. After feeling this breath, the expressions of the two old seniors changed drastically. Idol, I think we should wait for another day. After all, the person who comes is not simple. With that aura and power, they are very familiar with each other. It is definitely that woman. Neil nodded and said, that's right. In fact, the college is quite far away from the city, so if we want to go out, we need to use certain means of transportation. But don't worry about this. There are all kinds of means of transportation available when you want to go out. If so, just come here and use these means of transportation. Come, let's take you to a good place. You will definitely like it very much. Neil said with a smile. Su Yuan had a bad feeling when he said this. He didn't know where the two seniors planned to take him. Su Yuan was led out of the Brave Academy by two seniors. Neil let out a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, we acted quickly, otherwise, we would all have become scum now. All Might nodded and said, "Okay, young Su Yuan, go out for a walk, and I will learn about your news and situation from Irene." "Hello, I am the teacher who is here to receive you, and I am also the homeroom teacher of your heroic students. You can just call me Irene." Irene stretched out her hand tremblingly, shook All Might's hand, and then whispered, "Okay, I want to keep this hand, I absolutely can't choose it." When Su Yuan heard this, he rolled his eyes and complained, "You ABAG girls are all the same, are you such a big shopper? There are also all kinds of superpowers walking on the ground. It is bustling and lively, with people coming and going." After arriving in the city, Su Yuan was shocked. There were high-rise buildings everywhere, and there were even some buildings made of unknown materials. There were many birdmen in the sky, and the dragon operator was a flying type of quirks. 146 Su Yuan's first battle. Don't underestimate this bar. Although this place looks like a bar on the outside, it's actually not that simple inside. You'll know after you sneak in. The corner of my mouth raised slightly, and then I took Su Yuan in. After Su Yuan came in, he found that the scene here had changed and he entered another scene directly. There was a deafening sound, there were shouts and roars everywhere. Su Yuan could tell at a glance what this place was: underground, fighting arena. Isn't it exciting? This is the only underground fighting arena in the entire M country. There are battles every day. The battles here are basically life and death battles. Alan seemed to enjoy the fighting and shouting in this place. And Neil whispered, "Although it is a bit dangerous for you, Alan and I both hope you can go up and give it a try. After all, this fighting arena brings together people with powers from all over the world. You can be better here. Understanding your own quirks and practice, freeing yourself between life and death, will be more helpful to your practice." Su Yuan found it quite interesting and nodded. "I feel that I am still very interested in this kind of fighting. This should be able to cover my face, right?" Neil nodded and said, "This low-level fighting arena is absolutely safe and can cover your face. Originally, if you came directly to compete, you would have to pay money, but because we are here, you can participate directly. Junior brother, please think about it." Su Yuan smiled lightly and said, "No need to think about it. The two senior brothers brought me here just to let me participate in this fight, so I will participate." "Okay, we did not misjudge the person, right? Remember never to sign a life and death fight. Although it is very exciting, the opponent you face is really not that simple." Neil looked at Su Yuan seriously. This sentence is said very seriously. Su Yuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, senior brother, I know what to do." Advertisement. Alan took Su Yuan towards the registration point, and a jellyfish man slowly appeared next to Neil and said calmly, "Can this guy bring me profits? I want to know how much you owe here. The days are running out." "Don't worry, this guy can definitely do it. It's more than enough to pay off your debt. Then why not let him participate in a life and death battle? You can earn more this way, right? Newcomers, don't they all advance step by step?" Su Yuan did not hear the conversation between them. If he had known about it, he probably would not have been so bold in fighting. The moment he actually stood in the central fighting arena, that feeling completely hit Su Yuan's heart. That feeling was really no joke. Su Yuan suddenly drifted into it, and his blood rose. Su Yuan waved his hand casually, and countless attacks inside began to attack. The Earth assassins rushed out and rushed towards the attacking being. But they never thought that they would provoke such a terrifying existence. Su Yuan sneered. "They are all too weak." 0. After all the procedures were completed, Su Yuan came to a room, and Alan said softly, "You will be notified later to tell you to go out to fight. There are many people fighting every day, but the speed is very fast. Your first battle will be very fast. There could be a big scuffle, so be careful. In the next group of competitions, players from numbers 3 to 15 are invited to come to the fighting arena for a big brawl. It's actually an instant kill. This is a scene I haven't seen in a long time. Let's get excited. Dedicate our screams to this newcomer. No. 5. Advertisement. 0. Please give me flowers." The same was true for the other superpowers. They were killed one after another in just a few seconds. Su Yuan was the only one standing in the center of the entire fighting arena, with various people lying around him. Loser. Su Yuan was awakened by the notification, looked at number 5 in his hand, put on his mask, and said with a smile, "Then my battle will begin." Their eyes became ugly, quirks exploded wildly, and had the ability to use water attacks. After Su Yuan understood everything, he began to wait for the battle to begin. He looked at the mask in his hand and used a monster mask that was more Z-style. What's going on? Contestant number 5 seems to be very extraordinary. The commentator was a little surprised, and the scene suddenly began to change dramatically. Although Su Yuan was surrounded, his methods seemed to be extraordinary. But in the next second, he was instantly killed by a condensed stone hammer and flew hundreds of meters away. Now, the battle begins. With the order, Su Yuan became the target of everyone. After all, in terms of size, Su Yuan was very weak and easy to bully. As soon as he moved his hands, the fighting arena was shaken up by him, the ground was shaking, and many of the beings rushing towards him became panicked and moved into his own center of gravity. Instant kill. I have only seen this underground fighting in novels. I never thought it would happen to me, but it is really exciting. Although Su Yuan was in the room, the roars around him could be heard. It entered his mind and made him a little obsessed with this feeling. 4SF 147 versus Jack Scissorhands. The entire fighting arena began to boil and scream, all cheering for Su Yuan. Incomparably crazy, Su Yuan stood among them, the corner of his mouth raised and said, "This feeling is really good, I am actually a little obsessed with this feeling. It seems that the newcomer this time is not as simple as we thought. I wonder if this newcomer will win 100 consecutive victories like the previous king." The commentator suddenly said the legend of this fighting arena, the man who won 100 consecutive victories and never lost once. Su Yuan knows certain rules. As long as you win, you can choose to continue fighting. Su Yuan's battle just ended too quickly, all were instant kills, and it was meaningless at all, so he said calmly, "I choose to continue fighting." Because of the mask, his voice completely changed. After the jellyfish man saw it, he laughed and said, "It's very good. It seems that the products you brought this time are very impressive, maybe you too can even make a profit, pen." The corner of Neil's mouth rose and he said, "It seems that I have found a treasure this time. It is still early, maybe our little junior brother can really continue to win in a row. Maybe our junior brother may win 100 consecutive victories. I heard that he seemed to have defeated the man who once had 100 consecutive victories, Gabriel, during the trial. In fact, Su Yuan himself did not expect that 100 consecutive victories. The winner turned out to be Gabriel. This newcomer is so arrogant, he just started asking for a second game right after the battle. Open. The more arrogant the person is, the more they like him. Now they really want to watch Su Yuan's battle and see if the second battle is the same instant kill. Only in this way will they be very comfortable and satisfied, so the second battle was arranged. Damn it. What do you mean? Let him face a guy like this in the second game? Neil's eyes changed after seeing Su Yuan's opponent. After all, the opponent Su Yuan faced now was the most recent life and death battle, the first existence. Advertisement Jack Scissorhands. After Su Yuan saw the person coming, he couldn't help but feel vigilant in his heart. The murderous aura on the other person was very strong. It was definitely not something ordinary beings possess. This was someone who had really killed many beings. I really didn't expect that the second villains the newcomers faced would be our murderous king, Jack Scissorhands. Alan on the side said coldly, "Are you crazy? If he dies, we have no way to explain to the superiors." Neil and Alan's expressions changed greatly now. They were going crazy. Killing Su Yuan in front of them might be as simple as crushing an ant. Even if they appear, they may not be their opponents. That guy crawled out from the pile of dead people. He is not comparable to them at all. He is a messenger of hell, a devil. It's a good life, but soon, all your life and blood will turn into a part of my scissors. When his face completely emerged, Su Yuan twitched a little, it was so eerie. His face was similar to that of a snake spirit, his eyes turned blood red, his body was stooped, as if he had no bones, and his hands turned into scissors. This opponent is very difficult and must not be taken lightly, but no matter who it is, Su Yuan can still fight it. Su Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Senior, if you say this now, is it too early?" "It's very quirks, but I like it even more like this," Jack said coldly. "Let's start now." Seeing this, the commentator felt cold all over and said tremblingly, "Start, start." Advertisement When Jack finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared, too fast. Su Yuan felt a little bit in crisis, and all the hairs on his body stood up, and he found that he couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and he felt like he was being attacked from behind, but because of his own defense, the opponent's attack was completely ineffective. "It seems that your defense is still good, but I don't know if you can survive so many attacks." Jack's eyes became cold, and he rushed out instantly. Su Yuan said calmly, "Do you think your attack will be effective the second time?" Maybe others will be afraid of such a fast villains, but Su Yuan is not afraid at all. After all, he has the knowledge and skills. After turning it on, in his eyes, the opponent's movements are just like playing tricks, without the slightest threat, and he can predict the opponent's next attack. Jack's sense of crisis was very strong. At this moment, he felt that the Su Yuan in front of him was completely different and had completely changed. But Jack would not give up the attack. Before the next attack came down, Su Yuan had already appeared in front of him, and then punched out hard. The Jack in front of him didn't react at all. He was even hit in his vital area by the opponent. His whole body was as if he was paralyzed by electric current. He couldn't move. His nerves were all paralyzed at that moment. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. They couldn't believe it. Su Yuan faced Jack Scissorhands and still killed him instantly with one move. 148 A different kind of defeated king, another instant kill. Everyone present was stunned. Instant kills were rare because every time the opponent would form a delicate balance, they probably didn't know the unspoken rules of this fighting arena. The allocation mechanism is very imperfect. The stronger you are, the stronger the opponents you will be matched with. For example, if Su Yuan kills 2 games instantly, you will probably encounter some super standard opponents in the next battle. Opponent. Therefore, no newcomer would be so stupid as to do something that would too much improve their combat effectiveness. This would be too courting death. Of course, if you have absolute strength, it doesn't matter. Seeing Jack lying unconscious in the distance, everyone began to return from their surprise. "I'll go, it's another instant kill. Fortunately, this is 01, a newcomer, and there is no opening. It's a gamble, otherwise, I will suffer a big loss. It's really beyond our expectations. This newcomer has just entered our underground fighting arena and won 2 consecutive victories, and all of them are profitable." Such a record has never happened here before. It seems that this newcomer's strength is very extraordinary. I wonder if he will continue to fight in the future? The commentator's words were a bit encouraging. After all, today's the battles were very boring, and suddenly two very novel words, newcomer, and instant kill, appeared, which made the place a hot topic. Inexplicably, the atmosphere there became better, and they were happy about it. The jellyfish man was a little confused and waved his hand. I'm just trying. I didn't ask Jack to kill him. I just planned to teach him a lesson, but I didn't expect that the person you brought this time was really good. Phew, fortunately nothing happened, otherwise we two brothers would be doomed. Neil and Alan looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief. Neil shook his head and said, this kid really doesn't understand the underground fighting arena. According to the rules, so many battles are not without instant kills, but they do not want instant kills. They need the number of consecutive wins to increase their own value. This kid is good, he really used it for practice, maybe soon, the consecutive wins will be eliminated. Interrupted. Su Yuan didn't care about so many things. He felt that this Jack had some strength, but under his own knowledge and appearance, he seemed a bit weak. It seems that my Conqueror's Haki color is indeed not simple. If I really practice it, I might be able to defeat these guys. Advertisement. That's it for today. I'll take this little guy and leave first. Alan felt that he had to explain the rules here to Su Yuan, otherwise he didn't know what he would do later. But the jellyfish man smiled and said, come again. Haven't you seen the atmosphere on the field now? It's unprecedentedly high. If you continue to fight, it can bring me a huge income. This is what I want. Your debts you can also pay it off completely at this time. So what are your plans now? The jellyfish man looked at you and the two of them with a smile, and they gritted their teeth and said, then you promise us that you will never start a life and death battle, and the difference in combat power cannot be too big. After all, he is a person with supernatural powers who has just started practicing. Who are you kidding? Will this strength be the same as that of a beginner? However, don't worry, I will make good use of this cash cow. I know more about this aspect of operations than you do. The jellyfish man began to choose his opponent. In fact, Su Wei didn't even know that he was sold out by his two senior brothers. Su Yuan said coldly. Go on, this newcomer is really interesting. He continues to fight again. Let's see who this newcomer's third opponent is. The commentator became excited, and a man walked out from the door area opposite. A pig-headed man shook his head helplessly and said, I am asked to be an actor again today. Such a powerful guy wants an actor to join in the winning streak. I really don't know what the guys above are thinking. Oh, the newcomer's opponent in the third game is a bit strange. He seems to be the so-called king of different defeats. Even if he is defeated, he can only fight until the opponent surrenders. To a certain extent, this player has never been defeated, but will eventually give up. TCH, do you think I want you to be an actor this way? It's more money to be an actor. Let me see what I need to do. After blocking 3 attacks, I will admit defeat and show great pain. The pig-headed man looked at it. After taking a look at the information in his hand, he moved his body and said, okay, without further ado, let's start taking action. I won't take action. See if you can defeat me. Su Yuan glanced at the pig-headed man curiously and whispered, I'll try to see if I can defeat him with one punch. But I have a new idea recently. What will the attack look like after adding one punch to another? Su Yuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, making a posture to prepare for an attack, and inhaled the flow of air into his body. Inside the body, the afterimage flows in the fist area. 149 One punch is enough. Call. Su Yuan took a long breath, and the airflow entered his body like a long dragon, turning into a wave of air and running around, and his eyes turned earthy yellow. There are 2 kinds of aura condensed on his fist. One is the power of the Shasha fruit, and the other is the armament color that is strengthened after opening it. The metal was intertwined on it, and when the 2 breaths were mixed together, his fist had become very powerful. After seeing the pig-headed man in front of him, he couldn't help but twitch in his heart and whispered, this feeling, it's very bad, it feels like a disaster is imminent. He became serious and took rare actions, completely different from the person he was before. What's going on? We saw that this king actually started to take action. He used to be motionless. From being indifferent at the beginning to surrendering, is this newcomer starting to make him feel threatened? The commentator started to get excited. There are a lot of big news today. The more news there is, the more advertising fees you will spend. Naturally, he started to explain with great excitement, and his partner around him was even more so. Armor. Our king actually condensed a set of armor to cover his body. His quirks have never appeared before, but now they appear. It's armor. He can condense a variety of armors to protect his body. It seems that he condensed some subtle armors before he was attacked. No wonder the defense is so strong. It seems that this newcomer will bring us a lot today. What a surprise. After taking one look at it, the jellyfish man said with a smile, if this guy is killed instantly with one move, double his salary. I think killing him instantly with one move is more interesting than touching him. You guys brought an incredible one today, guy. Neil and Alan could only shake their heads helplessly, clench their hands, and look at the fighting field nervously. The more eye-catching Su Yuan is, the more you will have to face. No, after this game is over, we must stop Su Yuan, otherwise, the next opponent will be too dangerous. Neil and Alan looked at each other had this idea. Boom. A punch hit the pig-headed man's body firmly, and the armor was shaken a little. You can see ripples spreading in it, several cracks were shattered on it, and the golden light slowly spread out. No, I don't need you to admit defeat, because I know how to deal with you. Advertisement. The first attack came out, and it turned out to be a deadlock. However, this is the first time I have seen so many layers of defense on the pig-headed man since the battle, and the newcomer can still deal such damage under so many defenses. It takes a pig-headed man to do so much damage. If you are careless, will you directly break this so-called strange king's record? The commentator spoke with high spirits. Although it was just a simple punch attack, it contained a lot of things. Nuos. Instead, the corners of Jellyfish Man's mouth raised and he said, "It's rare that the benefits are so good. Will I let this opportunity go?" Phew, fortunately I was able to resist. I didn't use my body to resist at first, otherwise I might have been beaten to death. The pig-headed man has always been an extremely cautious person, and now he admires his own judgment very much. But after the punch was fired, it seemed like nothing happened. The wind was howling, and Su Yuan's fist hit it. The pig-headed man didn't expect the punch to be so fast, and the sound of breaking the wind lingered in his ears, especially harsh. The ground shattered, the airwaves were split, and his fist exploded amidst the sound of wind. The oncoming punch instantly enlarged, and slowly enlarged in the pig-headed man's pupils until it occupied all of him. However, Su Yuan retracted his fist, and the pig-headed man said in confusion, "Although I am an actor, I have resisted 3 of your moves. You are not qualified like this, so I can't admit defeat." However, he did not expect that it would turn out like this the next second. The opponent rushed over so fast that he could not even see Su Yuan's action clearly. The pig-headed man let out a sigh of relief. This is his most powerful weapon. It should be very easy to resist 3 attacks, right? The scene was still, but the pig-headed man just felt a little uncomfortable inside. The armor was at least partially blown away, but he was able to withstand the first blow. "Come again." The voice was like a wave covering the entire fighting venue, and even you and the others watched. "You two are so stupid. If you want to blame, the person you brought is too outstanding. Baishuan Su Yuan." The jellyfish man made some small moves that even Alan and the others didn't know about. The surrounding audience were not fools. They immediately saw the changes in confrontation, and immediately shouted, "Continue. Let's take action, little brother." The pig-headed man laughed. The aura in his whole body was extremely strong, and his blood was rolling and condensing. The armor was stacked in front of his body, and he was armed inside and outside. Needless to say, such defense was definitely not possible. Most people can break it. 1 punch is enough. Su Yuan slowly said 4 words, and the pig-headed man's body made a crisp sound and exploded amidst the noise. Everyone's eyes were completely stunned. 150 another instant kill. 1 punch is enough to deal with you, Su Yuan said calmly. It didn't matter if these words appeared in the ears of the pig-headed man. After all, he had always listened to those people's lies. He didn't know how many people had been talking to him like this before. No more words. But what's the result? You can't kill yourself instantly with 1 move. You may be able to defeat yourself, but if you want to kill yourself instantly, that's simply too difficult. After hearing this, the surrounding audience couldn't believe it, and the noise turned into silence. They just looked at Su Yuan, who stopped taking action. The pig-headed man said calmly, "No, big brother, I also have professional ethics as an actor, if you..." But before he finished speaking, the armor on the pig-headed man was broken and all turned into powder and disappeared. A mouthful of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. All the strength in his body slowly disappeared, and he hit the ground hard. He couldn't use any strength from his whole body, and he couldn't continue fighting at all. He coughed. "What did you do to me?" Another mouthful of blood was spat out. Now he could no longer fight and was killed instantly with another punch. "I have to admit that your internal and external attacks are very strong, but unfortunately your strength can only be limited to defense. As long as my attack can break through all your defenses in an instant, your body will be unable to withstand it. In fact, your physical fitness is weaker than you think, and you cannot withstand the blow at all. Besides, there is a second layer of fluctuations in my punch. The first layer only breaks your external defense, and the next punch destroys your internal defense. After the link between the 2 powers is activated, you will naturally resist, can't help it. This is my wave fist." Su Yuan himself didn't know that he could actually succeed. His rustling fruit can still be used in this way, directly separated from his armed fist attack. It seems that he understands the rustling fruit, still relatively superficial. The pig-headed man was defeated for the first time in the fighting arena, and his strange title disappeared completely. But the pig-headed man didn't know that Kong Shi gained huge benefits because of the failure of this battle. Instant kill. Another instant kill. I didn't expect that against such a defensive king, a newcomer could kill instantly. This is simply unbelievable. The commentator raised his voice, and the audience around him became crazy and agitated. They couldn't believe it at all. What I saw. Advertisement, especially those who had fought with the pig-headed men in the past, they didn't know what to think of Su Yuan in front of them. With the powerful attacks and unexpected instant kills, they didn't even understand Su Yuan's actions. Anyway, what they are seeing now is very exciting, and the level of attention is very high all of a sudden, and even some high-level people have begun to observe Su Yuan. The jellyfish man smiled lightly and said, "I really didn't expect the newcomers you brought to be so terrifying. Even my pig-headed man can be killed instantly. It seems that the next opponent must not be too weak." "Don't be like this. Isn't it good for you to be like this?" Neil directly stopped him. Although it was obvious that Su Yuan still had some strength left, if he really continued to fight, he didn't know what the outcome would be. So they must stop the jellyfish man in front of them no matter what, and their debts have been paid off now. The jellyfish man smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, you two. You don't need to take action this time. As long as he wins, all the profits will be on your heads. It will be up to you how to distribute them. After all, you are just a newcomer. So I believe you can do it yourself. 0 point please give me flowers." Jellyfish man threw out an offer and benefit that the two of them could not refuse. For them, money was really something they couldn't leave behind. "Okay, can we have a few words with him?" Alan said worriedly, trying to give Su Yuan some reminders no matter what. "Okay, you can say whatever you want. I have special communication tools here. As one of the managers here, Jellyfish man naturally has no problem at all." 0. Arrangements began, and Su Yuan was quickly installed with a small earphone. "Su Yuan, can you hear me? I'm Neil. You don't need to answer me next, you just need to remember what I said. This winning streak can be retained, so you don't need to keep fighting. Give up when you feel your body is not strong enough. Don't continue to challenge, and then don't continue to kill instantly, because the evaluation of your victory in the instant kill will increase. You continue if you go on, your strength will be comprehensively evaluated. By then, your opponent will no longer be as simple as playing house. There are many people with more murderous intent than Jack. You have to remember that the life and death battle in the fighting arena here does not matter your identity, status, gender, or age. What matters is your strength, so you must retain your strength, don't be too pushy, and don't continue to show up for instant kills." "Yes." Neil finished all his words, and then the call was cut off in an instant. 151 Get manager's attention. After Su Yuan listened, he shook his head and said, "Senior brother, I'm afraid I can't listen to you on this, I'm getting excited now." He now feels like his blood is surging, and he is very comfortable. This kind of comfort is a thrill that he has never experienced before. It just so happens that if the opponent behind him is stronger, he can hone his own strength. "I just don't know how the newcomer's consumption is. Can he continue to the next battle?" The commentator felt that Su Yuan was so magical that he couldn't help but want to continue watching Su Yuan's battle. Su Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Continue." After hearing this, the jellyfish man smiled and said, "Arrange some shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and let him achieve 10 consecutive victories in 813, before it becomes a bit difficult." The jellyfish man has great authority. Of course, other managers have discovered this problem. A man with a shark head looked at the data in his hand and said, "What's going on? Why has the revenue of the road arena increased at this time? So many?" "Sir, if you watch this video, you will know. The pig-headed man was actually solved. And the person who arranged the control now is actually the jellyfish man." "Is he one of the jellyfish men?" The eyes of the shark head became ugly. "He is also one of the managers of this underground fighting arena. There is a lot of competition among people, so his jellyfish man's behavior has a great influence on him. In fact, many times, it was still a duel between their subordinates as managers. At that time, Neil and Alan were fighting for the jellyfish man. They were indeed strong in the front, but later they were defeated one after another. The main reason was that those managers had some particularly perverted subordinates. The presence. So the jellyfish man has always been suppressed, but such a jellyfish man actually rose up and got such a powerful assistant? Sharkhead's face was gloomy, and he said calmly, "Very good, I didn't expect that guy from Jellyfish to do these things without telling me, but it doesn't matter. Let's go over and have a look now, I guess they will also be interested." The jellyfish man shook his head and said, "I didn't expect the other administrators to come out so soon." After Neil and Alan saw this scene, they worried. "Are you sure you can deal with them? If he is allowed to fight these guys, I refuse." Advertisement. The jellyfish man sighed. "I'm afraid it's not up to you. After all, they all think this guy is mine, so they will definitely suppress him. After all, I have been at the bottom for so long. But don't worry, Su Yuan has won 10 consecutive victories now. I will stop him from fighting and let him leave here. I will try my best to delay these guys, but fighting is unavoidable, so become stronger." The jellyfish man said in a low voice, looking at those managers could only shake their heads. Today's earnings were originally very good, but these guys suddenly appeared. They should have said it too quickly. Su Yuan was taken away and followed Neil and Alan on the way back. Looking at the sky, it was already night and he couldn't feel the passage of time at all. "Su Yuan, do you know how dangerous the battle you just fought was? I told you not to kill instantly. Although those guys are not strong, you still killed them all instantly. This is not a good thing for you." "No, other managers have been provoked." Neil held his chin. Shaking his head, he blew bubbles helplessly. He only blew bubbles when he was anxious. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "I'm going there just to hone my strength. Except for the third one who is a bit interesting, the other guys don't seem to be very good, it's really boring." But senior brother, are the managers you are talking about the most powerful guys? If there is a chance, I really plan to fight them." Su Yuan said with some expectation. In fact, he had seen the managers at that time, so all the pressure and power fell on his body, and he couldn't resist it at all. "You'd better stop thinking about it. Even the weakest jellyfish can be evenly matched with Irene. If you take action, you're just asking for death." Alan hit Su Yuan rudely, but Su Yuan is so young now. With such strength and mentality, how many people don't have it? At least they only see Su Yuan now. The other guys are far inferior to the Su Yuan in front of them. If he passes the devil training for a month, how strong will Su Yuan be? Su Yuan actually feels that this underground fighting arena is not very good for his training. What if it were Bakugo Katsuki and the others instead? The battle between life and death is definitely no joke. Maybe it is possible to be reborn in a week. Su Yuan suddenly asked, "Brother, do you think I can bring people over for exercise? I plan to take the guys in my class to exercise. After all, you should know what will happen in a week, right? We have probably heard that. You are really brave. 11 people plan to challenge more than 200 people, but no matter what, I am more optimistic about supporting you. As for them, right? It's hard to say, but if you plan to lead them, it's not impossible to go in. I'll take you there with me when I have free time tomorrow night. As long as they are willing to agree, there should be no problem." 152 me, 1 against 9. After arriving on the rooftop, everyone was lying as if dead. There were so many wounds that even Beverly had a hard time recovering. But it can be seen that their strength has improved a lot, but the wounds on their bodies are not quite right. "What's going on with you? Something must have happened to you when I went out today, right?" Su Yuan looked a little ugly. At this moment, a coughing sound came from the door. "Young men, congratulations to you. I joined the Academy of the Brave, but there are too many things going on today. It's my fault that I couldn't spare the time to come over and see you all right away. How are you doing?" After hearing this voice, Midoriya Izuku's eyes trembled, and the expressions of everyone around him changed. Unexpectedly, number 1 appeared. "All Might. Is every appearance so exaggerated?" Su Yuan shook his head helplessly, but All Might 01 worked really hard for him to come here. It must have taken him a long time to come here, and he didn't want to face everyone in the skeleton form. After Beverly and others from countries Y and Z saw All Might, their eyes lit up and they were so excited. Qingyu's eyes were full of stars and she said, "Isn't this All Might? Hero, S. Only exist in legends. Unexpectedly, they are now in front of us. This shouldn't be a dream, right?" Yi Tian and Yi Jian's idols are also All Might, but All Might is not just a person, there is also a very powerful presence in country Z. The moment All Might appeared, he realized that something was wrong with the people in front of him. He realized that these wounds were not caused by the seniors. After all, their attacks were very serious. "Advertisement. Is it that guy Carlos?" Su Yuan said calmly as if he knew something. Bakugo Katsuki said coldly, "If that guy hadn't attacked us sneakily, we would have blown their heads off. But we have to admit the strength of Carlos. He is the most dazzling newcomer among us in Country Y." Hans Bushi shook his head helplessly, with the same expression as Beverly beside him. The strength of Country Y is not weak, so they know what stage Carlos' strength is at. In fact, there are not many people here who can really fight, so after excluding Su Yuan, the fighting power here is pitifully weak. If Carlos and Al Condescending really wanted to fight, they would probably be dead by now. After all, they walked away from the battlefield. "Come out, man." Fortunately, the other party just wanted to teach them a lesson and let them know that Carlos's strength was not much worse than Su Yuan's. But it's a pity that Carlos has no idea how different his strength is from Su Yuan. Su Yuan said coldly, "Very good, they hit my people, so of course they have to pay for it. He now needs to take a gamble and see if the people above him are optimistic about his strength and potential. This is his opportunity and the capital for his revenge. Don't do stupid things," Shoto Todoroki said coldly. After all, they are members of the same team, and it would not be a good thing to take action casually. What happened today was mainly due to the discussion proposed by Carlos, and the senior who was in the same college as Carlos agreed, so the seniors around him had no choice but to agree to take a look. Advertisement. This resulted in them being tortured and beaten, which showed that Carlos's strength was really no joke. All Might is not confused. He still knows a lot of things. After all, their class teacher Eileen is not a law-abiding guy. There are a lot of gossips, things between them in the development class, and conflicts within the class. We all know a little bit. You have to be careful and pay attention to your sense of proportion. After all, we are all classmates. All Might said this, but whispered to Su Yuan. "If something goes wrong, I will support you from behind and let go." When Su Yuan heard this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly and he said, "Of course there is no problem." Then it's time. Su Yuan opened the communication tool directly and called everyone up to the rooftop in one breath. They planned to refuse at first, but then all 500 people came forward after uniting their opinions. Carlos stood in front of them and said calmly, "You plan to avenge them, right? But we are not stupid and will not fight you one by one. Although I don't want to admit it, your strength is indeed a bit scary. We are no match." Carlos showed his cards and spoke, as if he knew what Su Yuan was going to say. "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you, and I don't intend to bully the children." Su Yuan sneered, with a very mocking and provocative tone. The man next to him said coldly, If you plan to challenge me to a duel, you can stand up yourself, otherwise shut up." He glared back at the other party with one glance, not daring to say another word. After all, in this situation, the gun is fired. Head bird. "I'll give you a chance. I, Baikuan Su Yuan, will challenge you 9 Carloses by myself." Su Yuan said coldly, the breath on his body flowing slowly, and the clothes on his body opened without any wind. In the dark night his eyes flickered slightly. 153 Battle against Carlos. I, Baikuan Su Yuan, challenge the 9 of you present alone. You defeated my people, so I will be the only one to seek justice for them. Will you fight? The aura on Su Yuan's body spread completely, and this coercion pressed on their bodies. To put it bluntly, this fight they have to fight even if they don't want to. Before Carlos could speak, All Might smiled lightly and said, "It's great. On the first day of coming to the Brave Academy, you can see this kind of battle between young people. Don't worry, I will be the referee for this battle. Fair and safe." All Might walked out slowly. At this time, all the eyes present were looking at All Might. They did not expect that All Might was here. They did not expect at all. It seemed that the important guest they received today was All Might in front of them. However, they don't admire All Might that much, they just simply think he is very powerful. It seems that All Might's words are irresistible, so we can only fight. Okay, Su Yuan, I'm going to see how you fight with a few of us. Carlos started to take action, preemptively, and the shadow behind him began to move. This shadow was very strange. The changes in his breathing were endless, forming a very strange attack plan that rushed directly into Su Yuan's mind. Su Yuan didn't care about such attacks at all, he just let Carlos perform his back concentration. The twin women next to Carlos began to attack. Their figures looked like ghosts, and their movements could not be seen clearly. Their speed was very surprising. Advertisement. Su Yuan feels that these two women are not simple. Their hearts are connected to each other, and their strengths can be constantly exchanged. It is as if they are 10 individuals and separate independent existences at the same time. They started attacking instantly. Their quirks were shift. This is an attack method that can only be used by two people together. It constantly changes the position of the two people. Originally, it was the elder sister in front of them and the younger sister behind them, but soon, the elder sister brings her behind her, or her elder sister goes over. This is the disgusting part of the harassment of displacement. These guys are unambiguous in their attacks. Carlos's leadership ability is really no joke. Yi Jian said coldly. Although he was very unhappy, he really had to admit that Carlos was powerful. The two colors were on, and the twins originally planned to sneak attack Su Yuan, but at this time Su Yuan seemed to have discovered them, and an instinctive feeling of threat arose spontaneously. Fortunately, the younger sister left this place at the beginning. The older sister moved back to the previous place and avoided the attack. The corners of Su Yuan's mouth raised and he said, "It seems you already have an idea, but it's still too simple." Of course, they don't need to attack at this time, there are still 6 people left who will attack. Carlos's shadow was destroyed, and all the attacks coming around him were shattered, posing no threat at all. A person arrived at another place. In an instant, Su Yuan didn't care whether they appeared or not, and punched his body. Good Earth Explosion Star's attack made the ground dent and cracks spread in all directions. Enlightenment color starts. Advertisement. Immediately, another stream of bows and arrows flew from a distance and fell from the sky, blocking his shadow and making it difficult for him to move. They had obviously assassinated many people. After failing the attack, they left quickly without any sloppiness and at a very fast speed. These attacks were weaker than those he encountered during today's battle, so when he broke free, it was as if he was breaking through the ground. The aura of his whole body was raised to a higher level, and his weapon color was turned on. A giant dinosaur rushed over quickly, the entire rooftop was trembling, and the aura inside was extremely violent. This was a transformed existence, and its strength was very terrifying. Dangerous auras spread out from inside, and the entire rooftop became shaky. The balloon man said helplessly, "I didn't expect Mr. Su Yuan's attack to be so terrifying. If he punched me again, he would really destroy this place." After all, they felt that if they really faced off, they might not be Su Yuan's opponent, so they planned to consume Su Yuan. As long as they consumed Su Yuan, they would still have the possibility of winning. Su Yuan's first attack failed directly. Both of them appeared behind Su Yuan, with cold light flashing. When the dagger was almost close to Su Yuan's neck, quicksand wrapped around his back, resisting the fatal blow. Su Yuan said lightly. When he originally planned to suppress the dinosaur in front of him, Carlos's shadow had already arrived and directly trapped his body, making him unable to move. Even his hands were grabbed and he couldn't use them. A little difficult. Immediately, another attack flew out. The attacks of these quirks were relatively simple. It was obvious that Carlos did not intend to show all the quirks from the beginning, but only intended to trap and consume Su Yuan. The breath inside is like split starlight, constantly swallowing and tearing open towards the surroundings. 154 Resolve the battle. Su Yuan sneered. It seems that your strength is not good enough. If this is the case, then forget it. While the dinosaur in front of him was talking, he punched it down and completely shattered the entire opposite side. The rooftop trembled and was killed instantly. He changed back to his original appearance, falling down among the rows on the ground with stars in his eyes, and the aura on his body became extremely weak. He threw it away casually, and after All Might caught it, he said calmly, "I passed out, it's not a big problem, the battle continues." All Might himself didn't expect that Su Yuan was so domineering and powerful, killing a superpower with just one punch. This level of strength and combat power was really not something ordinary people could possess. Carlos took a few steps back and said coldly, "Continue to consume, you have all seen his strength and combat effectiveness. If there is a head-on collision, none of us will be his opponent at all 470. This sentence was recognized by everyone. They did not believe that they could really defeat Su Yuan head-on. It should be said that if they faced Su Yuan head-on, it would be an act of seeking death. Su Yuan smiled lightly and said, "If you plan to continue to consume me, I won't play with you slowly. It's too boring and a waste of time." His eyes changed, and the aura on his body exploded. The entire ground was blasted away, and Carlos's pupils were filled in an instant. So fast. This was what Carlos was thinking. The other party came to him in just one breath and even started to attack. Fortunately, he had activated the automatic defense function with his shadow before. He knew that he might be attacked by Su Yuan, so he used it immediately after condensing the shadow. "I didn't expect to use it so soon." Everyone around me yelled. "Boss. Advertisement. Leave me alone and continue attacking." Boom. The Carlos in front of him was directly blown away, and the moment he knocked Carlos away, his whole body was wrapped in a shadow, making him unable to move. Immediately afterwards, attacks broke out, and poison spread out from the air, directly wrapping Su Yuan in front of him. Fortunately, Su Yuan has now activated the weapon color and is completely immune to these. "Su Yuan, as long as you absorb my poison, you will fall into a state of paralysis. No matter how powerful you are, you will still be paralyzed by me." A gloomy-looking man laughed. His poison has never failed, but it has just been activated. It's a bit difficult, but fortunately Su Yuan is trapped by the opponent now. Although it has a paralyzing effect, it's just an itch for me and I don't feel anything at all. Su Yuan raised the corners of his mouth and moved his fists. The entanglement of these shadows was as fragile as kelp, and they were all shattered in an instant. Walking out of it, with a casual wave, these explosives were completely destroyed. And Su Yuan sneered, "Just try your poison yourself." With a casual reversal, all these poisons were thrown back, like a layer of cloud flying back, directly covering the area around the Abed field, and all of them absorbed the poisonous gas. The man said coldly, "Damn it." A burst of red gas appeared and quickly neutralized the poisonous gas, preventing the antidote from being released. However, many people present were still affected, their movements became sluggish, and their brains were slightly paralyzed. This is the power of the poison. You can leave now. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. Attacks appeared one after another on the ground. The trajectory of these attacks could not be seen at all. They shot out like ghosts and hit them in the blink of an eye. They had no way to dodge at this time. Ah! Screams came out one after another, and at this moment two figures came out, the daggers flashing, extremely dazzling. Su Yuan moved his hands and grabbed them with an operation that they couldn't understand. They had no idea that they would be caught in the direction of the future. They were just planning to move in this direction, but they were actually caught. What kind of judgment was this? "I'm sorry, I won't show mercy to you." Smashing directly towards the ground, the two women were smashed into the ground. Their bodies were relatively weak, so they could not withstand the impact and were knocked unconscious. Smoke and dust were rolling around the place, and the surrounding atmosphere was filled with chaos. Su Yuan walked in step by step and said with a smile, "You are the only one left now, Carlos." Carlos leaned against the wall panting, and his breath was not very stable. It seemed that it was not easy to resist Su Yuan's attack. Everyone was stunned. All Might was frightened. In just 2 minutes, the battle was over. It was impossible for Carlos to have a miracle. "What are you going to do?" Carlos looked at Su Yuan in front of him coldly. The corners of Su Yuan's mouth raised and he said coldly, "You who have been on the battlefield should know that I will treat you normally no matter what. Don't you dare touch me, because this is in the academy, and I. Ah. B asterisk 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 D. A scream completely ended what he wanted to say, and it also echoed in the moonlight. 155 Throw it away. Su Yuan, you dare to touch me, you have to know that I am. Carlos threatened Su Yuan, which was simply seeking death. You must know that the thing Su Yuan hates most is when the other party threatens him. Su Yuan said coldly, Are you sure you want to threaten me? Behind them, Hans Bushi and Beverly looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The battle ended like this, and such a powerful Carlos was solved like this. Su Yuan, Carlos' status is indeed a bit special in country Y. You'd better be careful and teach him a lesson. In response to their advice, Su Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said, If you touch my people, you will pay the price, especially the person who takes the lead. Ah, damn guy, you are dead, I must kill you. As he spoke, Carlos didn't know what was going on. His arm was directly penetrated and nailed to the wall, and blood continued to flow out. The internal bones were ruthlessly shattered. It may take a month to recover from such an injury, which is exactly the time for the devil to train. If he does not practice during this period, his natural strength will be greatly reduced. No one expected Su Yuan to be so terrifying and decisive, and penetrated his arm directly. Feeling the stinging pain on it, he spit out a mouthful of blood and passed out. All Might didn't need to say anything after seeing it. He said helplessly, Although I'm protecting you, it's still a bit too much for you to do this. Forget it, let's just look better. Beverly was called over to treat them, then left them downstairs without giving them any face. The rest are all from Su Yuan's side. Su Yuan smiled lightly and said, I plan to discuss something with you next. What do you think? They all nodded obediently. Su Yuan looked at the time. If he continued, All Might's transformation time would be almost over. All Might, you should still have things to solve now, right? Midoriya Izuku thought for a long time and whispered, why did All Might suddenly appear here? Shouldn't it be in the hero? And in this place, it would be very dangerous if the transformation is released and seen by others. Zero hyphenation point please give me flowers. Advertisement. I don't know, but All Might will come here in person, which means something terrible will happen here. Su Yuan shook his head and followed Izuku Midoriya into the room. All Might has now released his transformation state. Standing thin. I think it's okay. I've been to these places many times, but the standards of the fighting arena here should be improved a lot, and there should be more strong people, right? Hans Bushi said calmly, having been on the battlefield. Everyone has completely different feelings. He coughed and said, you are here. You can sit down wherever you want. I asked you to come over. I mainly want to tell you something and inform you. After Su Yuan chatted with everyone for a while, they each returned to their rooms. We have no problem. After all, 1 week is too short. We must do whatever it takes to become stronger. Midoriya Izuku said firmly. He now feels that he is too weak and wants to become stronger. When Qingyu heard this, he glanced at Bakugo Katsuki with a smile and said, in this case, we will participate. Su Yuan and Midoriya boy came to my room to find me. There seems to be a force within the country that has been targeting you. They were eliminated during the entrance competition, so now they are planning to target you. All Might slowly told the story about the clown. Su Yuan listened. After seeing it, I felt a little strange. I had never heard of such a force. It seemed that because of my appearance, many things began to undergo unknown changes. They decided like this. All Might nodded and said, because of my status, I won't visit you, but you must pay attention to your safety. Regarding the life and death duel, it's better for you not to have any contact now. After Beverly and Qingyu glanced at each other, Su Yuan smiled lightly and said, don't worry, there are also team competitions there to improve your cooperation. Su Yuan said calmly, no matter what, the villains is in the dark and we are in the light. This is not good for us. Su Yuan told what happened in the underground fighting arena. This was all done with the approval of Neil and Alan. These guys are far less powerful than Su Yuan. If they go there, they should be able to get exercise. 0. In this case, can your bodies bear it? Two beauties have said this, why should we not participate? After they waved their hands, everyone signed up, but they could only go out after training, but it would be very tiring. Garden. 156 The second stage of trial begins. Well, it's true. That's why I came here to protect your safety. You should be careful, All Might said in a low voice. In fact, he still has a lot of strength now, but he really has too little time to protect you. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, we have no choice now. After all, we know nothing about the other party. If we act rashly, it will not be of any benefit to us. Let's wait and see what happens. Midoriya Izuku nodded and said, as long as we are careful and go out together when we go out, it is enough to take care of us. All Might nodded and said, that's all we can do now. What I'm telling you is that I believe in your strength, and I also want you to be careful. This mode of mine is not convenient for them to see, so where are they? I leave it to you to convey it. After Su Yuan and the others nodded, they left the room and saw the 9 people in the corridor. The aura inside spreads, and Su Yuan can now control the sand at will. Although he cannot directly control the earth like Yi-Tian, the sand inside can prevent attacks. Midoriya and Izuku's eyes became cold. He didn't intend to persuade both sides now, so standing here was the best choice. You don't have to worry about too many things. This opportunity will bring you the same effect as physical training, or even more obvious effects. Irene's mouth raised slightly and she said, this is a virtual world space exercise. Machine 0.3, as long as you turn on this machine, you will enter a virtual space and have an image. 11. You go back and have a good rest. After all, starting tomorrow is the beginning of the tiring work. After Su Yuan and Midoriya Izuku said goodbye, they both returned to their rooms and began to consolidate and absorb the knowledge they digested today. Everyone faces different training, so what is your test? You will not know until you enter it. Su Yuan finally understands the function of this machine. In fact, it is more important to temperamental strength. Obvious. This full absorption still takes a very long time. Under the moonlight, everyone is doing their own thing and waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. Advertisement. Some of the superpowers following Carlos looked very ugly, but they were stopped by Carlos. You are very good. I have remembered today's battle and the words you said. Take a look. When the time comes, will you still be able to say this? Where is it? I always feel that there is still something missing, just a little bit. If I can find it, then my Shasha fruit can become much stronger. Su Yuan kept waving his Shasha fruit, and the quicksand flows like an elf, like a living life form. Su Yuan shook his head and said, it's a pity. I don't think you will have that day. No matter how weak my quirks are, they are much stronger than you. You are not worthy of being my opponent at all. Su Yuan came to Zhejiang, and after lying on it, his entire consciousness began to slowly sink into it, and his whole body entered a very subtle realm and area. Baikuan Su Yuan, your second phase of training has come out. You follow me here. You will continue to practice today. Don't think that I don't know what happened yesterday. If you continue to cross the line today, I will look good on you when I come back. Irene left with Su Yuan after leaving a vicious sentence. As well as his own attacks, the second level of strength can be integrated into his own attacks. Any attack can use the second level of strength. Su Yuan followed Irene to the classroom. This classroom was extremely clean, but there were machines. At this time, Carlos had woken up and was almost recovered. It seemed that he had a lot of good things. He said calmly, Baikuan Su Yuan, you are very good. Originally, we were on the same page and didn't intend to provoke you, but we didn't thinking of you treating me like this. If I didn't have certain means and things, I would be lying in bed for a month now. You also know that you have to rest for a month, but I always feel that it is a waste to use these things on you. Isn't it good to just shut up and recover your body? Su Yuan looked at Carlos in front of him with a sneer. The aura inside his body was surging brightly. As long as the other party took action, he didn't mind continuing to take action. When he moved his hand, some power of sand was gathered in his hand. The ability of the sand fruit was very powerful, but Su Yuan found that he had not yet stimulated the real power. Let's go. Turning around and entering their respective rooms, Baikuan Su Yuan smiled and said, now you will only be pulled further and further away. Compared with me, you will only be desperate. The other party was not angry and said coldly, you are very good. Although I am not your opponent now, do you know how weak your quirks are? If you rely on these quirks, it will be difficult to get ahead in the future. So you wait until one day I can kill you. 157 The Trial of Group Attack. This machine gave Su Yuan a very strange feeling, but it was not annoying. The world in front of him was completely different, and it took about a full minute for his feet to land on the ground. The desert, the boundless gravel world, Su Yuan did not expect to appear in such a world and illusory space. After taking a look, he nodded and said, this is my territory no matter how you look at it, why did you send me here? Where is this place? But no matter what, Su Yuan wants to see what the test here is like. Soon, the first wave of tests appeared. My feelings improved. There were extremely powerful beings within 100 miles. The number was a bit ridiculous. What on earth was going on? Su Yuan licked his tongue and said, are you going to hone my group attack ability? Don't one think that just because Su Yuan can attack in a group, his group attack is very strong. In fact, Su Yuan's group attack is not as powerful as his own single attack, so the first test is more targeted and effective. The shadow of the Shasha fruit appeared in Su Yuan's chest area, and the quicksand began to center on him, forming a whirlpool of quicksand. Terrifying suction surged inside, swallowing up everything around him, as if planning to suck in everything around him. Proud, roared out one after another, and monsters appeared one after another in the mud. The faces of these monsters were very disgusting. They were just desert tentacle monsters. The most important thing was that the entire area was filled with these tentacle monsters. Su Yuan had already surrounded Su Yuan in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan, who was standing in the middle, said coldly, if you absorb an attack like this, the effect is not very good. How do you attack? 1. Advertisement. Su Yuan's body moved quickly, and the whirlpool quicksand under him began to rotate. The aura emanating from inside was very terrifying, and these tentacle monsters burst out of the ground, intending to devour Su Yuan in front of his sleeping eyes in 10 mouthfuls. However, the moment they came out, they were all killed by the rotating vortex in an instant, turning into endless fragments and disappearing under the suction. My attacks are getting stronger, and I am constantly absorbing them, but my body seems to be unable to keep up with the speed of absorption and the power of this force. Although it is very powerful, after all, I can't control it. It's like I'm possessed. My whole body starts to feel a very uncomfortable feeling. I can't control this attack at all. Su Yuan shook his head and said, I didn't expect that this seemingly simple trial would actually be a very huge challenge for me. It seems that I failed. In the endless whirlpool, he and the bugs were swallowed together, and his consciousness turned into darkness. He took a long breath and came back to his senses. He had already sat up. The scene in front of her changed back to the classroom at the beginning, with Eileen standing on one side. She smiled lightly and said, not bad, I lasted 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Su Yuan thought it had been a long time, but he didn't expect that he only lasted 5 minutes. He sighed. It seems that I still need to practice hard. Actually, you don't need to belittle yourself. Let me tell you the truth. Not many of the previous trialists could reach 3 minutes, but you can reach 5 minutes for the first time. This is enough to show your strength and talent potential. After hearing this, Su Yuan shook his head and said, this trial allows me to see and discover my flaws. This is a very good trial. Teacher, you can leave first. I can be here alone. Advertisement. Aaron nodded and said, you work hard, I went to All Might to play. No, teacher, don't you want to go back and see them? Before she could finish her words, Irene had disappeared. The star-chasing woman was really scary. Su Yuan had no choice but to ignore Irene, closed his eyes, and began to hone his group attacks, starting from the speed of absorption. Although the lethality has been reduced a lot, the effect is very good and the sustainability and stability are very good. Then comes the power, steadily increasing. Su Yuan nodded lightly. The originally slow absorption speed increased by 770. Although it still seemed very slow, after gathering together, this power became extremely terrifying. It's like a tornado appears in it. That's what Su Yuan wants to do, create a sandstorm. And his special move for group attacks is this sandstorm. At that time, the attack of the sandstorm will be like a tiger swallowing up everything in front of it, as long as it is what it sees. Su Yuan's practice here is quite good. After knowing what he wants, the speed and effect of practice are greatly improved. Midoriya, Izuku and the others realized quickly, and their growth was reflected. Bakugo Katsuki laughed and said, "Haha, you all come here, let's see if I don't kill you." Under the blessing of Qingyu's power, he was suddenly stunned and Bakugo Katsuki's attack completely exploded. Today's battlefields are ruthlessly blasted, exploded, and destroyed under Bakugo Katsuki's attack. 158 Success one by one. Bakugo Katsuki's attacks are completely irregular and crazy, but the opponent seems to have no way to deal with such Bakugo Katsuki. Midoriya Izuku himself is a very unstable existence. He learns and grows quickly. Now he is extremely flexible and even has certain special moves. His body moved quickly, his judgment became stronger and stronger, and his thinking speed also accelerated a lot. It seems that you are all improving very quickly now, and there is basically no big problem. The seniors on their side have recognized them, although it is a bit reluctant, but if they continue, it will not have a great effect on them. Single quote. Shoto Todoroki considered it passed, but the senior side, your flame is still too weak. Don't let your two elements lose balance. Otherwise, some bad things may happen in the future. Regarding you, I went to learn about the matter yesterday, and I hope you can acknowledge your strength instead of escaping. After listening to these words, Shoto Todoroki breathed out, and then whispered, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Chang'e Shadow also successfully solved the battle. He barely passed the test, and he also learned his own special move. During this trial, he actually figured it out. It can be said that his gains are huge. Your strength is very good, but your limitations are also very large. As long as you can overcome your limitations, your strength can definitely be improved to another level, X. Chang'e Shadow nodded heavily and said, "Thank you, senior, for your guidance. It's been a really hard day these 3 days. All the people on their side have passed the level, but it's just the order of the level." Yi Jian and the others ended it neatly. "You are worthy of being a genius of Country Z. If we are not careful, you might really get rid of us. Your strength is already very strong. You must shout hard in the next trial." Among these people, Yi both Jian and Yi Tian were highly regarded. King Kong is completely the human shield of this team, so he has been tempering his body. Today he is out of isolation. There are layers of faint golden light all over his body. After being taken effect, you can feel the terrifying aura on his body. King Kong, Xingyu and Beverly's cultivation methods are very different, and of course the effects are outstanding. Advertisement. But Carlos and the others on the other side seemed a bit difficult and strenuous. After seeing the successes over there, they became even more anxious. "Carlos, what's going on with you? The guy over there has become like this after just one night. You seem to be weaker than before today. What's going on?" His senior began to question the card in front of him. "Loss, I feel that something is very wrong with Carlos and his group today." Carlos was very angry in his heart. He didn't expect that Su Yuan would actually do something to them. Most of his strength declined, and even his ability to learn and comprehend became much weaker. Not only is he like this, but also his teammates are like this, especially the twin girls. They have always had first-class perception ability, and they can definitely pass the test today. However, after being repulsed by the senior sister in front of them, they all realized something was wrong. What's going on? This doesn't look like you. What happened last night? Each of them has more or less such problems, and this situation and state are very unsuitable for trials. Yi Jian smiled faintly and said, "Where did that incomparable Carlos go yesterday? Why haven't you passed the test today? Are you not good enough?" Single quote. They didn't know what to say at all. It was definitely the negative effect and impact that the battle last night had on them. They decided not to conflict with these guys no matter what. After all, Su Yuan was so protective of his shortcomings. What will Su Yuan do then? None of them know, so they can only lower their heads and start training. But they are not idle, they are taken to the second trial. After all, it is still very early, so it is not too early. Night. They soon saw Su Yuan undergoing a trial, and it seemed that he had persisted for a long time. Each entered their own trial, and the first time they basically came out within 2 minutes. They were not able to quickly continue the second trial, and it was a bit difficult for them to recover. What kind of trial is this, Wang Qianhao, and why is it so difficult? If we continue like this, it will probably be difficult for us to practice for a long time. Okay, stop talking so much, just practice. After Bakugo Katsuki finished speaking, he began to continue practicing. He began to feel tremendous pressure. The distance between him and Su Yuan seemed to be getting farther and farther. It was obvious that before they are so close, why are they so close? Everyone started working hard. After all, there was not much time left. There were only 4 days left, and a week would pass quickly. Su Yuan's battle finally ended. A tornado rising into the sky swallowed up everything within 100 miles radius. He was calm and comfortable in the eye of the phoenix without any influence. 159 Horrible monster. Su Yuan looked at the clean sand in front of him. The scene around him had not yet dispersed. He frowned. Do I still have my test? Isn't this the end? Sure enough, the moment Su Yuan finished speaking, the surrounding sand began to turn into a giant monster and crush it hard. Su Yuan's eyes became solemn, and the power of sand was condensed on his hands, and the weapon color was turned on directly. He knew that the monster in front of him was very powerful. If he didn't use his full strength, he would really be no match. Suddenly, the opponent started to attack. The attack method was still the same as the previous bug, biting directly, but there were still poisonous gases inside. These poisonous gases seemed to be able to corrode everything. Even the protection condensed by Su Yuan was directly corroded. Su Yuan's eyes became cold and ugly, and he became cautious in attacking, not daring to attack casually. In fact, after Su Yuan calmed down, he found that he didn't seem to have many attack methods. If this is the case, this trial should allow me to see more places that I can't see. Take a deep breath, shrink my fists, and they will be covered with layers of yellow luster. Absorbing the history of mud and sand between heaven and earth. His chest area was flashing with a faint yellow light, and his whole body was wrapped in mud and sand. His whole body was layered and illusory, as if his body was made of quicksand. His eyes became extremely cold, and the aura of his whole body was concentrated on his fists. The armed weapons were on his outer surface area, forming an invisible fusion attack between them. The ground cracked layer by layer, and the aura was disturbed. With nasty, the monster roared, the sound was extremely sharp. The sound attack spread, and the area where Su Yuan was located was opened one after another. Su Yuan standing inside looked thin and shadowy. Su Yuan knew that if he didn't take action, he might not even have a chance to attack. His whole body was impacting from bottom to top like a meteorite, creating air waves and burning layers of sand. The two fists contained infinite lethality, and the monsters launched attacks. The fists were put together, and a Taishan meteorite chased down, hardly facing Su Xian's double impact. The void in the middle stirred up layer by layer, stirring up thousands of waves, and the forces between them were all impacting and confronting each other. Su Yuan's whole body made a crisp sound, which was the sound of smashing. The defense he built was as fragile as paper, but the impact of a few breaths was completely dissipated in the attack. Although his own attack was powerful, the opponent's attack was not. Just kidding, it's very difficult to defeat the opponent with your own attacks. Advertisement. A delicate balance has been reached between them. The layers of aura are pushing them. For a moment, it seems that Su Yuan is stronger, and for a moment, the monster is stronger. The excitement in the middle becomes stronger and stronger, as if time and space can't help but collapse. In the end, Su Yuan was swallowed up in the endless quicksand. All he saw was the poisonous gas corroding his whole body, and countless insects killing him. The lethality was fatal. Indeed, Su Yuan trembled all over, spit out a mouthful of blood, and came back to his senses. He is now extremely weak and has forced himself to practice 3 times. This third time he directly faces such a powerful opponent, he feels a bit too hasty. Su Yuan stroked his chest to stabilize his breath, frowned, and said thoughtfully, "Such a monster is almost a perfect existence, but now I don't know how strong his physical body is. At least now I don't know how strong it is. Being unable to get close to the opponent is the biggest disadvantage. It seems that I need to study new attack methods. Otherwise, it is impossible for me to defeat this monster." However, when he woke up, he found that there were many people around him, all from his side. He smiled happily and said, "I was right about you. You have great potential and your strength is improving very quickly. It is much better than Carlos and his ilk. However, if they don't look at Su Yuan, they will only take 5 or 6 minutes at most to come out, and the training time is very long." The breath all over Shoto Todoroki's body became weak, and he woke up. He sat panting, recalling the battle just now. His hands were still trembling. Su Yuan whispered, "Shoto Todoroki, what did you see?" Shoto Todoroki was suddenly frightened. After seeing Su Yuan wake up, he calculated the time and found that it took him more than half an hour to come out. How abnormal is this? He pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, "It's nothing, it's just that my flame is too weak after all and needs to be tempered." Shoto Todoroki's flame has never been used much, so compared with the ice element, it appears to be much weaker. However, as the son of Endeavor, as long as he accepts the flame, it will become stronger, which is definitely not a problem. Bakugo Katsuki also woke up, his cursing disappeared, and some of his words were serious and determined. Su Yuan had seen his eyes before, it was the look in his eyes after he was concerned about something. 160 senior brother died. It seems that Bakugo Katsuki should not talk and let him think by himself. Midoriya Izuku woke up after screaming strangely. His whole body was covered in sweat and his eyes were wide open, as if he had seen something extraordinary. It's quite normal for Chongta Shadow to wake up. He doesn't show much, but you can see his changes. They woke up one by one and communicated with each other. After all, it would take a long time to continue the next time. This was the same for everyone, except Su Yuan, a pervert. By the way, what kind of monster are you encountering now? I have a group of rabbits here. They are very fast. Although their attacks are not high, their ability to grasp vital points is very strong. Every time they are beaten, they are very aggrieved. Green Valley Izuku weakly recalled his trial method, and now he probably would have a bad impression when he saw the rabbit. Hans Bu Shi sneered and said, I may be relatively simple. I just walk on the mountain of knives and constantly defeat enemies. I have only walked 10 kilometers now. Although Hans Bu Shi said it very lightly, no one dared to underestimate this trial. Maybe it was a very difficult and terrifying trial, and it was great to be able to walk such a long distance. Yi Jian nodded and agreed. I am the same, but what I saw was Sword Mountain. The opponents inside will continue to become stronger and will launch attacks against your quirks. This is the most troublesome part. He and Hans Bu had plenty of topics to talk about. After all, the trials were similar, or even exactly the same. Yi Tian's is facing infinite earthquakes. If he wants to survive, he must create more powerful earthquakes, otherwise he will only be swallowed up by endless cracks. All Might laughed and said, that's true. Young Su Yuan is such a powerful guy. When we were heroes, he was already very prominent. I didn't expect that after he came to the Academy of the Brave, it would be even more so. This guy is extraordinary. In fact, they all need to release their pressure now. They have been mistreated so badly that they have no power to fight back, but they have accumulated a lot of pressure in their hearts. Su Yuan is indeed a genius. With such strength and fighting in space, I think he can handle this trial again tomorrow. Irene shook her head angrily, her eyes showing both helplessness and joy. After all, there is such a powerful student, and when the time comes, his face will shine brightly. The day's practice ended like this. They were extremely exhausted, and their whole bodies were really hollowed out. The feeling was even greater than ordinary physical consumption. Advertisement. But I am very curious about one thing. Although I am not a person on the battlefield, and I don't plan to participate in these battles, I am not a fool. Isn't this simulator only available to the military? Why does your Academy of the Brave have it? And are there so many more? All Might's eyes gave off a palpitating luster, which made Aaron feel a little uncomfortable. Sure enough, All Might, who symbolized peace, was not that simple. But in fact, the level of combat power in this world is very uneven. All Might is the best in the world, but in fact, it does not count those guys on the battlefield. If those guys are included, All Might will be a few points behind. After all, there is a being called God in the battlefield. I have said this before. Our Academy of the Brave has always cooperated with the military. As for why there are so many, that is our confidential issue. Even you, I can't tell you. Irene took a sip of water with a faint smile. The look in his eyes didn't seem to be lying, so All Might had no choice but to stop pursuing it. 0 hyphenation point please give me flowers. Even Su Yuan is a little bit overwhelmed. Of course, he has entered it the most times, and the other guys can only enter half as many times as he does, so the consumption is naturally different. Bakugo Katsuki breathed fire with both hands and said, they just wait to be swallowed by my explosions. Beg for mercy from my endless attacks. But in fact, there are too many things involved behind this, and Olmert probably doesn't have the ability to get involved. It's over. Kachan is going crazy now. Midoriya Izuku felt a little scared inside when he saw Bakugo Katsuki giggling crazily. Bakugo Katsuki and others are similar. They are completely fighting wits and courage with their own quirks. To put it simply, they are breaking through the original freezing binding of their own quirks. Over in the office, All Might and Aaron were observing their battle, and their battles in the simulation could be seen clearly. Are you feeling okay now? Su Yuan glanced at them. Although their condition was very poor, in fact, their combat effectiveness was definitely better than ever. They immediately nodded and said, no problem, let's go to the low-level fighting arena now. Brother Neil, senior brother Alan, I plan to take my classmates to the low-level fighting arena. Can you take us there? When Su Yuan asked, another voice came from the phone. Newcomer, you'd better come here quickly, your senior brothers are in big trouble now. After saying this sentence, the sound stopped suddenly and all the information disappeared, but the sound of fighting inside was heard by Su Yuan. Up. Sichuan. 161 I will take over their life and death battle. Su Yuan could not mistake that voice, it was definitely Neil's voice, so now it seemed that Neil and Alan were in trouble. Damn it, Su Yuan said coldly. Let's set off now. The two senior brothers are in trouble. If we continue to delay, I don't know what will happen. Okay, let's leave now. After Hansi Buxi finished speaking, he led everyone away. Yesterday, Su Yuan left alone, but no one was found. But today, with so many people leaving, he was naturally suspected. Carlos was full of temper and immediately saw Su Yuan and his party leaving here in a hurry. It seemed that 797 was in big trouble. He said coldly, I didn't expect you would be in trouble, so why don't you increase your troubles? Then he followed directly up, taking his own guards with him. All Might slowly walked out of the periphery, but now he looked like a skeleton, so it was difficult to see him. He shook his head and said, it seems that tonight will not end so easily. I will go over and have a look. Although there is a mixture of fish and dragons there, I have no choice but to when the time comes, you must take action. Su Yuan and the others had just arrived at the door of the underground fighting manager when they saw the jellyfish man standing there at the door of the bar, apparently waiting for Su Yuan. I'm really sorry, Shark Head got crazy today and suddenly wants to challenge my people, so I can only ask your two senior brothers to take action. Why do you want them to take action? Don't you have many people under your command? Su Yuan looked at the jellyfish man indifferently, with a look that could only be seen in a low-level fighting arena in a life-and-death battle. Advertisement. The jellyfish man waved his hand and said, "Little brother, don't be angry. If you have heard of me, then you naturally know that there are not many people under me who can take action. It can even be said that your two senior brothers are already my strongest. Huge combat power. Against such a terrifying existence as Shark Head, if they don't take action, should I?" This sentence left Su Yuan speechless. It was indeed true. Jellyfish Man's men were too weak. Any fighter sent by Shark Head could probably defeat him. If you go in now, you might still have a chance, but if you go in later, I don't know what will happen. Leave these friends of yours to me to register. You can go in from this way, no people will know your identity. The jellyfish man arranged everything at once. Su Yuan felt as if he was pushing himself to do this. He knew it was a trap, but what happened? People who are kind to themselves, they will definitely respond with sincerity. The crocodile man's eyes moved, he took out a piece of paper with contempt, and chuckled. Did you say this? Alan yelled. Don't bully others too much. This is not a life-and-death battle. If you kill us, you will have to pay the price. Pipe quote. Neil was punched to the ground, his wound was torn open, and blood spilled all over the floor. He looked extremely embarrassed. Could it be? After Alan looked at it, he yelled, Jellyfish. You will die badly. The most important thing is that the Academy of Brave does not prohibit students from coming to fight underground and will even encourage them privately, so after they die, the Academy will not say a word. Alan on one side had been completely pressed to the ground, unable to move. Alan and Neil were desperate now. They had no chance of winning against the two guys in front of them. If there was a life-and-death fight on board, they would definitely die today. Advertisement. The crocodile man laughed and said, although you are a sand man and I can't kill you, it is still easy to block you. 3 dazzling words are engraved on it. This is a declaration of life and death. What is going on? Now that my 2 senior brothers are in trouble, I will definitely help them. After putting on his ghost mask, he slowly walked towards the fighting arena. The screams inside continued without any weakening. Accepted. The man wearing a ghost mask walked out step by step carrying the boundless quicksand, and there seemed to be an invisible shadow behind him caging the entire underground fighting arena. Their life and death battle. Me. A life and death battle. What? Keep coming. Do you have this much strength as a fish-headed man? A tiger-headed man knocked Neil away with one punch. Neil now had wounds all over his body. Fish scales were scattered on the floor, and the injuries were extremely serious. I'm not willing to give in. Neil punched the ground and struggled to get up, but was heavily stepped on by the tiger-headed man. The tiger-headed 5.6 man snorted. What's the matter? If you want to blame, blame you. Too weak. Weak people have no right to speak at all. Give me your feet. A loud noise came out, and the entire underground fighting arena was shaken. Endless quicksand poured out from a doorway. The iron door was ruthlessly destroyed. The moment it fell, a door walked out. The figure spoke angrily. Take your feet off them. The tiger-headed man shook his head and said, Tisk, 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 tisk. If you want to blame, it's your fault for following the wrong person. Following this kind of useless administrator, when disaster strikes, he will only betray you to protect yourself. 162 A life and death battle, 1 against 2. That voice. I accept it. It is still echoing in the fighting arena, it is extremely loud, and everyone's eyes are attracted. After a short silence, there is unstoppable cheering and roaring. The new guy who can kill instantly with one move is here. I thought he would stop coming after receiving the benefits, but he actually showed up, as if he wanted to keep Neil and Alan. Did I hear you correctly? This newcomer plans to fight 2 people alone, or fight to the death. The commentator was frightened. He instantly fanned the flames. This is an unprecedented situation. This is the first person. He is still a newcomer. He actually destroyed the Iron Gate and came out directly to challenge. The most important thing is a life and death battle between 1 and 2. How Haki and confident this is. This is a logically untenable battle, but the manager seems to have been inspired by the newcomer's enthusiasm and agreed to the battle. 1 euros. Suddenly, the heat of the entire fighting arena was ignited, and everyone became enthusiastic. This was a battle that had never been seen before, and these spectators naturally went crazy. An epic battle, win or lose, this battle will definitely be written into the history of the fighting arena. Hey, don't sleep today, come over quickly and watch the battle, a 1 versus 2 life and death battle. Advertisement. Holy shit, is this so exciting? I have to watch this battle live. It would be so boring if I didn't watch it live. Countless communications were sent out, and they were all talking to each other, asking to watch. This battle is an unprecedented battle. The 4 managers all laughed. Okay. I didn't expect you, a garbage jellyfish, to be of any use. The jellyfish man looked at the shark head and said with an ugly expression, I hope you remember what you said. The tiger-headed man said coldly, Old crocodile, be careful, my combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened among Alu. If Su Yuan is defeated, Neil and Alan will inevitably die. This is an inevitable result. There seemed to be infinite possibilities in him. The commentator said in disbelief, you will never imagine that everything you saw was absorbed. In just a few seconds, the crocodile man's quirks were absorbed. Got it. Ha ha ha, interesting. Just as the manager said, there will be a new person to challenge us. I didn't expect that he actually showed up. Tiger laughed, with a look of contempt in his eyes. After all, they studied this newcomer yesterday, and he is definitely not a simple guy. Everyone's attention was attracted. Su Yuan actually became a central point, absorbing all the water flow into his palm and turning it into a small water ball with a light layer of sand on the outside. It only happened for a moment, but now everyone feels more and more that the newcomer in front of them is unfathomable. The sight here completely turned into water flow, directly wrapping Su Yuan's thighs, and the height was high enough for the crocodile man to move freely here. Advertisement. What a loud tone. I hope your strength can be as strong as your tone, otherwise all three of you will die. After the crocodile man said a harsh word, his whole body disappeared completely, and the venue changed dramatically. This is the absorption ability that I just learned this afternoon. I didn't expect that it can be used on other elements. The crocodile man's body appeared in the light. I didn't expect that the crocodile man was swimming in the river just a second ago. Now it appears in everyone's sight. Su Yuan stabilized his breath, shook his head and said, "Don't worry, two senior brothers, if you are kind to me, then I will naturally repay you well. They will all die today." The jellyfish man could only shake his head. This time he had really tricked the two of them. He must make up for it when the time comes. Of course, the premise is that they can survive. This is Crocodile Man's famous ability, Quirks Water, which turns the field into his home court, and then uses roaming methods to strangle his opponents. In life and death battles, Crocodile Man has used this ability countless times to mercilessly kill his opponents. The commentator directly gave a first-hand introduction. After Su Yuan listened, he glanced at the other party with disdain. Neil and Alan's eyes changed, they shook their heads and said, "Junior brother, it shouldn't be. It's not worth it for us two useless guys. Don't worry, but I don't think this kid can win, so what if he is strong? Crocodiles and tigers together are definitely not as powerful as you can expect." Shark Head smiled, his eyes full of confidence in his men. "Okay, I will end this battle. You can just watch from the side." The moment the words were not finished, all the surrounding rivers converged towards a central point, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Passage. The crocodile man in the water could feel Su Yuan's contempt, and he was naturally angry because of his pride. It seems that the other party has a type of quirk similar to the domain type. Such quirks are very rare, but of course it does not mean that there are none. The aura on his body was flowing slowly, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and he became serious for the first time. 163 Su Yuan's tornado. The water flow was completely absorbed in a few seconds. Su Yuan's method made everyone marvel. Even the eyes of the crocodile man completely changed, from contempt at the beginning to the importance now. At least my quirks are not that easy to crack. You must know that your water flow is not an ordinary water flow. It contains some special toxins. Of course, only you know the existence of this toxin. But I didn't expect that Su Yuan would absorb it directly into his hands without any impact or change at all. It was almost the same as it was at the beginning. It felt a bit magical when I looked at it. Very good, newcomer. Now we have recognized your strength, and you do have the ability to fight us, but that's all you can do. The crocodile man's eyes became fierce, and the aura in his body became violent. Incomparable. Su Yuan has fought with such a being before, which is a dinosaur man in his class. However, if the opponent can turn into a dinosaur, that is their quirk's problem. The crocodile man in front of him has increased in strength and ferocity, so it should be his instinct. The crocodile man's body expanded a bit, and Neil whispered, "Be careful with these two guys, they really grew up among the ferocious beasts. Even if quirks is not similar to those ferocious beasts, they have learned it subconsciously, a lot of. You must be careful, because the two guys in front of you are like two beasts." The reason why Alan and the others failed was because they underestimated their instinctive fighting ability. Alan and Neil are second-year students in the Academy of Braves. Their strength is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people in all aspects, so logically there shouldn't be too many opponents here. Everyone, please take care of yourself. Su Yuan's eyes were extremely indifferent, and he led Neil and Alan away from the area. You can see that the tornado is getting more violent, yes, and it looks like it is about to explode at any time. This spectacle was instantly people record it. The tiger-headed man punched out, but found that his fist could not shake the tornado at all, and even accelerated the rotation speed inside, slowly shrinking, and the squeezing feeling came over him. As he waved his hands, layers of sand and gravel flowed all over his body, and storms rolled up in all directions. He could feel the flow of air waves, all gathering in the direction of Su Yuan. The tiger-headed man's whole body surged, and his speed was like a small whirlwind. In just a moment's breath, the distance of hundreds of meters was only a snap of the fingers. The crocodile man and the tiger-headed man exist as wild beasts. They are very sensitive to the changes in the world and all things. They instantly felt the difference and threat. The crocodile man's body expanded a bit, and he directly pulled out a big scimitar and rushed towards it fiercely. Su Yuan in front of me. Advertisement. Damn it, what kind of attack is this? I can't withstand it at all. Their whole bodies were being washed away mercilessly. If their bodies hadn't been strengthened, they might have been seriously injured now. Moreover, this space is constantly shrinking, and the space within which he can move is too small. The strength of the whole body is increasing, and you can see that the tiger-headed man's fist is as big as a sandbag, directly covering Su Yuan's entire eyeball, getting closer and closer. Now let me give you a taste of my own attack. Su Yuan casually threw the water ball he had just absorbed into the sand barrier. After the various breaths came together, they created an extremely chaotic breath. The rotating tornado began to run wild. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the tornado. The crocodile man inside was livid. His attacks were blocked by the water flow, and then a stream of water rushed out and hit him. He was momentarily affected. Fo Angwei's attack. Thick water flow condensed on the crocodile man's scimitar. In an instant, all the water flow formed into a big scimitar, which could be chopped down heavily. It's a pity that they encountered beings like the crocodile and the tiger-headed man who attacked purely based on instinct. Su Yuan said coldly. Don't worry. They alone are not enough to make me take it seriously. The wind is howling, and every attack is the attack and pressure of nature. It has irresistible pressure, and even the breath is rising. You want to get close to me with such speed and attack power. Su Yuan moved his hand casually, and the surrounding wind and waves began to attack. The moment they gathered on him, they turned into attacks one after another towards the two. Then, in the wind and waves, there were more gravels following the trajectory, flowing around the two, and the lethality became more powerful as the wind and waves rotated, and a simple version of a sand tornado appeared. The tiger-headed man on the side was even more uncomfortable. His attacks had no effect at all. Quirk's enhancement now feels like it is powerful and useless when used in this place. It is soft and has no effect at all. The effect was very obvious and outstanding. The two people inside were a little unable to move, and their whole bodies were being mercilessly impacted. The wind and waves kept them fixed in place, and the gravel inside made them continue to be hurt. 164 The Massacre of Su Yuan. Therefore, the two of them are now completely suppressed. They have no choice but to use up all their attacks. But in the end, they found that the atmosphere here became violent and restless, as if an explosion was about to occur. Damn guy, let's defend with all our strength, otherwise, we will definitely die. There is no mercy in a life and death battle, so it is a normal phenomenon and behavior to unleash such a killing move. Su Yuan said calmly. Explosion. There was a big shake in the entire underground fighting arena in front of me, with smoke and dust billowing. The venue was ruthlessly blasted to pieces, and everything within a radius of several miles was blown to pieces. The underground fighting arena became shaky, and both the spectators and those participating in the competition were frightened. The shock caused by the explosion was no less than a magnitude 7 earthquake. It's still a momentary feeling that makes people feel a little dazed. What kind of perverted damage? There has never been such damage in Fighting Arena 630, right? At this time, the commentator woke up from the shock and spoke a little tremblingly. In fact, he was very excited. This newcomer brought him there were so many surprises that I felt that no matter what the other party did, they would not be surprised. This life and death duel should be over, right? When someone was thinking this, there were still two figures standing on the ground, their bodies in a miserable state. Although the tiger-headed man and the crocodile man were not killed, they were seriously injured. It could be seen that their bodies were full of wounds and blood was mixed on them, making them look harmless. Advertisement. Unfortunately, the battle is over. Su Yuan said softly, walking towards the two step by step, the Haki color on his body spread. Before death, he saw an eye suspended in the void, and the pressure fell on him instantly, in their hearts. That one eye occupied his eyes and mind, and the pressure strengthened layer by layer, completely eroding their hearts. Go away. The wounds on the crocodile man's body were serious, and he was suppressed the most severely. He completely thought that Su Yuan had entered his body and began to fight with the air. We lost. The time for these young people has come. Neil smiled bitterly. Originally, they thought they were the sons of genius and had been at the forefront in this era. The junior brothers and sisters who came behind probably would not be able to do so. Great weapon. They couldn't believe what they saw. Their eyes were filled with this one eye, and slowly began to transform. Su Yuan's figure was completely suspended in their hearts. At this moment, everyone was aroused. Whether they were aware of the smell of blood or not, they went completely crazy. The atmosphere in the entire fighting arena was heated up. Logically speaking, people in senior grades should be better than these little guys who just entered school, but I didn't expect that such a pervert would appear. No matter in terms of strength or character, they are absolutely incomparable. But after seeing Su Yuan, they realized that they were wrong, and how wrong they were. Su Yuan was too powerful, and the national sword had its time. So the tiger-headed man covered his head in pain and refused to listen, but after all, the sound that broke in was reverberating in his mind, not in his ears. ABCJ. It's so heavy, so strenuous. Who are you? The tiger-headed man's hearing seemed to be infinitely amplified. The sound of Su Yuan's footsteps echoed in his ears so clearly that he could hear every step clearly. Advertisement. Haki's color completely spread out, and the suppression on them was not only physical, but also spiritual and soul-suppressing. After pushing the tiger-headed man away, the other person was no better. His whole body was swaying, his eyes were a little blurry, and the other person's Haki color completely suppressed his body, and he couldn't move. Amidst the blood and cheers, the tiger-headed man knew that he was finished. The last line of defense had been completely broken. Su Yuan's pressure had all entered his body, and Su Yuan's figure was completely in his mind. You can go. Su Yuan's eyes showed no emotion at all. Like a demon, he came in front of the crocodile man. His fist was covered with sand and gravel, and he aimed at him and punched him directly. Many people started to get excited and shouted, "That's it, the smell of blood. You can only smell it in a life and death battle. This is exciting." The two senior brothers behind him couldn't believe their eyes. Su Yuan had to deal with such a tough opponent like this. Two. Goodbye. The sound was accompanied by blood. 2 waves of blood fell on the stone slab, which was extremely dazzling. Within a few minutes, Su Yuan once again completed the victory. It was an unprecedented 3-person life and death battle. This power makes opponents despair, and it also makes people like them despair. Kill me. The tiger-headed man raised his head and spoke calmly, but there was a desire for relief in his eyes. Blood spattered and scattered on the surrounding ground. The smell of blood permeated the stones, and was even more confused in the breeze, spreading to the entire fighting arena. 165 Quarrel between managers. By the time Bakugo Katsuki and the others arrived, the battle in front of them was completely over. They are a little uncomfortable with the scene in front of them. Even Bakugo Katsuki, who usually kills you with his mouth shut, can't stand the smell of blood. Midoriya Izuku even felt a little revolted, and his face was very ugly. At this time, a skeleton man came over, and it was All Might who had not yet transformed. Blood will appear for a long time at this time. If you can't accept it now, you will suffer a loss when fighting in the future. All Might said in a low voice. He had never killed many people in his life, so for Su Yuan's actions, I don't agree with it a bit. But this is not a trial, but a real life and death battle. Either you die or I die, so why show mercy? Everyone didn't know this kind of All Might, but they recognized his words. Maybe this was cruelty. Are you also planning to participate in the battle? It seems that the next battle is about to begin. All Might gave a smile, which looked a bit ferocious, so everyone immediately felt that the guy in front of them was definitely a fighter. A veteran of the field. This life and death battle is really exciting. I never thought that a newcomer could kill 2 seniors who have been famous for so long, 1-on-2 in a life and death battle. The commentator said incredulously, but maybe this is normal. Matter. Invincible Ghosts and Gods. A voice appeared from nowhere, and it was extremely loud. Because of this figure, Su Yuan's title in this fighting arena was determined from then on, Invincible Ghost and God. Wearing the mask of ghosts and gods, he has never been defeated so far. He has achieved a perfect victory in a 1-on-1 life and death battle. He is called undefeated. This is enough. Advertisement. Invincible Ghosts and Gods. The fighting arena roared with excitement, shouting Su Yuan's title, allowing Su Yuan to enjoy and immerse himself in this moment. The roar of thousands of people echoed in his mind. This feeling was so comfortable and refreshing. Next, Invincible Ghosts and Gods, do you want to continue fighting? The commentator asked excitedly, while Su Yuan shook his head and said, let the opportunity be left to the next newcomers, and let them give you a good performance. Quote. Brothers, can you still move? Su Yuan smiled lightly and stretched out his hand, cheering for Neil and Alan. The two of them laughed and said, I really didn't expect that your boy really succeeded. We underestimated your strength before. You did a great job. Needless to say, you will gain something this time. You will be so happy later. Don't worry, although we were maimed, our limbs are intact and we have no problem moving. While laughing, they left the underground fighting arena. In the conference room, there was also the sound of laughter. The jellyfish man himself was moved. Victory. Su Yuan took care of the 2 capable men of Shark Head in such an understatement. This was so surprising that people couldn't believe it was true. But it is true. I have to believe that after the battle was over, the jellyfish man laughed and said, what do you say? Shark Head, what do you say? The mocking voices and tones kept pouring into Shark Head's ears. Looking at the killed tiger-headed and crocodile man, the veins all over his body popped out. His face was very ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, okay. I will prepare what you want for you now. But, do you dare to have another bet with me? Advertisement. 0 Please give me flowers. It's not that Shark Head can't afford to lose, but he's unwilling to accept it. Losing like this is too aggrieved for him, and he won't accept this result no matter what. The jellyfish man shook his head and said, who doesn't know that you will definitely send your own first warrior? Although the people on my side are very perverted and powerful, I will not be stupid enough to fight you. HMPH. Then I will change the bet. As long as you win, I can give you this thing. If you lose, you only need to give me the things of both parties in this bet. What do you think? Shark the Head pushes out a card with something on it that the jellyfish cannot resist. ... Oh, this kind of bet and conditions are something that jellyfish man cannot refuse no matter what. But he really can't take charge of this matter. After all, this time he has completely offended Neil and Alan. Although they have a contract with them and cannot say anything, Su Yuan is not. Su Yuan has not joined anywhere, but Neil and Alan recommended it, so there is no need to work for jellyfish man. Therefore, it is unrealistic to want Su Yuan to continue taking action. This is not because I don't want to, but because I am powerless. If that's the case, add this. Shark Head was completely angry. He thought that the other party had a huge appetite, and he was unwilling to accept it. He took out his treasure. After seeing this, the jellyfish man was completely moved. He couldn't resist his inner thoughts at all. The managers on the other two sides were moved. Shark head, are you being too impulsive? HMPH, no matter what, you have to take over this battle for me and watch me win. The shark head was so confident that he directly forced the jellyfish man in front of him to beg. 166-11v11 team battle. Under this kind of compulsion, the jellyfish man couldn't resist at all. Even if he lost this time, his loss would not be big at all. He originally thought he would lose this time, so it didn't matter. This is such a good deal, I really want to accept it, but I can't. You can't refuse. The shark head approached the jellyfish man, his eyes full of murderous intent, and all the pressure of the shark fell on him. The jellyfish man's whole body trembled, and he pondered for a while and said, "Can you give me some time?" 5 minutes. I need an answer in 5 minutes. Shark 2 said with a cold face, unwilling to give jellyfish man a chance. Jellyfish man knew that he would ask Su Yuan to take action for him no matter what these, 8 or 70, times. Su Yuan and Neil were sitting in the lounge, and soon they were contacted by the jellyfish man, this time it was Neil and Alan. Humph, this guy dares to call me. I really don't know whether he will live or die. Neil answered the phone and said calmly, what do you mean? Alan and I have created a lot of profits for you, so you just treat it like this we use our life and death battle to lure out my junior brother. The other party could hear the anger in his words, and he smiled and said, don't be angry, you two have always been my right-hand men, and I didn't pass on the benefits to you, right? I also want to tell you, this battle directly made me a lot of money, although this is not good. But I am willing to give you all these benefits, what do you think? The jellyfish man can only give up the love. The next victory will reward him for staying, and then give other things. As long as he can deal with the shark head, then enough. This battle will definitely make you a lot of money. We will ask you for these things when the time comes. I know who you are. What do you want to do? Alan said lightly. How could he not know the jellyfish man after being together for so long? Idea. After hearing this, the jellyfish man didn't know what to say, so he just asked in a low voice. Then what is your winning rate if you engage in a team battle? Listen to the shark head you are fighting with, I plan to have a team battle. It was okay that Su Yuan didn't say anything, but when he said it, he shocked everyone on both sides, whether it was Neil or Alan here, they are still the 4 major managers over there. The jellyfish man said anxiously, little brother, don't be impulsive. We can just follow the original 1v1 on this matter and don't cause any complications. Shark head smashed his chair to pieces with a slap, and yelled, okay. You are so arrogant, I will take over 0.8 of this battle, 11v11, right? I will let you know what despair means when the time comes. Advertisement. Okay. I will continue this battle, but I have a request to make to your manager. Su Yuan took the communication and spoke calmly. It would be okay if Su Yuan answered directly, but it would be difficult to answer if you ask the two of them. After a moment of silence, they quietly said, why don't you participate? After all, this time you are fighting against Shark Head, who is pretty good. Admiral, even if you face the most powerful existence of Shark Head, there should be no problem, right? Then the communication from the other side disappeared and was hung up by the other side, and the team battle was determined on Friday 3 days later. And what I need is your junior brothers to help me play. If I succeed, the benefits will definitely come from you. The jellyfish man said confidently, without any ambiguity. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, brothers, don't worry, my companions and I will win this battle. Together, the 11 of us are invincible. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, I didn't say that I would challenge all your combat power by myself. I am very strong, but I am not a fool. What I want is that I lead your team to fight and have an 11v1 team battle. After Neil and Alan heard something, they thought of something and stopped talking, because he knew what Su Yuan and the others would face later, but in this team battle, facing Shark Head might be more difficult. 100%. He said it without hesitation. This sentence shocked Shark Head. Then how do your teammates prepare? If you don't mind, the two of us can also play, and we have many good friends here who can also take action. Alan asked for advice with concern. Su Yuan smiled lightly and said, then what do the two senior brothers think? Do you want me to go or not? The jellyfish man didn't mince words and said directly, help me play a game, just one game. When the jellyfish man heard Su Yuan's next step, he was very excited and said quickly, tell me about it, you can make any requests to me, just say it. Alan glanced at Su Yuan and said, although jellyfish is disgusting, but no joke, this guy is very trustworthy, and he is a normal businessman. If there are benefits, he is good. When there are no benefits, he is an evil ghost. The first one to recover was the laughing Shark Head, ha ha ha. Good boy, you have courage and courage. Do you really think that you can defeat all my men by yourself after a one-on-one fight? 167-36, Source Stone. The confidence and determination in his words made both of them feel a little dazed, and the noise outside shocked them. It's another instant kill battle, and have you noticed that this newcomer's mask is actually the same as the undefeated ghosts and gods in front of him? It's also a ghost style. Could it be that he's from the same group? The commentator was restless and began to see what he saw. Tell everything. Su Yuan smiled and said, They are all here. They have been tempered by you guys. Our strength has long been different from before. This combat trial can improve us very well. After seeing this, they didn't know what to say. It seemed that big changes were going to happen in the underground fighting arena. Instant kill. Another instant kill. OMG. Team battles are still instant kills. And have you noticed that they are all Ghost Series masks? What is going on? The commentator was in disbelief. He has never seen anything like this since the beginning of the explanation. It is really amazing. Oh 1. The junior brothers and sisters of this year are so fierce. I even doubt whether you are the senior brothers or we are the senior brothers. Neil reluctantly expressed his feelings, feeling that in front of these little guys, they were a bit too weak. Su Yuan chuckled and said, "Of course you are our senior brothers. If you hadn't tortured us for 2 days, we wouldn't have improved so quickly." At this time, a group of people had gathered around them. They were all from Su Yuan's side. The team battle was over and the individual competition was almost over. There was only one Yi Jian left on the field, and the opponent he faced was different from the one they faced. The commentator said, "Because of the special nature of this battle, in order not to continue to kill instantly, we arranged an opponent for this player, an opponent provided by the Shark Head manager." Yi Jian closed his eyes and waited quietly for his opponent to come out. Advertisement. The ground is shaking, and this is not caused by quirks, but by absolute power and physical strength. Strong enemy. Yi Jian twitched the corner of his mouth, knowing that the battle he was going to face would not be easy and simple. Su Yuan became serious and looked at how strong the person on the other side of Shark Head was. Let's take a look at the opponent this newcomer will face. Man number 36 from the 36th place under the Shark Head manager, Origin Stone. After this introduction, the entire fighting arena cheered and roared, "Origin Stone! Origin Stone! Come on, crush that little one!" The roar of this voice was even higher than that of Su Yuan. It seems that veteran fighters are what this fighting arena wants. Finally, the door was opened. The other party actually had to bend down to get out of the 7 or 8 meter high iron door. When he really stood upright in front of Yi Jian, he was slightly surprised. It is similar to a stone giant, with a height of 10 meters and an area almost as wide as a height. It is simply a mobile fortress. Yi Tian's face changed drastically and he said, "No, this is not a role that my brother is good at facing. This quirks can completely restrain my brother." The Origin Stone's quirks are obviously hardened, but his hardening is the hardening of the surface of the stone, which can be seen from his size. Invulnerable, slightly stronger than the defense of a pig-headed man. Su Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Believe Yi Jian, I think there is no problem in this battle." Shark Head said coldly, "You are the 11th person, right? I didn't expect that boys' teammates are all good. I made a mistake earlier, so I won't give you a chance next, Origin Stone. Destroy him." After hearing the order, Origin Stone's eyes turned blood red, murderous, suddenly awakened, and roared, "Kill." Advertisement. The murderous intent surged into the sky, directly covering and suppressing the fighting field, making people feel extremely horrified and frightened. The aura of the Origin Stone at this time was really a bit scary, but Yi Jian was not afraid of this thing. After all, he had experienced more terrifying auras and pressure during the simulated battle. Boom. Yi Jian couldn't believe it when he punched down. He was so big and could attack so fast. The people around me thought it was normal. After all, they had seen the Origin Stone battle many times. This was a routine operation for Party 033. Yi Jian adjusted his breath and found that the opponent's attack did not stop, as if he was fighting to complete the task. That's enough. Yi Jian began to move the long sword in his hand, and quirks followed suit. Pulling out the sword, silver wrapped around it. After spinning several times, it condensed into a long silver sword. Holding it in his hand, looking at the Origin Stone with cold eyes, he began to use a sword technique from Country Z. Between heaven and earth, silver light flashed, and silver swords bloomed inside. The dazzling attack was like an attack that shattered space. In the blocked area, a long sword always shoots out, and the silver light inside flashes. In between breaths, the sword was sheathed. Back and forth, in only 7 or 8 seconds, Yi Jian turned and left without even looking at the motionless Origin Stone behind him. Because the battle was over, everyone's expressions changed greatly as they watched what happened next. 168 kills the Origin Stone instantly. The sword was sheathed, and Yi Jian turned around and left calmly, while there were loud noises behind him. Smoke and dust billowed, and by the time Yi Jian disappeared from everyone's eyes, the Origin Stone had been killed. It was roughly like this when it was cut into 8 pieces. Every part was extremely smooth. I couldn't believe that this was the method used by Yi Jian, and I couldn't believe that a villain could kill the Origin Stone instantly. The commentator didn't know what to say. He said something but didn't know what to say. If he didn't say something, he felt too embarrassed. After all, this is the Origin Stone, one of the 36. Although it is the weakest, its strength is already that of T1 in this fighting field, but can it be defeated like this? Yi Jian entered the lounge, took off his mask, and panted. This time I successfully used my complete swordsmanship, but the consumption is a bit huge. If the opponent's skin is thicker, I will be finished. Brother, I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Yi Tian looked at Yi Jian in surprise. It was completely different from the previous introduction. Yi Jian smiled lightly and said, The current Z country is different from what you thought before. If I don't hide it, maybe I won't be able to see you again. It seems like a simple instant kill, but it actually consumes a lot of money. At least you can't just kill it if you want to. The origin stone is dead, killed instantly. Is this guy also a ghost? Are they all ghosts? Advertisement. The audience was confused today. One ghost, Su Yuan, was enough to be perverted, and now there is another one. Then wouldn't the order of this fighting arena be changed? Shark Head couldn't sit still anymore. He had lost one of his admirals. Only he knew how much benefit the origin stone had brought to him. Now that the origin stone has been killed, it is still being killed without any chance. This is simply more cruel than a life and death battle, and Shark Head cannot accept it. The jellyfish man was overjoyed. He was sure that this Yi Jian and the previous ghost series were definitely Su Yuan's teammates, no more, no less, exactly 11. What this meant was self-evident. That's great. Even 36 stars can be easily killed in an instant, so 16 stars should be able to handle it with difficulty, right? The jellyfish man secretly rejoiced in his heart, looking forward to and eager for the battle in 2 days. No matter what, I will give them the benefits later. I will definitely improve the strength of the 11 of them within 2 days. The jellyfish man now decided to train them wholeheartedly as one person. After all, they will lose by then. Then you will lose a lot. The most important thing is that you will not get what you really want. What's going on? Shark Head's eyes became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that the origin stone that was most loyal to him would be killed in an instant. The most terrible thing was that the opponent's mask turned out to be a ghost mask. This made him think of a lot of things. Are those 11 people his opponents? He knew that he could not save any effort in this battle, so he said coldly, originally we only planned to dispatch 36 stars, but now it seems that we can't deal with you guys without dispatching 16 stars. Today's Shark Head is completely determined to use all the strongest fighting power under his command. This battle can only be won, not lost. With extremely firm eyes, he and the jellyfish man now have their own decisions and actions, but the things they need to do are different. Advertisement. By the way, everyone, I have something to tell you. Let me first say I'm sorry. I just helped you make a decision without authorization. Su Yuan sincerely expressed his apology. This matter is all Su Yuan's fault anyway. Then Su Yuan, under the gaze of everyone, said, backquote. I have a fight with Shark Head. He told everything in detail, even the benefits, without any concealment. The 2 senior brothers around him felt that Su Yuan was too upright. After everyone listened, they waved their hands and said, haha, I thought you were talking about something. It turned out to be just a small thing like this. This battle should be said to be just right. If we can succeed, it means that our strength has improved greatly. Improvement. Yes, so you don't need to care about this matter. Even if you don't say anything, we will agree to it and we will never refuse. Even the 2 girls agreed with Su Yuan's approach. Su Yuan smiled and said, thank you for your support and trust in me. Don't worry, we will win this battle. If this sentence is said from other people's mouth, it may be a bit unbelievable, but when it is said from Su Yuan's mouth, they all believe it, because Su Yuan is a miraculous being who makes the impossible possible. Then let's go back. How do you feel today? They chatted with each other, talking and laughing on the way back. But I was very embarrassed when I came back, even more embarrassed than the previous few days. The moment I entered the hotel, another scolding voice came out. Aren't these the geniuses in our priority class? Why did you come back so late? What are you doing? 169 All Might takes action. Isn't this Su Yuan? Why did he come back in such a mess? Is there any opponent of Su Yuan outside? At this time, very annoying words came out, and it was Carlos's words. Carlos already knows what these guys are doing now. Their consumption is definitely not small now, so this is a very good opportunity to defeat them. Because on the first floor, a group of people suddenly gathered, and even some people from the advanced classes looked over and said with a smile, Carlos, are you in trouble here? There are many friends of Carlos in the advanced class. If Carlos fights against all the development classes, they will naturally not dare to say anything. But now, it's just against 11 idiots, so naturally they have nothing to fear. Su Yuan shook his head helplessly and sighed. There are always people who don't open their eyes and always want to die. What can I do? Carlos frowned and said coldly, do you dare to fight with me now? Su Yuan chuckled and said, do you think you are my opponent? Don't talk about you anymore. I have challenged so many 343 impossible battles. I feel ashamed to meet others. I really don't understand where you are so shameless. Carlos gritted his teeth, and everyone around him came forward step by step. At this time, it was not only the people in the priority class, but also some people in the development class and advanced class. Yi Tiandan said, get out of the way of the development class. Don't forget our 1-week battle. If you want to fight now, I can accompany you. His eyes moved, and a stone giant slowly formed behind him. His body and ability were almost the same as Yi Tian's. He said calmly, if you want to fight, I, Yi Tianja, can do it. Advertisement. The aura all over his body crushed everyone present, their eyes completely changed, and they involuntarily stepped back a little. It seems that no one in the priority class is easy to mess with, but there are still people who dare to fight with them, Abeb. The ground in front of me rumbled, and a wild boar jumped down from the building with a heavy weight, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. It jumped down like this without any problems. It made many people look at the wild boar in front of them. It is not simple. This is a strong man in the advanced class. His pressure is almost the same as that of Yi Tian. No wonder he has the courage to shout. Su Yuan took a step forward and said, "If you have serious plans, then come together. See if I am afraid of you." What a loud tone, junior brother Su Yuan. A strange voice came out, making people very disgusted and uncomfortable. A familiar figure walked out slowly, his eyes full of disdain and contempt, more of a joke. The person who came was none other than Carlos's senior brother, who was also the one who trained Carlos. I didn't expect him to appear here. Of course, it is normal for the older generation to live here, after all, this is where they live, but basically not many people would choose to live in a hotel. Unexpectedly, Carlos actually called his senior brother over. This man's mouth was a bit strange, very wide, in order to better issue sound wave attacks. Advertisement. Su Yuan is not sure if he is the opponent's opponent. After all, he is still a little different from these senior people, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of experience. At this moment, a figure came in laughing from outside. "Young men. What are you doing here? It's so lively. But I hope you won't get into fights, otherwise I can't guarantee the outcome." All Might's figure slowly appeared, still wearing that standard smile. Carlos is angry when he sees All Might now. If All Might had helped him last time, his limbs would not have been broken and his strength would have been greatly reduced, so he has no other feelings for All Might except hatred. "Brother, this guy is just a B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* action. As long as you can break Su Yuan's hands and feet, I will definitely give you a good name in front of my father. Carlos was completely filled with hatred. After losing his mind, all he wanted was to break Su Yuan's hands and feet. This was the result he wanted most now. After hearing this, the man nodded and rushed forward as fast as he could, as if he really didn't care about All Might. All Might's eyes became cold and he said calmly, "You really don't take me seriously anymore." The muscles on his body rioted, and then he punched out with a simple punch, the great way to simplicity. The wind and waves swept across, everything was shattered and destroyed, waves of impacts mingled inside, and the ravine that spread dozens of meters stopped at Carlos' feet. It was extremely precise. On the other hand, the man who rushed over did not dare to move. His fist was only a foot away from his forehead. The wind, pressure and murderous intent from the fist fell completely, making him unable to bear it at all, and his whole body began to tremble involuntarily. "I told you to stop here, otherwise, this is what will happen." With one strike of the knife, such a powerful man was killed instantly with one move, without any ability to fight back. All Might's strength and Haki's were displayed vividly. Everyone took a deep breath and looked at each other with different eyes. 170 Su Yuan's new features. No one dared to speak now. All Might's strength amazed them. Sure enough, the world's #1 man was not so easy to mess with. Su Yuan admired in his heart. This is still the strength after being seriously injured and weakened. If All Might is in full bloom, how strong will it be? So now, can you all disperse? I need to take my students to rest. It is implicitly explained that he is covering these 11 people. If you have any ideas, just come to him directly. That's it. Everyone was quite tired, so they just exchanged some words and went back to their rooms to rest. Su Yuan looked at the sand in his hand and chuckled. It seems it's time to try this method. He had never dared to condense sand into his body before, but it was different now. He was completely confident that he could do this, so that he could switch back and forth between sand and ordinary people. If his whole body were to turn into sand, there would be no chance of him being directly killed instantly or attacked wantonly. Now that Su Yuan has become stronger and has more abilities and methods, he plans to use this on himself. If he fully uses it successfully, his strength will definitely improve to a higher level. His eyes became indifferent and he shouted, "Come on." All the sand began to interweave and gather inside his body, turning into a part of it, forming a kind of power inside. It's just that there was a conflict between himself and the power of the Shasha fruit, so it was a bit difficult for his body to turn into sand. However, Su Yuan was not afraid at all, and began to concentrate seriously, giving everything he had. Advertisement. I started to feel the stinging pain, which came from every pore on my body. The pain became even more painful when I took a breath, which was extremely uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth and persisted, using all his strength to refine and fuse the power of the sand. He planned to absorb them all no matter what. They must be softened together and become part of his body. It's just that this forced fusion process is extremely painful, as if his body is being torn apart, and all kinds of violent forces are swimming inside and pulling on this piece, and it is impossible to resist even the slightest bit. If anyone were here, they would definitely be frightened. Something was surging inside Su Yuan's body, as if it was about to burst out of his body. It was very scary. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and endured the pain. As long as he could endure the past, if he succeeded, his strength would definitely be 10 health times and levels higher than what he is now. Be quiet. Su Yuan's eyes were extremely cold, and his lips were bitten by himself and were bright red. Compared with the pain inside my own body, this kind of pain is just a drop in the bucket and not worth mentioning. The sand was mercilessly wreaking havoc on Su Yuan's body, as if it was going to completely devour and destroy Su Yuan's body, otherwise, they would not give up. However, after previous training, Su Yuan's strength has been greatly improved, and his control over the Shasha fruit has become stronger. He will not be stupid enough to do anything he is not sure of. The armed color is turned on, strengthening one's body. Not only one's appearance, but one's own interior is also strengthened, as if an invisible force begins to suppress the violent sand inside, making them irritable and losing points. Immediately, waves of aura burst out, and Su Yuan began to fight back. Attacks from all directions with Su Yuan's will weaken the sand, allowing them to settle down and no longer wantonly destroy Su Yuan's body. Advertisement. 0. This process is long and boring, but the pain is slowly decreasing, and the possibility of fusion is somewhat successful. That's it. Su Yuan's forehead was covered with sweat, his whole body was soaked with sweat, and he felt tired like never before. Fortunately, Wang Tian paid off. With a roar, Su Yuan completed the transformation of his body, completely changing his body from top to bottom. It took half an hour to calm down and recover. Su Yuan laughed and said, I didn't expect it to be successful. The Shasha fruit can really be used like this. If nothing else, my life-saving ability is definitely at the top. Quote. Satisfied with his ability, he couldn't wait to start the next day's trial. After all, this was his brand new characteristic and ability. Okay, I'm going to sleep now and wait for tomorrow. I guess I can take care of that big monster tomorrow. Su Yuan entered a dream in such a beautiful fantasy, and the dawn of the next day came quickly. Su Yuan and the 11 others rushed into the training room impatiently. It seemed that they all had some insights from yesterday. After seeing the big monster again, Su Yuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said frivolously, I was tortured and killed by you yesterday, but today is different. Let me try and see how long it will take to kill you. With a thought, Su Yuan's body slowly disappeared, turning into grains of sand that moved with the wind. His whole body was covered with sand, and there was no place that was not made of sand that moved with the wind. An unprecedented force burst out from it and rushed towards the huge monster. 171 Aaron's rage. At this time, Su Yuan's eyes were extremely cold, and the aura flowing throughout his body was greatly improved compared to what he was before. The monster in front of him seems to have discovered this problem, and his strength has actually improved a lot. Su Yuan said helplessly, I really didn't expect that this system will improve based on the improvement of strength. If it is still the same as yesterday, it's very easy to kill, but what if it's now? Su Yuan found it interesting instead, speeding up his speed, with a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The monster's whole body turned into a terrifying ugly pressure, and then the whole area was swallowed up by the wind and sand, turning, 473, into a part of it. All attacks turned into a straight line at this time, heading straight towards Su Yuan who was rushing over. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth rose and he said, it's very interesting. I didn't expect that your attack power has improved a lot. It seems that I am underestimating you now. It's just that these attacks tore Su Yuan apart instantly. Su Yuan was indeed turned into sand under these attacks, but in fact, Su Yuan seemed not to have suffered any loss at all. The insights and hardships I experienced yesterday were not in vain. Now I am completely like sand, coming and going freely, and I can't even tell the specific direction of Su Yuan. Su Yuan knew that this guy was just attacking instinctively and could not actually bring about an accurate blow. So in this situation, this giant is a being who is being tortured and killed. He is constantly attacking. Various attacks are coming from all directions. The giant's eyes are particularly ugly. I didn't know how to attack for a while. The most terrible thing is that these attacks are not weak. Each attack can bring a certain amount of trouble and harm to oneself. After these injuries add up, I no longer have any. Su Yuan's figure was swimming inside. He turned into sand and moved very quickly. It could be said that his breath and body existed in all directions and in the surrounding wilderness. Today's battle ended quickly. Not only was Su Yuan's strength improved, but the guys around him were also much stronger. Advertisement. Bakugo Katsuki and Shoto Todoroki both had a smile on their faces. It was not easy for them to deal with their opponents, but after yesterday's battle in the underground field, they finally succeeded in solving their opponents. These opponents may have been very difficult to deal with before, but it is different now. It is relatively easy to deal with them. Tomorrow is the time to fight them. Are you ready? Su Yuan took a heavy look at everyone. It's okay to fight with the people in the development class, Song will have to pay the corresponding price if he loses. But if you lose the duel with Shark Head, you will lose your life, so tomorrow's battle is very crucial. Everyone nodded and said, don't worry, we can still bear these small scenes, and we will definitely be able to handle tomorrow's battle well. Indeed, they are growing up at a very terrifying speed, even beyond Su Yuan's expectation. If this speed continues, Izuku Midoriya's strength may be awakened very soon. After thinking about Green Valley's multiple quirks, Su Yuan was a little envious. This is the strength and charm of Ofa. Su Yuan was relieved. He needed to improve in the next time. However, there were two people in the office who were not so lucky. Tell me what's going on. Irene's cold voice came out and enveloped the office. Two men stood tremblingly in front of her. One was Neil and the other was Alan. The two of them were told about taking Su Yuan to the underground fighting arena, and even the duel with Shark Head. Eileen said calmly, You took Su Yuan to fight in the low-level fighting arena. We turned a blind eye, but what is going on now? Why are you dueling with that lunatic with the shark head? Or is it a life-and-death duel? Team competition. 11 guys, and they are all in the priority class. Please explain it carefully. These questions directly left them both speechless. This was indeed their fault. Maybe they shouldn't have taken Su Yuan to the underground fighting arena in the first place. Now that it's like this, they both find it difficult to end it. You should know that we can't infiltrate it, not just us, but the military behind us can't. Do you understand now? No one can stop this life and death battle. Life and death all depend on both of them. Irene's face is now frosty. It's not that she doesn't have a high opinion of the strength of Su Yuan and the others. It's precisely because she is so optimistic that she doesn't have to look forward to such a duel. They are very powerful, but compared with those who live their lives licking blood on the tip of a knife. Comparing people, the gap is too big. She really doesn't want to lose some outstanding students in her priority class. She is very distressed about this matter now and doesn't know what to do. Forget it, it's useless to blame you now. When will their duel be? I'll go and have a look then. I'll save one of them no matter what. Baikuan Su Yuan must not be killed. Irene now has her own thoughts and plans. After all, they are still not optimistic about the strength of their 11 people. 170 to 11 stars appear. The second day passed quickly, but everyone has improved to a certain extent. The speed of their improvement now is really no joke, and it even feels like cheating. I don't know whether it was due to the feeling of high pressure or the influence of other aspects. Su Yuan and the other 11 people have completed their transformation. Compared with the other 9 people, their strength is not at the same level at all. It will be time to fight in a moment. This battle is very difficult and arduous. Do you have confidence? Su Yuan took a serious look at the partners around him, and they will have to trust each other's backs later. Upon hearing this, Bakugo Katsuki yelled, "No matter who they are, just blast them away. If you dare to fight me, you are seeking death." Still the same character. No change, but you can feel that Bakugo Katsuki is much more stable now, at least this is the improvement he has gained during this time. Midoriya Izuku said with firm eyes, "After all, this is a battle related to our own lives, so we must win." Chang'ta Shadow sneered, "This is a good battle, it makes my blood boil." Everyone had different expressions. At this moment, a figure slowly walked over. After they saw it, they all took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, All Might appeared. All Might laughed and said, "I know everything about you, boys. You must return victorious no matter what, and I believe you can definitely do it." After receiving All Might's approval, their faces turned rosy and they looked eager to try. Let's go. Su Yuan led everyone to meet Neil and Alan, but there was one more person when they met. Irene stood next to the two of them and said coldly, "Baikuan Su Yuan, you really don't make people worry. Making such a bet will not be of any benefit to you, do you know?" After Su Yuan looked at Eileen, All Might stepped forward and spoke. "Irene, just believe in these teenagers, I believe they can definitely succeed. Because of their hard work and strength, I can see it's in my eyes." Erin shook her head helplessly and said, "Okay, but I will follow you and watch to prevent you from having some big problems or problems that you can't solve by yourself." Advertisement. Just like this, a small team headed towards the underground fighting arena, slowly being swallowed up by the dusk, and finally disappeared into the Academy of the Brave. There were still many figures following them, such as Carlos and his group, who were following behind, not slow at all. When Jellyfish Man saw Su Yuan bringing people over, he was moved and said, "Thank you so much for coming to participate in the competition. No matter you win or lose, you are all my Shui Ju's good friends. In fact, this is just a scene. If we lose, everyone here will die. So how can we be brothers?" Su Yuan and the others didn't say much, and put on their own ghost masks. After everyone tidied up, they entered the center of the fighting arena step by step. When they stood in the center of the fighting arena, they felt like they were being watched. The whole audience cheered, and the commentators excitedly said, "Here they come. Our strongest rookie team has come out. They are not afraid, and they have not broken the contract. According to the agreement is here. They are going to challenge the Shark Head manager's strongest opponent, 16 stars." As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura came from the other side. Su Yuan's expression changed and he said warily, "It's very strong. It's stronger than the opponents we encountered before, but compared with the opponents in our simulation. You have to be a little weaker, but don't take it lightly." Su Yuan's words suddenly made them serious, and the roaring sound in Bakugo Katsuki's hand burst out, seeming to ignite the beginning of the battle. The iron door in the distance slowly opened, and figures came out one after another. They had different shapes and looked strange, but their clothes were exactly the same. They were all clothes with a star on the chest. At this moment shining. 313 inches, here it comes. The 16 stars that only take action once a month, now 11 stars appear directly. They are also the most powerful stars. Let us cheer for it. Sure enough, the atmosphere at the scene was completely ignited, and it was obviously more exciting. What made people's blood boil was the 11 stars in front of them. They were the promising ones. No matter how powerful Su Yuan and the others are, they are just newcomers and it will be difficult to fight against them. HMPH, I thought our opponents would be so strong, but they turned out to be a group of little mice wearing masks. A fierce-looking man held a big hammer in his hand, said with disdain. There is a big 7 character embroidered on the star area on the chest. These numbers represent the status of these guys. This hammer man is Keeley, who ranks 7th among the 11 stars. Immediately afterwards, Samsung sneered and said, let's end it early. Such a battle without passion and feeling makes me feel a little sleepy now. 173 The battle begins. Su Yuan sneered, who doesn't know how to talk. To compare with real strength. Anger rose in his eyes and he glared at the other party. The strength of the 11-star team is not weak, but they are also dissatisfied. They look down on them and make them pay the price. The leader glanced at Su Yuan disdainfully, comparing your real strength. Don't be beaten to tears for a while. In actual combat, you will be injured or even killed. The leader's disdainful look made everyone in Su Yuan's team furious. Very good, you 11 stars will die. The referee was still watching from the sidelines. Seeing that the smell of gunpowder between the two sides was getting stronger, he scolded, get ready to start the game. Su Yuan's heart trembled, and he looked back at everyone. Everyone nodded towards him, all ready. At this moment, the referee gave the order 090. Start. Su Yuan also shouted, causing everyone to disperse. 11 stars did not dare to underestimate them and take them seriously. Everyone was extremely cautious. Su Yuan led everyone to continuously narrow the circle, and soon came to the 10 stars team and fought hand to hand. After they gathered around, the white light suddenly exploded and rushed out. The opponents gathered together, while Su Yuan's team was still scattered. It was easy to gain the upper hand. Su Yuan gave the order and rushed. Su Yuan stared at Yixing and kept asking the team members. Changing his position to look for loopholes in the light, his eyes were cold, and his teammates' eyes were also fixed on the 11 stars. The playing field was very large, and the bright light still filled the entire field, almost igniting the entire field, and screams spread throughout. Advertisement. The members of the 11 stars team seemed to be possessed by something powerful. Each one of them let out an angry cry, and their body muscles swelled. But the members of the 11-star team were not all idiots, and they quickly entered an offensive state. The retracted white barrier turned into balls of white light and entered their bodies one by one. They are a cooperative team, and only when their teammates are together can they exert stronger combat effectiveness. The people gathered together turned to the outside in unison, and Su Yuan rushed forward with his scattered teammates. With a loud bang, even the ground of the competition venue was blasted into deep pits, and Su Yuan's body slammed into the white barrier. The players who had been maintaining a defensive posture suddenly changed their offensive, from a calm defense at the beginning to a powerful charge. The shock shocked 11 star, and his expression changed again and again. They had always underestimated the Su Yuan team, but they did not expect that this team would be so strong, which was beyond their expectations. They were already huddled tightly together, and their offensive was more concentrated than that of Su Yuan's team, rushing towards a point where Su Yuan's third team was. The fierce confrontation was about to begin. Amidst the screams of the audience, Team Su Yuan was completely unmoved and focused all their attention on 11 stars. The members of his team immediately narrowed the area around them and rushed towards the 11 stars. Su Yuan's whole body was like a dragon. He was their strongest point, and he collided with the barrier of white light rising from the 11-star battle ABCD team. 11 stars shouted, and a bright light emitted from their small group. Referee Hu Chu stared at the situation here to see if anyone committed a foul. Drink. They have already made a plan, and all they have to do is follow the plan. As soon as the referee spoke, the 11 stars also moved and gathered together quickly. Although the speed was not fast, the fists were extremely powerful, and all the attacks were twisted into a rope, forming an unstoppable force. 174 Shasha fruit attack. Su Yuan's expression suddenly changed, his eyes became darker, and he scolded, offensive, use offense to lead defense. As he said that, he led his team members to charge forward. Although the members of the 11-star team were strong, their team was not a soft persimmon that could be easily manipulated. To rush into a hand-to-hand battle like this depends on strong personal strength and cooperation. Su Yuan's team was stronger individually, but their coordination was not as good as 11 stars. They were on par with the 11 stars team in 1:890 time. The 11-star team was shocked more than anything else. At first they felt Su Yuan's strength, but they didn't expect that all the members of the Su Yuan team were so strong individually. If they hadn't cooperated well, they would have been defeated long ago. We have been attacking for so long but these people have not been able to penetrate the offensive. What should we do? Everyone has this thought in their minds. If they continue this strong offensive, they will have only one result, and that is losing. No one wants to lose. 11 stars are a group. They looked at their captain. At this moment, one star spoke up. Their strength is strong. When they encounter a stronger team like Su Yuan, it is like hitting a huge net. No matter how strong they are, they cannot show their strength. Retreat. He shouted, and everyone immediately retreated, quickly withdrawing themselves from the battle. What happened? But Su Yuan was not in a hurry. He knew that the other party was really anxious, otherwise he would not have suddenly changed the formula. This would also interrupt their attack, and it would also turn the offense into the ultimate defense. Such a change would have a negative impact on them. The impact will be greater. Everyone understood what the captain meant, and they looked at each other. At this time, Type 11 suddenly realized something was wrong. The attack they endured became more violent, and that kind of violence was not something they could bear. Advertisement. The teammates put on their best attacking posture, as if the interruption of the previous attack had no impact on them, and just rushed forward. Everyone's breath was stagnant, especially those watching the game and the referee on the side. This 11-star team is a little more arrogant, and they have their own natural resources. Su Yuan also attacked so fiercely, and the 11th squadron suddenly retreated, making their formula unable to be used for a moment. Su Yuan's eyes lit up and he thought of something. Come on. They felt carefully and found out that it was someone from Team Su Wu who used Shasha. Su Yuan shouted in a deep voice. Attack, attack forcefully, our offensive cannot be interrupted. All they can do is keep attacking and attacking again to knock these people down. The war situation seemed to have reached a fever pitch, with both sides in a stalemate, but the 11th star side encountered a greater dilemma. Defend with all your strength. The captain's order was issued again. Since we have already defended, we cannot change it, otherwise we will only get into greater trouble. Nervousness and uneasiness exist in the hearts of people in the 11th star. These are emotions that will appear during battles and will not affect their performance. Calm will make their performance even better. What's going on? Captain, their defense is stronger. Someone from Su Yuan's team said, feeling a little nervous. The people of 11 star have all experienced many battles. Naturally they knew this, and there was no hesitation at the moment. Everyone gathered in one place, and suddenly turned their backs, using their backs to defend themselves, looking for the next person. An opportunity to attack. Everyone also felt this way, and Su Yuan also secretly thought that no team that could reach this point was easy to deal with. 175 upwind and downwind. Shashali's attack ability can be said to be extremely strong, especially the kind of attacks that are liquid and mixed with hard objects, making it very difficult for them to parry. 11 stars suddenly fell into an embarrassing situation. This situation can be said to have been brought about by Yila's command error. He was also working hard to make up for such mistakes and nervously maintained the offensive. Be careful. 1 star is standing ready, constantly asking his team members to pay attention, and Su Yuan's attack cannot be avoided by paying attention. His attacks were not mindless, but had a strong impact and kept changing directions. This must be attributed to Su Yuan. He always plays with his head in mind. Even when he is on the upper hand, he never forgets to guess his opponent's next move. 11 stars soon discovered that the team led by Su Yuan suppressed them so much that they had no way to fight back. They had to break through the attacks on one side at once, otherwise Song Neng would be one-sided. Danger. This situation is undoubtedly extremely unfavorable to 11 stars. They are trying to find a way to break the situation. The referee is also surprised to see such a one-sided situation. Who are the 11 stars? Their record can be said to be very strong. Although the Su Yuan team is not bad either, why did the two strong teams fight like this from the beginning? After thinking about it, there is only one reason, and that is that the 11-star team underestimated the enemy. Those provocations before the battle now seem like a joke. Booing, violent booing resounded from the scene, and everyone was very angry. Angry that they had turned a good scene into this, not just angry, but more disappointed with 10 kinds of expectations being dashed. 11 stars gritted their teeth tightly, anger had already climbed onto their faces. Damn, one person roared and wanted to rush out, but was stopped by Yixing. Advertisement. Don't be impulsive, we are very passive now. No matter what we do, we are under the control of our opponents. If you suddenly do this, we will collapse. Regret. Strong regret arose in Yi Xing's mind. He was also extremely angry. He was really too careless. He shouldn't have been like this. He regarded the other party as a bunch of clowns. The slap in the face was so severe that he couldn't even accept it. We can still find another opportunity, but we must stay calm. Yixing said in a deep voice, constantly looking for the weaknesses of Su Yuan's team. They are all strong teams, and Su Yuan's team just competed seriously and got the upper hand. It doesn't mean they have the strength to crush 11 stars. They still have a chance. With their backs to the outside, they kept narrowing their circle. Every time they narrowed a little, the intensity of their defense would become stronger. The commentator's voice rang out at this moment. It's unbelievable, it's unbelievable. The Su Yuan team has such a big upper hand and has been suppressed to such an extent. Why doesn't 11 star choose to fight back? Can't they find a chance to fight back? It will be too late if they don't fight back. What are they thinking? Or is Shasha's attack leaving them helpless? It's impossible. 11 stars must be plotting a turnaround. Team Su Yuan may defeat Zhao want to end their aggressive attitude. Just after the commentator finished this sentence, 11 stars seized an opportunity. It was Yixing who caught it. His attack method was medium range, which was very suitable for use in such a battle situation. He swung his hammer and slammed it down at the opponent closest to him. Attack! Attack! Su Yuan's orders to his players were only to attack, and he knew that his opponents were always trying to find loopholes in their attacks. 176 changes in situation. The best offense is the best defense. The more fierce their attack, the less likely the opponent will find a chance to counterattack. Unexpectedly, this 11 star is really not simple. Under such a fierce offensive, it can still fight back. It is really amazing. Su Yuan never underestimated his opponent, and he was fully prepared for the attack to be interrupted. The moment the 7 stars attacked, Su Yuan reacted. Get away! Su Yuan yelled. The teammate who was attacked had long noticed that there was a strong aura pressing down on him, and it was difficult for him to completely block the blow directly from the front. Once you cannot block it, you will be restrained by the opponent, which will have a great impact on the subsequent battle situation. 7 star also knew that the opponent would dodge. The moment he dodged, 11 stars formation changed. It was no longer a defensive posture but turned into an attack. A one-stop attack with overwhelming momentum is bound to knock down the momentum of Su Yuan's team. The previous defeat had a huge impact on our own morale. Even Yixing had to admit that he had made mistakes in his command. Come, he ordered. Advertisement. The entire team united as a whole and rushed directly towards the point of Su Yuan's team. The coordination of this attack was so perfect. Even though Su Yuan responded promptly and his teammates didn't make any mistakes, they still couldn't block the attack. The formation was suddenly rushed apart, and Su Yuan immediately asked everyone to gather together again to resist the possible next wave of attacks from the 11 stars. Su Yuan glanced at him coldly and sneered. 11 stars were anxious. They wanted to end the battle quickly and did not want other changes to occur. 0. Su Yuan, is that all you have? Gradually regaining the initiative, Shixing couldn't help but provoke Su Yuan. He fixed his eyes on Su Yuan. He was the strongest in this team. He was the soul of the team and the team's attacker. As long as he was captured, the entire team would not be afraid at all. And Su Yuan is the toughest link, so he will rush forward and kill Yixing. The initial offensive and defensive battle turned into a close combat. They each used their own methods to neutralize each other's attacks and at the same time attack each other more fiercely. Su Yuan, your opponent is me, don't always worry about others, or I will kill you. Yixing kept shouting. Advertisement. The garbage-like performance of 11 stars at the beginning disappointed the fans. Now the fans' emotions are finally back and they are cheering for 11 stars. The commentator spoke a lot of words excitedly, and the scene changed rapidly. Even Su Yuan didn't know which direction the scene would develop next. Oh my god, 11 stars has found its own rhythm. I didn't expect to break the game in such a short time. It seems that the cooperation of the Su Yuan team is not tacit enough, or the strength is not strong enough, otherwise the wave would have been long ago. You can hit 11 stars. Because they find that their strength is slightly stronger than themselves. The scene suddenly exploded, and the audience cheered for the team they supported, and the shouts were loud. 11 stars offensive is the thunder, which is indispensable and shows the style of a strong team. Finally, he is no longer the useless person he was before. 0 Please give me flowers. If he loses the game this time, coupled with his performance at the beginning, 11 will be really in trouble. He doesn't dare to gamble, and he is upset. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, and suddenly ordered his teammates to strengthen their offensive. This was obviously a drill, sacrificing some long-term attacks, just to quickly defeat the opponent. Just the opportunity. 177 stuck. Su Yuan's team's cooperation was so great that 11 stars was no match for them. Even if they broke through the encirclement, they still couldn't gain the upper hand. The commentator started talking again, with an excited tone, as if he had also participated in the battle. Commenting on this game was really exciting. Is 11 star really going to lose to Su Yuan's team? How did Su Yuan become so powerful? The commentator said excitedly. Su Yuan remained unmoved. The cheers of the excited spectators in the stands almost engulfed him. He remained silent. His whole body was like a huge net, trying to wrap up the 11 stars. He must get rid of the 11 stars and make him a stepping stone on his way to victory. Su Yuan's offensive became more fierce, and the commentator's voice became more excited. We faced each other in a fierce battle. 11 Baseball's cooperation was actually not as good as that of Su Yuan's team. Before that, 11 Baseball League was still known for its cooperation. Is it true that they are soft-footed shrimps and can only bully weak teams? No sarcasm, just deliberately provoking the anger of 11-star fans. The whole stand suddenly exploded, even more excited than before when the 10 stars were at a disadvantage. 11 stars, come on, 11 stars, you can win. The team they have supported for so long will not give up easily. Even if this performance is poor, they will not lose their fans. The expressions of the people in Su Yuan's team changed slightly, but they were not affected. They discovered that the formation of the 11 stars had changed, and their expressions became ugly. As you can see, the situation has changed again. The 11 stars team is indeed the 11 stars and the previous victors. In such a disadvantage, this is the second time they have launched an effective counterattack. It is amazing. Su Yuan was confident that he would gain an advantage after a few moves, but in such a battle where seconds were running out, he still couldn't do it in time. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. He was so angry that he punched several times in a row, using all his strength. 697 was his strongest attack method. For a time, no matter how strong their offensive was, they could not break through. They shouted twice, but were still divided. Boss. The cooperation of Su Yuan's team is based on their strong combat power. Their combat power is extremely strong and they will never be cut off from the offensive. The other Type 11 members stopped a member of Su Yuan's team, and those who were stopped separately also launched a fierce attack, cutting off their offensive in an instant. Having been suppressed and beaten before, Yixing's anger had been building up for so long, and he was looking for an outlet to vent, and Su Yuan was this outlet. Oops, what's going on? The people in Su Yuan's team finally realized something was wrong. There was a strong repulsive force between the people of 11 stars, which kept blocking their coordinated offensive. The 11 stars all had smiles on their faces, and suddenly they moved, with a strong push pushing into the people of Su Yuan's team. It turns out that the previous weakness was to create this moment of strength, not to let them become a whole. It is precisely this that makes their cooperation seem to be more powerful than the 11 stars, who are known for their cooperation. Actually, who is more powerful, because I don't know. Su Yuan was about to use his powerful strength to protect everyone, but at this moment, a person suddenly rushed over. It was the strongest type among the 11 types. At this time, a one-on-one situation was formed. Su Yuan was anxious, but he had no choice but to let his team members fight first. 178 one-on-one. The commentators were both painful and happy looking at this game. There is no doubt that this is a high-quality event comparable to the finals. 11 star is still the Su Yuan team. They are so powerful in terms of strength and fighting ability, not something ordinary people can compare to. Su Yuan. Come on. Team Su Yuan also has fans. When he saw that the team he supported was at a disadvantage, he also shouted out. Judging from the scene, the intensity of the battle has escalated again. Su Yuan's combat power seems to be the strongest on the scene, but in the short term, he can still sustain it. Yixing knew that he had to deal with Su Yuan immediately so that the next game could be better. Su Yuan was originally very anxious, but he was relieved when he saw that his teammates quickly stabilized the situation. The strength of these 11 stars is pretty good, but there is still no way to defeat them directly. When the situation stabilizes, they are still the ones with the upper hand. Drink. Yixing roared angrily and erupted again. A powerful pressure came down on Su Yuan. Su Yuan sneered and kept fighting back. His counterattack was like the endless river, and Yixing soon found that he was stuck, and his heart sank. Oh no, Su Yuan's offensive seemed not to defeat him, but to stick him. Once you fall into the opponent's offensive, you will be in big trouble. Yixing is not a weak person. He quickly discovered something was wrong and responded quickly. His response was to constantly switch attacks, which made Su Yuan tired of dealing with it. This is a true contest of strength. The main reason is that the difference in strength between the two teams is really not big, and they are both experienced teams. Some small tricks and sub-strategies will not work at all. Advertisement. Su Yuan's strength is even more incredible. Not only has he managed to hold on to 1 star, he also has a faint tendency to break through. Ha! Su Yuan also roared angrily, and his whole figure skyrocketed. He was about to launch an attack. Yixing knew this and sneered to meet his attack. This time the attack ended in Su Yuan's failure. Su Yuan, is this all you have? Yi said with disdain, such a little strength is not enough in front of me, you are really embarrassing to the team. Quote. I admit that you have some strength, but you have ruined such a good situation. It is really embarrassing. Every word of ridicule is intentional. Yixing carefully observed Su Yuan's reaction. If he was an arrogant person and was very concerned about the gains and losses of victory, his words would definitely affect the other party. He just wanted to seize this opportunity to fight back. No. Yixing couldn't help but become a little irritable, and the offensive kept strengthening, and then strengthening. The sound of the fighting was deafening, drowning out the cheers of the crowd. Oh no, Team Su Yuan's situation seems not to be good. The commentator shouted, in one-on-one situations, they seem to be suppressed. Why hasn't Team Su Yuan been able to break the tie for so long this time? Is it really true? Will it be suppressed by 11 stars? The commentators couldn't understand the game. They just kept performing their duties. The speed of the commentary was getting faster and faster, and it was more of a detailed explanation. Because they are all one-on-one battles, there are too many people fighting, and even the commentators cannot explain them. 3 stars versus Midoriya Izuku, 7 stars versus Bakugo Katsuki, and 1 person from each other is dueling. This scene can be described as a melee. Confused, Team Su Yuan is stuck. 179 new skills. Such a one-on-one match completely wiped out all the advantages of Su Yuan's team. Even if Su Yuan successfully tied up the opponent's team leader, he was also controlled and could not help his teammates. Team Su Yuan's formation has been broken up, and Team Su Yuan is in danger. The commentator exclaimed. He was optimistic about them at first, but he didn't expect that as time passed, it seemed that the 11-star team had the upper hand.
This game of 743 is really exciting. The commentator shouted loudly, I don't know how many reversals it has gone through from the beginning to now. Oh no. Su Yuan team will not be like this. Let's be defeated, starting with such a huge advantage and leading to such a situation, I'm afraid it will become a classic. The commentator didn't mind provoking the audience's emotions at all, and deliberately chose such words to make the audience in the stands boil. Fans of Team Su Yuan were angry, while fans of Team 11 Stars were happy and kept applauding.
Their excited shouts were heard throughout the stands, which was deafening. Such exciting scenes are rare. 11 stars must win, 11 stars must win.
Uniform shouts appeared in the sky above the entire venue, and the fans' eyes were red with excitement. This was a huge reversal for their team. Su Yuan's team had an advantage in the first game, just because they started faster. The stronger team can win. Discussions also resounded throughout the entire venue. Su Yuan's offensive was very aggressive, quite admiral style. But this is of no use. No matter how powerful he is, he can't lead his teammates to victory immediately. Yixing only paid attention to Su Yuan. He didn't want him to win at all. He stared at him and just wanted to beat him up. Amidst the howling wind, the entire urban management system was rotated by a current of air, and even the audience in the stands felt the air vibrating. The air waves from their fighting stirred up the air throughout the city, and the wind became stronger and stronger, making people's faces hurt. Su Yuan's eyes were shining, and the light in his eyes was intimidating. A wave of wild sand gradually formed in his palm, and a real tornado rose around him, carrying the wind and blowing towards Yixing. Yixing was surprised. He didn't expect Su Yuan to have the ability to develop unique sand. This sand has both liquid and easy attack methods, as well as the hardness of stone. It is difficult to deal with soft and hard. If Su Yuan had not mastered the skills of this sand for a short period of time, he would not be able to dominate the battle with 11 stars for a while. The upper hand, otherwise this game would have been decided long ago. It was so surprising that the voice of the commentator became hoarse due to the constant roaring. I didn't expect that Su Yuan would develop the ability to perform stunts on sand. Now the outcome is in doubt again. 11 The Star Wars team is really unlucky to have encountered such a stubborn stone and such a strong opponent. The stadium was filled with roars, and all the fans of Team Su Yuan stood up. They cheered for their team and roared. The fans of the powerful team are really happy, because they don't have to worry about my results at all, they just need to follow the pace of the team. The wind in the stadium was mixed with a little bit of sand, which made everyone's faces hurt even more, but they were even more excited, whether they were fans of Team 10 Stars or fans of Team Su Wu. They were all flushed with excitement and excited. Go ahead and blow them up. 180 Fierce battle. Fans of all teams in the stadium were making such noises, and it was hard to tell them apart for a while. Their excitement did not affect the soldiers on the stage at all. Su Yuan remained calm as always. He was familiar with his skills, and the characteristics of the sand were unpredictable after adding the wind. When fighting with ordinary opponents, Su Yuan is confident that he can use his arms and fingers like his own. But the opponent now was extraordinary. Yixing was stronger than any opponent he had ever encountered before. He was able to accurately capture the tiny flaws in Su Yuan's ability to use this characteristic sand. He could see through its attacks every time. Su Yuan was not upset. His flaw was that he only had a short time to acquire this ability. Your shortcomings will be exposed when you meet a master. However, with the training of Master 743, he can quickly adapt to this. His teammates also restrained the opponent and gave him time to do all this. Nanahoshi stared at Bakugo Katsuki, and he kept attacking Bakugo Katsuki with angry roars, waving his hammers that were bigger than his head. It can be said to be very despicable to hit Bakugo Katsuki's vitals every time, but this is a competition, there is no such difference. Bakugo Katsuki didn't think about this at all. He just kept attacking and attacking again, using offense as defense to prevent Nanahoshi from taking any advantage. The fight here turned out to be ABDF, head-to-head, with two extremely powerful and fierce people. The fight was naturally thunderous and terrifying, and the momentum even affected Samsung and Midoriya Izuku. Their fight was not as tough as here but more intense because the speed was too fast. Samsung keeps changing its attack tempo. In order to keep up with the trend, Samsung must also keep changing. The speed of the two fighting was the fastest in the game. They could fight more than 10 times in 1 second. Even the frequency of fighting between Yixing and Su Yuan could not compare with them. It can be said that it was very exciting. Even the commentator didn't dare to comment on this part. When it came to commenting on their battle, he would be starved of oxygen. The intensity of the battle continues to increase. The battle between the 11 Stars team and the Su Yuan team is really worth paying for. Everyone who saw it is so happy. The commentator's explanation speed is getting faster and faster. Their offensive has changed again. Quote. Su Yuan's sand has deformed again, and the ability of this special sand is so terrifying. On the field, I saw that the sand that Su Yuan was carried by the wind kept shrinking and shrinking. The sand was already very hard, and after shrinking together, it turned into a giant shield, pressing down on Yixing. With Su Yuan as support behind him, the attacks from this shield were not easy to resist. Yixing was constantly suppressed for a moment, and he could only keep retreating and retreating. After such a long period of practice, Su Yuan has become proficient in using this unique sand power. Of course, he will not let go of such a good opportunity. He will keep a close eye on Yixing and keep attacking, taking advantage of his reaction. Before coming over, I wanted to seize enough opportunities first, under his guidance. The members of Su Yuan's team were in great momentum. Bakugo Katsuki pressed the 7 stars and even the hammer could not break the attack for a while. Is the 7 stars about to be defeated like this? Everyone has this idea in their minds, because Bakugo Katsuki's offensive at this moment seems to be much faster than the 7 stars. There were several times when they thought 7 stars was going to be directly destroyed. This shows how fierce Bakugo Katsuki's attacks were. Even the place where Midoriya Izuku and 3 stars fought had undergone a huge change. Advertisement 181 Mental imbalance. The two of them were completely stuck together, their figures intertwined with each other. This was a close combat, taking advantage of both of them, constantly seeking opportunities to defeat the other. There were constant sounds of fighting, but what attracted the most attention was the battle between Carlos and Su Yuan. The two of them were the focus of the entire scene. They are the leaders of their respective teams and will definitely receive more attention. In addition, the two of them are the strongest. 493. Carlos is completely at a disadvantage. How could this happen? Su Yuan is so skilled at controlling the sand. As an alchemist, Carlos must be feeling particularly uncomfortable right now. The excited explanation was like a sharp blade, piercing into Carlos's heart. He was indeed very upset. This Su Yuan didn't take him seriously at all. He used him to practice the newly mastered functions because it was too much. That kind of contempt made Carlos's heart burn with rage. He wanted to completely defeat the man in front of him. He was angry, extremely angry. His thoughts were not as pure as Su Yuan's. He would think too much and of course he would have random thoughts. He did not realize that Su Yuan had unknowingly increased the defense of the sand. The thick part blocked all his thoughts. Way out. Snap. The icy coldness eroded his heart bit by bit. Is this the only way to lose? What to do? Angry. He was very angry. Su Yuan beat him up to 4.5 and made him so embarrassed. He was still a person he looked down upon. How could he accept it? Advertisement. Carlos was also in an explosive state. His explosion made his whole body like a sharp knife, piercing the group of people fiercely, with anger burning in his eyes. Carlos knew very well that his unwillingness had affected his state. He also thought about correcting this idea immediately, but he just couldn't do it. Not willing to give in. The sand was slapped down hard, and Carlos seemed to be unable to resist. He kept knocking him over and over again. He fell to the ground, then rushed up, rushing towards the huge palm made of sand, and his attack was unusually ruthless. Carlos's heart was in agony. Many times he could win without being unwilling. Strength and state were also big factors. Some people could win if they were unwilling. However, some people could only win if they were unwilling. State. Carlos had just had this idea when there was a loud bang and a slap came down hard, knocking him to the ground. The slap was not made of a person, but made of sand. That kind of anger came from the bottom of his heart and was suppressed in his heart. His eyes were red and the red light was flashing. His movements were even more ferocious, and roars kept coming out of his throat. The dust raised by the sand directly fascinated his eyes. How could Su Yuan miss such a good opportunity? His eyes lit up immediately, and he struck very hard, directly hitting Liangbatang. Carlos, you should die. Su Yuan spoke in a mocking voice, a trace of disdain forming on the corners of his lips. He was condescending. With a cold face, Carlos, you are not my opponent at all, but you are still facing me. You are so arrogant and confident, sometimes I really wonder, where does your confidence come from? Ah, Carlos roared angrily. His shark head originally looked very ferocious, but as he roared, his face was so ferocious that it was distorted. Carlos' eyes were filled with blood, but he found that he could not break through Su Yuan's sand barrier. He still thought too much during the battle. 182 suppression. He smiled, and there was a lot in his smile. Ah, Su Yuan, you are looking for death. Su Yuan always knew how to arouse his anger. Carlos was enraged and kept rushing towards him, and then rushed towards him, trying to kill him. But no, Carlos, who lost his mind, didn't even think of how to break the Shaoxi's attack, so he could only be suppressed by the sand. Many times, anger and brute force cannot solve problems. This time everyone with a discerning eye can see that the rhythm of the battle is in Su Yuan's hands. As long as this situation continues, victory belongs to Su Yuan's team and no one can take it away. Ah, the cheers in the stands suddenly burst into excitement. Su Yuan's fans were so excited. This is their captain. Champion. Champion. They even believe that they can win the championship. Bah, arrogant maniacs, you are dreaming. The members of the 11 stars were extremely angry. They even wanted to win the championship themselves. Advertisement. If you want to win the championship, you have to ask us first. We are the ones who will win the championship. The people of 11 star were angry. Amidst the roars, everyone kept attacking each other. A small climax broke out in the 11 star team. There was another burst of cheers and applause in the stadium. In the stands, All Might's face was so full of smiles. Yes, it was really good. Su Yuan's display of strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. Carlos's counterattack could really be described as beautiful, but Su Yuan's counterattack was also very powerful. This blow directly stunned the opponent. He knew that Su Yuan was very strong, but he didn't expect that he could suppress the people of 11 star like this. Although it was not the strongest and most crucial match, there were too many surprises for both sides. Su Yuan still suppressed Carlos, and he had the upper hand. Although there were many factors involved, including Carlos being so angry with him that he couldn't use his head in the game, he couldn't erase the fact that he was actually stronger. Carlos quickly realized that he had fallen into Su Yuan's rhythm. It was not a matter of strength, but a matter of mentality. He discovered problems and kept adjusting. In everyone's hearts, Su Yuan is even more powerful than Carlos. Advertisement. That kind of strength makes people extremely jealous. During the adjustment process, the offensive must have relaxed somewhat. This relaxation allowed Su Yuan to seize the opportunity and launch another attack. The other members of Su Yuan's team are far from strong enough. Naturally, they are no better than Su Yuan, but the battle situation on his side is definitely like a mine. Otherwise, how could he pin down the opponent? A cold light flashed across. It was Carlos trying to break the situation. This blow was a combination of speed and strength, but it failed. Su Yuan was in better shape than him and blocked the blow. Come on, come on. Everyone shouted loudly. He knew that as long as his rhythm remained stable, he would have a chance to make a comeback. Beautiful. A voice sounded from the stands. It was All Might. Oh my god, look what happened on the field. Carlos is about to be beaten. Su Yuan is really too strong. The commentator couldn't describe it. This commentating was his career. The most exciting time for Li. Beautiful. I couldn't even bear to explain. As the disadvantaged side, Carlos could not steal Su Yuan's limelight. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and kept adjusting his rhythm amidst Su Yuan's attacks. 183 optimistic. All Might's face turned red with excitement. Su Yuan was his favorite. He was very powerful and it was a very honorable thing for him. All Might looked at Aaron beside him, with a smile on his face. Look, I still have a good eye. Su Yuan is so strong, there are only a lot of places where we can use him. He smiled, already thinking very far. Su Yuan's strength is his cash cow, or there are more ways for the two of them to cooperate and achieve a win-win situation. He is not a philanthropist. For Su Yuan's strength, he will certainly think of fame and fortune. But this does not affect. He admires Su Yuan very much. It's indeed good. Aaron couldn't deny it. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sparkles, but the situation in front of her had not yet reached a decisive stage. 11 Star is not a weakling, and will not be defeated so easily. She couldn't make the decision easily. In any case, based on the usual performance of the two teams, the Su Yuan team was still inferior to the 11-star team. Su Yuan's sand properties are indeed very good, but 1 star also has many good abilities, but he has not been able to use them for the time being. All Might smiled slightly and said, I know what you are thinking, but in a game, you can't even fully utilize your abilities. Can you really trust such a person and accept more challenges? This sentence made Eileen unable to respond, and she was speechless for a moment. This is a matter of strength and the rhythm of the battle. Did you notice? Su Yuan completely controlled the rhythm. His strength may not be crushing, but in this game, he has already won. All Might said solemnly. Aaron couldn't refute these. She stopped talking and asked All Might to watch the game carefully. Advertisement. The two began to watch the game again, and both of them were very excited, not only because Su Yuan had the upper hand, but his strength was far from being enough for one person to master all aspects. I bet, Su Yuan will definitely win. All Might trusted Su Yuan very much and said without hesitation. Irene was noncommittal. She didn't understand why he admired him so much. Only if Su Yuan could win this time would she recognize his strength. Boom. The wild sand was flying, and the situation slowly tilted. All along, the audience thought that Yixing would fight back. He was not completely suppressed. He was also trying to adjust his rhythm. But the fact was so cruel that it was unbelievable. 0. Please give me flowers 0. Su Yuan suppressed Yixing tightly, and his strength exploded. He took advantage of Yixing's opportunity to slow down his attack in order to adjust his rhythm, and kept attacking. He has completely overstretched his own strength. If this wave of attacks fails to score 1 star, his subsequent fighting strength will be greatly reduced. In other words, Shangdian is right here. The other team members were inevitably paying attention to the battle situation here and were slightly distracted, because it was the same on both sides, but no one had the upper hand. Except for the situation between Su Yuan and Yixing, there is still a stalemate in other places. If Su Yuan can win, the victory will basically be established. If Su Yuan really wins the first game, he will be able to single-handedly secure the victory. This is a performance that can only be achieved by the top giants, but Su Yuan's current situation has not yet reached the top level. Quote. Can he win? 1 star's strength is not watered down at all. Will he really be defeated by such an offensive? 184 gained the upper hand. The boos rang out, and the explanations for this battle were all rhetorical questions. The content of his explanations kept shrinking, which made people doubt the ability of this explanation. The commentator was also helpless. What could he do? It was obvious that everyone's demands on him were too high. If he made random comments about this battle, he would be slapped in the face. This was the only way. You see, Yixing was completely suppressed. He was too focused on gains and losses. He was not as pure as Su Yuan. Su Yuan just wanted to win this game and nothing more. If a star thinks more, his response to battle will be half a beat higher than that of a Su Yuan class, and this half beat is very deadly. Ah, came a roar. Yixing never thought that even though he had tried so hard, he still couldn't break through the defense. Every time, Su Yuan would step on his bottom line, leaving him unable to break through his attack. A wave of anger filled his heart, and he was so excited that he wanted to use all his abilities to defeat Su Yuan. He was too horny. He originally wanted to rely on hard work to improve his rhythm. As a result, he got himself into trouble. Seeing that the battle situation was not going well, Carlos's shark face was full of ferocity, and flames seemed to be spurting out from the top of his head. The wild sand from the sky kept falling down, trying to cover him. Advertisement. He kept dodging, and the sand's attack was not limited to this. The loud bang was caused by a hard fist made of sand condensed together. Su Yuan's control of the sand is so skillful, it's countless times better than what he encountered before. Yixing is unwilling to give in, but what can he do if he doesn't give in anymore? He has no way to break through such a defense. Is Yixing going to lose? Finally, Yixing felt panic in his heart. He thought he would not have such thoughts. He was not afraid of losing, but he never thought that one day he would lose so much. This was not what he wanted at all. The yellow sand gradually wrapped him up, and his whole body was rolled up together, and he fell hard to the ground. How is it possible to win? When this thought came out of his mind, Carlos felt bad. No, how could he lose? For example, Yixing at this moment, no matter how hard he tried, he could not reverse the situation of the battle. Slowly, the situation was developing in the direction of Su Yuan. As long as he can defeat one star, the balance of victory will completely tilt to his side. Advertisement. The game is not about taking advantage of you if you have fighting spirit, it can only be better than your previous state. Another burst of sand rushed down, and the audience was almost numb, especially the fans of the 11 teams. They seemed to smell the defeat, very much Yang Ying. He was suppressed by Su Yuan. The yellow sand buried him, then a big hand rolled him up and threw him to the ground again. No matter how Yixing attacked, his attacks seemed to be ineffective. Yixing didn't have an effective counterattack, he was just competing with Su Yuan, and his attacks were out of order. If he could win like this, he would be taking the other team too seriously. One star does not mean you can win if you want to win. The world does not mean that you can do everything others can't do if you are willing, especially with competition. Su Yuan was secretly happy. As a person who personally participated in the battle, he couldn't feel that something went wrong with Yixing and he was going to lose. One star's combat power is so strong that he will never lose. And Su Yuan was also very motivated, attacking again and again. First, it's not that he has no strength, but he can't suppress Su Yuan in this match. 185 defeat 1 star. Drink. Yixing was completely anxious, and his eyes turned red. The sand suppressed him so much that he couldn't move. He used all his strength, but he couldn't break through Su Yuan's offensive. What to do? There was a kissing sound in my head. The more nervous I was, the more I cared about gains and losses, the less capable I was of coping. Su Yuan's attack rhythm became more stable, and every move was done steadily. Drink. Su Yuan also shouted and punched Yixing in the face. In the battle with his special sand ability, Yixing's thinking had long been solidified, and he even forgot that Su Yuan was actually a competitor. He failed. The failure was due to his negligence, and Yixing was punched out. In the stands, many people stood up suddenly. 411's face was full of excitement. He made a fist with one hand and waved it violently. The Su Yuan he had chosen was indeed good. This blow can be said to have shattered 437's confidence with one punch. If his self-confidence hadn't been destroyed, how could there have been such a big flaw? Ha. 411 laughed out loud. Beside him, 412 also stood up and looked at this scene in surprise. She didn't think highly of Su Yuan and always felt that he missed something. Advertisement. However, Su Yuan's record cannot be erased by subjective assumptions. No matter what, he has the upper hand in this battle. His strength is stronger than these people. Su Yuan also roared excitedly, and the counterattack began. From now on, this is his rhythm. ABCG. His eyes widened, and Yixing's face was reflected in the round look, and Yixing's pupils shrank to the size of a pinhead. How is that possible? No, it can't be. 413's shark head almost turned green, which was really an eyesore. How could it be impossible? 413, do you really think that one star is invincible? You are too conceited. 411 was in a good mood. Seeing the disbelief on 413's face, the constant sarcasm made 413 feel angry and glared at him. 411 laughed. He wouldn't worry about 413's feelings, it would be best to PS off his shark head, and that would be his wish. Su Yuan's outburst was at this moment, and the atmosphere in the stands was completely ignited. The fans of 11 stars were completely suppressed by Su Yuan's fans. They cheered, filling the entire stands with Su Yuan's shouts. Advertisement. Su Yuan. Su Yuan. Oh. The excited shouts shook the sky, and the waves of sound were overwhelming, and the fans of 11 stars were unable to raise their heads. Oh my god, Su Yuan actually defeated Type 1. It's true. We all saw it. Su Yuan's sand turned into a cage and enveloped Type 1. He couldn't break out. When the commentator saw how fierce the competition was, his passion was ignited. No matter what, this is still a wonderful game. Team Su Yuan saw the dawn of victory first. Once they defeat 11 stars, they will be promoted to the top team. The commentator was more optimistic about 11 stars, but that was at the beginning, and anyone with a discerning eye can see it now. Shing most likely will lose. From the initial effort to turn the tide, to the later helplessness, they were really going to lose. Yixing's body was wrapped in the sand, and he couldn't break free. He could only be wrapped and fell off the ring. Once he got out of the ring, he would definitely win. Yixing lost. He lost miserably, and fell to the ground miserably, so embarrassed. There were only Su Yuan and other members of 11 stars on the stage. Seeing one star being defeated like this, some of them didn't even react. 186 settled the victory. Their boss lost. Although he lost to the opponent's boss, 11 stars' momentum still dropped sharply. Su Yuan's combat effectiveness is still there, but 11 star has directly lost one of his combat effectiveness. Their strengths were already about the same, and now they are at a disadvantage. What to do? Everyone was anxious, especially the fans of 11 stars. They were unwilling to give in, but the obvious weakness of the situation prevented them from being arrogant. 967. Su Yuan was like a dirty war machine, pushing forward non-stop and crushing their captain. Everything has settled, and the smell of gunpowder smoke in the air has not faded. Chen Wei has become stronger. The people of 11 stars quickly realized what they were doing. They had not lost yet and still had the possibility of winning. They could not put themselves into a crisis just because of their temporary weakness. Although Su Yuan defeated Yixing was not someone to be trifled with. His strength was exhausted and he had no fighting power for the time being. If someone came out at this time, they might be able to eliminate him. At least for the time being, there is no difference in the strength comparison between the two pairs. Su Yuan was breathing heavily, trying desperately to regain his fighting power. Fireworks were gushing out of his eyes, waiting for his fighting power to be restored. Advertisement. Can't let him recover. The members of 11 stars have all come to their senses. Even if the captain is defeated, they cannot admit defeat. As long as one person can rush over, Su Yuan can be eliminated. On the stands, Su Yuan sat down cross-legged and resumed the game. He said, "The battle is not something you can win just because you think you must win. No one doesn't want to win. You 11 stars are destined to lose. This is not a one-person competition. You couldn't break free from our grasp before, and you still can't now." 317's voice came clearly into 417's ears. Because he was held back by 317's violent play style, he only had so little time and he didn't want to lose. 0. Being able to reach such a situation with the 11-star team speaks volumes in itself. On the side, Alan and Neil were chatting in low voices. They were very satisfied with Su Yuan's strength of 3.7. Not only him, but his team was also very strong. Boom boom boom. He admired Su Yuan very much at this moment. Advertisement. Beside him, several battles were going on. It was 417 versus 317. He kept trying to bring the battle to Su Yuan's side, but he couldn't do it. Su Yuan's team is not the only one who can fight. If the people in Shili want to deal with him with free hands, they have to defeat his teammates as well. He believed in his companions and believed that they would stop other team members and give him a chance. He had no fighting power. If he did not recover, he would not be able to fight back if he was attacked. Su Yuan is not only strong, he is also one of the best in talent. His ability is acquired. To be able to practice it to such an extent can be described as a genius. Alan praised. Yixing was under the stands, and he was stunned when he saw this scene. What on earth was Su Yuan thinking? Isn't he afraid? Thunderous applause erupted from the stands for Su Yuan's determination and trust in his teammates. This leveled the situation. Everyone thought so, and there were people in the stands cheering for other members of the 11 stars. After saying that, Su Yuan stood up. He had recovered some of his fighting power. Although it was not very strong, it was enough. Now, Team Su Yuan has one more player than Team 11 stars, thus losing Jin Yan. Quiet. The whole scene was eerily quiet. Star Troopers fans simply refused to believe that their team had lost. 187 agreement. Compared to Carlos, he was happy. The shark's head was covered with dense wrinkles, and the rioting shark head was going to kill people. He saw the excited look on All Might's face, and his whole body was shaking with anger. Idiot, fight back, he yelled, but how could anyone in the battle hear what he was saying? It was already difficult for them to nervously respond to the offensive of Su Yuan's team. How could they still obey other people's orders? Come on, attack. 11 star is not that easy to deal with. Although Su Yuan has spared his own strength to help his teammates, he can't help elsewhere. Because 11 stars were about to lose, their fighting power was still more powerful than the rest of Su Yuan's team. After all, they were in a desperate situation. If you don't fight, you will lose, so you have no choice but to fight. Everyone in the 11-star team thought so in their hearts. That kind of desperate dismissal gave the people of the Su Yuan team a headache. What is Star 11 going to do? They had already launched a fierce attack, but the offensive suddenly slowed down. Did they have some new technology, or are they planning to admit defeat? The commentator also said to the battlefield. For a while I was puzzled by the changes that had occurred. After the one-on-one match ended, it was unknown how many team members temporarily lost their combat effectiveness, which would be extremely detrimental to the next game. Samsung roared angrily, "We are going to lose the game anyway, so we don't care at all, but you are different. You must still be thinking about the next game, right? Okay, I promise you, since this is a team competition, we will keep fighting until one side loses. During this process, no one is allowed to destroy the fighting form." What to do? Advertisement. The one who is more anxious than Su Yuan is the 11-star team. Su Yuan can now think that after the team, they will lose this game. No matter what, winning or losing is the most important thing. However, they still resisted the attack, even though the damage was huge. After all, they were just a new team, and 11 stars had more combat experience. He roared, and Samsung had an idea, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Why didn't he think of it before? In fact, it was completely up to Su Yuan to choose. Su Yuan, do you dare to bet that you will have the upper hand even in a team battle? Su Yuan pondered while fighting. He couldn't just think about today's game, because his goal was the highest podium. Let's fight as a team. This one-on-one match was made by me. We want to win, but what about you? If you continue to compete head-on with us, even if you win the game, we are sure to inflict serious injuries on you. Their team has the upper hand and will not deny them even this little chance. There is no doubt about Su Yuan's strength, and Su Yuan's team does have the upper hand. Does Shishixing really want to admit defeat? Samsung's several fierce attacks pushed back the Green Valley Izuku, who was fighting against him several steps, and gained a little chance to talk to Su Yuan. Su Yuan's strength has dropped significantly. Even if one person cooperates with other members to defeat 11 stars, it will take a certain amount of time. The fierce attacks from other places will also greatly reduce the strength of his teammates. Su Yuan's head was buzzing. Things were changing rapidly on the battlefield. He was not omnipotent. He could only try to reduce the damage. They either don't have the power to resist, or they just want to see if they can win. Just this kind of pressure, the pressure it brings to 11 stars will not be as great as one-on-one. No matter what the situation is, the strength of the 11-star team has been tested, and it is not that easy to deal with. 188 wins. Su Yuan sneered and said, "Of course you can destroy it, but with so many spectators present, your reputation will definitely fall to the bottom." Su Yuan's words angered many members of the 11-star team. They roared angrily. They had no intention of breaking their promise. Su Yuan, do you think we are that kind of people? As long as you agree, you won't be able to defeat us in a team battle, so don't regret it. Sangsing's face was ferocious. He was in pain. Although he had just temporarily defeated Midoriya Izuku, the impact on his body was huge. At least he was seriously injured and the price he paid was not small. Ha ha ha. Su Yuan laughed so wildly. If he had laughed before, he would have been considered extremely arrogant, but now. He has used his own strength to prove that he has the capital. Have you forgotten? Who forced you into this formation? Now when it comes to team battles, isn't it because you can't beat us as a team that you come to play one-on-one? To attack the enemy's heart first, he said one sentence that the 11 stars team could not refute. That is the fact, but that is just a change in their strategy. If they continue to fight as a team, the situation may not be as bad as it is now. Don't be proud, you haven't had the last laugh yet. Everyone in 11-star retreated, and the people from Su Yuan's team also retreated. Advertisement. Since we talked about team battle, no one would openly break their promise in public, at least this situation would not allow them to make such a decision. Boss. Everyone in Su Yuan's team looked at him nervously, worried about his injury. What to do? It is absolutely impossible to be defensive. The wild sand turned into hands, holding several people's legs. 11 stars lost in the end, completely. They raised their heads blankly and fell to the ground, completely emptying their minds of consciousness. The confidence of the 11 stars team has been shattered. It seems that the captain's absence has a great impact on them. The commentator shook his head and sighed. It is really a pity for the 11 stars. The 11 Legion team felt that this battle was the most difficult one they had fought. They were furious, but they were helpless. In particular, Su Yuan's team has one more person than them, and the remaining people can resist them. As long as they cannot break through this offensive, they will definitely lose. Su Yuan snorted coldly, punched with one hand, and stepped forward suddenly. A wave of sand rose up and fell down again. Advertisement. 0 Please give me flowers. Su Yuan's words made everyone feel high-spirited again, and they kept running forward amidst the sound of angry horns. They could only keep attacking based on instinct, as if this was venting rather than a methodical battle. Damn it. The members of the 11-star team were shocked. Where had they seen such an attack? Doesn't it still work? The team battle has begun. Different from the testing of each other at the beginning, this time we are really going to attack each other, and no one will give in before each other. Ah, Su Yuan chuckled. Don't worry, don't you know my abilities yet? Haha, if you want to fight me, my abilities will be most effective in team battles, right? Your strength can completely hold them back, and I can stay outside the tactical system and harass them. It will only make it easier for you, and they can't beat us. It feels like their strength has not yet been revealed, but Su Yuan's team played fast and punched a gap. No matter how you look at it, it is embarrassing. 189 Joy of victory. Ah, screams resounded throughout the venue, as if something had been overturned. In the stadium, the cheers of everyone were amplified countless times, and the sound of surprise suddenly occupied everyone's eardrums. I don't know how many people's ears were buzzing from the shouting. We won. They won. They are the champions. Everyone cheered, got excited, and wanted to cheer themselves up. It is also for the victory of Team Su Yuan and to give them the best encouragement. Everyone in the 11 stars team was completely decadent, dumbfounded, and their eyes widened to their maximum size. They didn't know what they were thinking. No matter what happened, they did lose, and they lost to the Su Yuan team they once looked down upon. Waves of thunderous applause sounded, like a slap in the face. Their faces were so painful that they almost fell off. They covered their ears and didn't want to listen to these messy sounds. If he loses, victory belongs to Su Yuan, and they are just the runners accompanying the winner. Advertisement. Everyone in 11 stars looked defeated, while Team Su Yuan was in high spirits and refreshed. Su Yuan was also overjoyed, with a faint smile on his face and raised the corners of his lips. He raised his eyebrows, raised his hand into a fist, and waved to the audience. His victory was related to everyone, at least it was the other party who encouraged him. If he had been prepared from the beginning, if he had been cautious, wouldn't he have lost? No matter how many ifs, this time the game was lost. He has won a good future not only for himself, but also for his team. Su Yuan stood on the high stage. He was the focus of the day. Even the other members of Su Yuan's team were not as eye-catching as him. Team Su Yuan won. The commentator screamed, and his voice was all over the TV, as well as the screaming background sound. This Su Yuan was discovered by him, and he was happy for him to achieve such results. The head of the shark-headed Carlos really turned green and he stared at All Might fiercely. No one thinks they should be the hero today. Advertisement. All the applause and cheers are given to the Su Yuan team, they are the heroes this time, and the losers will not have such treatment. Ha ha ha. All Might laughed several times in a row. He couldn't control his emotions at all. I'm so happy. Su Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming. Carlos, you lost. The 11 stars team is Carlos' representative, but they still lost to him. Yixing was stunned. He sat on the ground and held his head in his hands, suddenly crying loudly, as if he had encountered something that caused him great pain. Look, didn't Su Yuan win? If he didn't have such strength, why would I let him take the lead? I wouldn't introduce him to you. He didn't like to be slapped in the face, but he just liked Su Yuan. Only then will he introduce it to Aaron. Su Yuan couldn't help but let out a cry of madness. He knew that this time he was completely in everyone's sight, and everything that followed was different from before. All Might, this Su Yuan will be left to you. You must cultivate him well. Irene patted All Might on the shoulder and said in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, the ending was beyond her expectation, but she was so happy. Not bad. Aaron's eyes lit up. She admitted that she had overestimated the 11th team. Even if Su Yuan showed a little bit of his 857 strength, she didn't think he would be an opponent of the 11th star. He should be happy. Not only should he be happy, he should also pass on this excitement and joy to others, his teammates, and the fans who have always supported him. 190 Cultivate well. He jumped up high, rushed towards a teammate, and hugged him tightly. Boss. Everyone's eyes were red, and they hugged Su Yuan tightly. Yixing stood up and stared at Su Yuan. If Su Yuan's personal strength was not strong enough this time, it would be impossible for this team to defeat them. Their cooperation did not have the tacit understanding of their 11 stars. This was a competition of hard work. However, I was defeated by Su Yuan's strong fighting power. It was he who dragged down his teammates. Facing Yila's extremely cold gaze, Su Yuan was indifferent. He was a loser. No matter what happened later, at least he was a loser in front of him this morning. His tactics and his purpose. Su Yuan's indifference was so irritating that his face turned completely gloomy. Boss, isn't that Su Yuan of theirs just better? Next time we meet their team, just kill Su Yuan and we will win. Samsung spoke with dissatisfaction and a gloomy face. They thought that Su Yuan was the bug in this competition. If it weren't for him, the entire Su Yuan team would not be so strong. Su Yuan seemed to have heard the conversation here. He suddenly turned around and faced Samsung. Samsung's face changed slightly. Under Su Yuan's gaze, he couldn't say a word. Words come. Carlos suddenly raised his fists, anger flashed across his eyes, and took a deep breath. His Quangsha ability is undoubtedly very suitable for team battles, and he is certainly not weak in individual battles. Carlos's gloomy eyes kept staring at All Might, and finally he turned his head and looked at him. All Might, you have completed your mission very well this time. Take a good look at what Su Yuan lacks and satisfy him. Don't let him feel that we have treated him badly. Advertisement. All Might said with a smile. Su Yuan's potential has not been fully developed yet, but he already has the current combat effectiveness. If he develops it properly, he will definitely be no worse than the top player Huang. His strength can be improved again in a short time. A 10% improvement. No matter what, next time, he must make Su Yuan pay the price. Aaron smiled and patted Walter on the shoulder, her beautiful eyes full of admiration. Whether it was his ability to do things or Su Yuan, she admired him very much. Su Yuan is a player they have really found a treasure in. We must win over him carefully. When All Might heard her asking, the smile on his face was so thick that he couldn't get rid of it, and his eyes lit up. Samsung, if you lose, why bother making excuses? He said, no matter what the reason is, as long as I, Su Yuan, am still a part of the team, this is my team. All Might, from what you have seen, how much more can Su Yuan's strength be improved? The more Irene thought about it, the happier she became. She finally accepted Su Yuan's strength. Carlos couldn't hold it back and strode towards him. You win. Boss, they are just sowing discord. We all know it. As soon as Irene saw him like this, she knew that Su Yuan's potential was definitely beyond her imagination, and she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This victory also belongs to everyone in the team. He will not deprive everyone of their contribution. Without others, he would not have won. After saying that, All Might raised the corners of his lips, and Aaron felt happy again. Everyone laughed. Su Yuan nodded and smiled again. He looked at Su Yuan again, feeling very dissatisfied with his happiness. Fortunately, he didn't step forward to stir up trouble. Seeing Su Yuan's happy expression, he could only suppress his resentment in his heart. 191 slander. Su Yuan finally came off the court, with a childish face that made All Might more and more satisfied. This shows that he is young, and as long as he is young, he has unlimited possibilities. He looks forward to Su Yuan giving him a better fight. Su Yuan will definitely become famous in the future, that's the kind of person he is. All Might looked at Su Yuan and said. There was an uncertain look in Eileen's eyes. She was not sure, but at least so far, Su Yuan's performance was so outstanding, both in terms of strength and leadership of a team. She is willing to spend some money to train him, let him stand out, and strive for greater benefits and honor for her. The members of Team 11 Stars stepped off the stage in frustration and helped one star up from the ground. They were a unit, even if they lose, they can't blame their captain. If they could have done better and given the captain more support, how could he lose? Carlos stood there, his sinister eyes showing that the shark head was particularly unhappy. I thought the 11 stars were so powerful, but they turned out to be just trash, trash, trash. Anger rushed up all of a sudden. Carlos suddenly became angry and walked quickly in the direction of Yixing. Everyone in 11 stars is a little afraid of Shark Head. He is very irritable every time and gets angry when things don't go his way. Advertisement. Yixing's face was gloomy and he lowered his head. In any case, he lost this game. Trash, you are just a trash. Carlos' gloomy face was full of anger. He took off his coat and slapped Issei hard. Yixing gritted his teeth and endured it. He couldn't refute it because he lost. The fact was too pale. At the beginning of the game, the ridicule towards Su Yuan rebounded. Yixing's mood fell to the bottom. No matter what Carlos said, he could no longer hear clearly. All he heard was his two breathy words. Yishui's pupils shrank to the size of a pinhead, and his breathing became rapid. If you lose this time, it doesn't mean you will lose next time. He is just a clown, but he still does it for the whole audience to see. Fans don't know how disappointed they are in him. Sensing the unwilling gaze, Su Yuan turned around, and his eyes collided with Yixing's. Their eyes intertwined, and Su Yuan raised his hand. Waste. You are a waste, waste. What do I want to say? Su Yuan, your improvement in strength is incredible. I have reason to wonder if you have taken any illegal drugs. Carlos' face was gloomy. Advertisement. Carlos, what do you want to say? Su Yuan waved his hand and everyone dispersed. He also stood in front of Carlos, half smiling but not smiling. Yes, winners can always smile. That smile is like a taunt to oneself. Yixing cannot accept it, and his head buzzes. Su Yuan, I will definitely defeat you, definitely. He shouted in his heart. He looked back in the direction of Su Yuan, who was talking and laughing with his team members. So what if you come right up to it? You must put on airs before the battle and be silent if you lose. Su Yuan twitched the corner of his lower lip, sneered, and turned back. He believed in Yixing's strength, but he was a little disgusted by his lack of integrity. Su Yuan was chatting and laughing with her teammates, but Carlos couldn't stand it anymore. He defeated the team he carefully selected, and he was not convinced. A fire suddenly burned in Yixing's heart, burning so hard that his whole heart trembled. He stood up straight and gritted his teeth. A trace of coldness escaped from that twisted face. Su Yuan. Carlos came to Team Su Yuan and 80 Fen and wanted to say something. 192 battle. Su Yuan's strength has improved so fast. He doesn't believe that he has such ability. What do you mean? Su Yuan's face turned pale, and his expression suddenly darkened. Whether it complies with the regulations, there will be specialized personnel to check. By saying this, you are questioning the fairness of the game. Mr. Carlos, I think I should be qualified to sue you for defamation. Either he is a person who can be slandered, or even if this person is Carlos, casual remarks will not do. Carlos has a background, is he afraid of him? That's not what I meant. After all, Carlos was also afraid of the people on the program team, and he was even more afraid of the fishing boats. If Su Yuan really uses this as a gimmick, it will be confirmed that the 11 Stars team is discriminating against the Su Yuan team. At that time, everyone will only say that the 11 Stars can't beat the opponent in a battle and they will play tricks behind their backs. He will be in big trouble. Carlos has scruples and can't talk nonsense. In comparison, Su Yuan is much better. He can threaten. Mr. Carlos, you should be careful in your words and deeds at all times. I will let you go today. Don't thank me too much. As soon as Su Yuan said this, his teammates all laughed out loud. Carlos asked for trouble and his eyes were red with anger. With the ability of Special Sand, he will be able to give full play to his abilities in the next game. Su Yuan became famous all of a sudden. Carlos was very angry when he first came up. He said that he could win because he ate something to increase his strength and secretly changed his concept. Backquote. Su Yuan. Carlos took a deep breath. Since we all have dissatisfaction, how about we arrange another competition to see who is better and who is weaker? Carlos harassed him. Why should he bear it? Advertisement. Once can be a fluke, but what about 2 or 3 times? Can it still be considered a fluke? Su Yuan asked him, making the shark's head explode. Why is this suddenly called for a battle? The 11 Stars team is not a wild team. They will analyze all the characteristics of the teams they encounter. No one paid attention to him and dismissed him as a fart. Su Yuan yawned and said, I am really tired from fighting. I can't answer your question, Mr. Carlos. Nonuo Zhao, Su Yuan raised the corners of his lips. If you didn't say we were going to fight earlier, why do you have to do so many messy things? Do you show that you are very capable? Wait, Carlos was anxious. He dodged the security guard and sneered twice. Su Yuan, are you afraid? It's just a fluke that you won this game. Carlos blushed again and shouted desperately, in 1 month, 11 stars will challenge Su Yuan. Su Yuan, are you ready? He also took a deep breath and said, okay, I agree. Dao, why don't you rush to comfort your team? 17 inches. I didn't eat. Su Yuan didn't want to have any more trouble with Carlos, so he called a security guard over. I'm not suspecting that you violated the rules, but your strength shouldn't be so strong. You must have taken some fruit, right? The ability of that characteristic sand is ever changing. No matter from which aspect, it is an ability that integrates offense and defense. Ah. Carlos, you are too treacherous. You must choose the map you proposed. What if it is not good for us? Midoriya Izuku, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up and spoke forcefully to Su Yuan. You can win once, but not twice or 3 times. As soon as these words came out, Irene's expression changed as she was paying attention to the situation here. Who doesn't want to take a panacea? Should it be left to grow mold? 193 Don't slack off. Su Yuan accepted the challenge. Everyone was shocked and turned around when they heard what was going on here. Su Yuan just stood there, his cold eyes full of fighting intent. He raised his eyebrows and sneered. Carlos, I know you hate me, so let 11 star the team has made a fool of itself like this, but I still want to remind you not to underestimate any opponent, otherwise you will be in trouble. Carlos clenched his fists hard, hating 600 for not cutting Su Yuan into pieces. He didn't care who was stronger or weaker, all he wanted was victory. He needs a victory. Carlos' cold eyes were full of disgust for Su Yuan. Since I agreed, that's the end of it. When the time comes, I will let Shishixin completely defeat you. After speaking, he turned and left. Su Yuan stood there and sneered, with his cold eyes flashing coldly. He led his team members back to the seats beside him. All Might then came up to talk to him. Su Yuan, you did a good job, but Carlos is not a waste. You are still a little impulsive, be careful. 11. Su Yuan was a little embarrassed. He was indeed impulsive and agreed to the challenge. He failed to pass All Might. Of course, he knew that he would not refuse. You are not that kind of person. If it were you, you would agree. I just made the decision you want to make. Nishiwan said in a deep voice. The two of them smiled, and Nishiwan nodded to show that they were all ears. Su Yuan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Of course he knew this, and that was why he felt uneasy. Su Yuan, you are out. I have something to tell you. All Might looked serious, although I think this is too much for you. Advertisement. As soon as he said this, many comrades behind him stopped pretending and beat their shoulders hard, with helpless expressions on their faces. You are right, it is indeed the case. We are really too tired. The comrades were exhausted physically and mentally. Equals such a thing is not necessary at all, but I still want to give you a few pointers. Otherwise Carlos wouldn't be so confident. This is something Su Yuan cannot compare to. The 11 stars can be said to be a wealthy team, not because they are strong, but because of their background. All Might spoke in a deep voice, with a kind of magnetism in his voice. You know what Carlos is like, he will not let you go, and every member of the 11th League, they all have impressive backgrounds. Su Yuan walked towards him and sat down next to him. When he came out of the room, he saw All Might sitting in the lobby of the suite. His face looked handsome, and he looked like a mature man. The two looked at each other and smiled, as if they had met some close friends. All Might burst out laughing. Su Yuan, I thought you were fearless, but it turns out this is what you're afraid of. Su Yuan took a deep breath and grabbed her 5.0 Mat's wrist. You mean, the other party will definitely deal with me. They don't talk too much nonsense either. He wasn't afraid of the others, but he was afraid of using some dirty tricks. Seeing All Might look so serious, he was a little worried. It didn't matter to him, but he still had so many teammates. Let's go back to the hotel and have a good rest. You have spent a lot of time fighting this battle. 11 Carlos smiled slightly and patted Su Yuan on the shoulder hard. In the hotel, Su Yuan took a good hot bath. His whole body was warm and he felt much more comfortable. Advertisement 194 Celebrate. Su Yuan's face was full of helplessness. You said it so seriously, I thought they would really use some means outside the rules. His impression of Carlos was not good at all. He was arrogant and could not accept his own failure. At least if he failed, he would not put the reason for his failure and his hatred on others. I don't know. After all, human nature is complicated. We can't deny this. All in All Might held Su Yuan's wrist with his backhand and said in a deep voice, Su Yuan, just don't let others plot against you. I see. Also, your skills shine today, but there are still many shortcomings. I know you don't know how to do it, so I still want to remind you, one practice hard. After all, there is no shortage of hardworking people in this world. If you have talent, don't you're wasting your talent, do you understand? All Might was caring about him. Even though it was a cliché, Nishiwan was not unhappy at all. I understand that I will not slack off in training, don't worry. Not only did he work hard on his own, but his teammates also had to watch to make them feel at ease. They also took a shower, walked out of their respective rooms, and gathered together. After relaxing for a while, although the muscles were still tight, the spirit was really much better. Su Yuan was pleased to see how energetic his teammates were. You should have learned a lot from this battle. Su Yuan showed a smile on his face and said, digest this knowledge well, it will be your precious wealth and a ladder for you to move forward. Seeing that he was becoming more serious as he spoke, All Might laughed out loud, Su Yuan, let's go out to eat something delicious first. Although training is very important, necessary relaxation is also very important. You have won a big victory. I think it's a good time to celebrate. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and the team members were also happy. Midoriya Izuku said excitedly, let's go have a barbecue. There are many restaurants that make delicious food. Quote, okay, I agree. Advertisement. Boss, can you have a little beer? Everyone's interest suddenly rose, and Su Yuan couldn't stop them. He looked at All Might, and in the end it was up to him to make the final decision. Okay, let's go have barbecue. All Might knew that everyone was happy today and nodded in agreement. This was something that would have been impossible in normal times. Everyone was so happy that they cheered and pulled each other out. Today they are the winners and they are worthy of being so happy. Here we are, here it is. All Might personally found a barbecue restaurant for them and said with a smile, I've eaten at this restaurant before. It uses good oil, and it's clean and delicious. He sat down with a group of people, and the boss was very happy to see so many guests coming. They ordered some food at random and started eating while sitting down. Su Yuan, try this, the beef skewers here are really delicious. 353 inches. He comes here every year to lead the team to participate in competitions. The delicious food nearby has long been original. He placed a plate of roasted meat in front of Su Yuan. Everyone was filled with envy and jealousy. Su Yuan was very strong, so it was normal for All Might to favor him. Boss, you are going too far. We should eat the beef skewers first, right? Without us, could you win the game? Someone stood up and shouted. The other teammates followed suit, and Su Yuan had no choice but to give up the barbecue. Give it to you, really. Not far away, a few people suddenly stood up. Who could it be if it wasn't Carlos? 195 warning. Carlos was accompanied by two friends, striding towards them. Su Yuan. He shouted his name, but the shark had a smile on its head, making it difficult to say anything. Haha, Su Yuan, don't you mind if I sit here with you? The location here is good, and it's smoky over there. Carlos said this, and he had already taken the people and sat down in a familiar manner. All Might frowned and stretched out his hand to avoid hitting the smiling man. Carlos was really helpless like this. They could only watch him sit down first. The eyes of the rest of Su Yuan's team all fell on him. Carlos didn't notice it and kept talking there. Su Yuan straightened up suddenly, but didn't say anything, and even handed the beef intestines that he had learned from others in front of him. Mr. Carlos, you are a noble man and are you willing to sit with us? Who knows what kind of medicine he is selling in his gourd? Su Yuan is very vigilant and plans to get him away quickly if he finds something wrong. Carlos's face darkened, and he soon smiled. Hey, Su Yuan, you won the victory, your temper is getting worse. Su Yuan frowned. Before he said anything, Bakugo Katsuki beside him had a bad temper and immediately became angry. Can't you afford to lose? What do you mean by coming here to say this? Bakugo Katsuki looked angrily at Carlos, who was just here to watch the fun. Carlos is not the kind of good-tempered person to begin with. How could he not be angry after being reprimanded like this? Anger rushed up and he stood up suddenly. Bakugo Katsuki also stood up. Both of them were tall people. There were many people at the barbecue stall here. As a result of the commotion, many people turned their attention to him. Hey, what happened? Someone whispered to each other. Advertisement. Many people watched the game, and soon someone recognized the two of them, and there was even more discussion. Isn't this the leader of the 11 Stars team? The others are from Su Yuan's team. My god, are they going to quarrel? 11 Stars lost really miserably today, tisk tisk. As several people said this, their sympathetic eyes fell on Carlos. Shark Head's expression turned ferocious. He was not a brainless person. If he had been angry, the troublemaker would have been blamed on him. Carlos's friend also stood up and gave him a hand. Carlos, just sit down if you want and don't cause trouble. Su Yuan pulled Bakugo Katsuki, and he had to compromise with a dark face. After all, Carlos didn't say anything, and it would not be good for them to take advantage of the team's reputation. Sit down if you want. Our team is not stingy. Carlos, you can order whatever you want. I'll treat you today. Of course All Might couldn't stand Carlos, he was so poor that the shark head couldn't afford to lose. In fact, he just felt that he had lost unjustly and was not convinced. All Might doesn't want Su Yuan and the others to have a bad reputation. No matter what internal conflicts there are, they can't bring them to outsiders' face. Their faces are really ugly. The scene was maintained, and everyone, King Nuo's family looked at each other and became silent. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't matter. He was mainly afraid of his teammates. Maybe that was what Carlos had in mind. Didn't you see that he had controlled his temper? If Bakugo Katsuki really wanted to start a quarrel, the blame would definitely fall on him. Eat them all. Su Yuan gave Carlos a warning look. Mr. Carlos, you are also a public figure. We will not refuse you. We hope you enjoy your meal. 196 Intolerable. If he insists on causing some unpleasantness, he will stay with him until the end. Carlos understood what Su Yuan meant and nodded vigorously. The gloominess on his face disappeared a little, but it was still a little bit. The people on both sides calmed down a lot, and everyone started talking and laughing. However, the other onlookers didn't seem to have any conflicts. All Might ordered a lot more food. With Carlos present, everyone else felt constrained no matter how much they ate. They wanted to kick this person away but couldn't find a reason, so they could only hold it in. Carlos chuckled and looked at All Might. You said you were treating me, right? You know, I have a huge appetite. If I accidentally eat too much, don't be angry. He smiled, and the faint smile on his face made 103 people a little angry when they saw it. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a provocation. All Might is well-mannered and nodded. Eat whatever you want, including your two friends. Carlos politely ordered a roasted whole lamb, and the lamb was roasted aside, and the aroma filled his nostrils. Carlos's two friends are indeed very good eaters, and they quickly finished the skewers on the table. Su Yuan and the others were enjoying their food and didn't intend to pay any attention to them. As they ate, the food was gone. They were stunned for a moment and realized that there was obviously a lot more just now. It's okay if you don't look at it, but when you look at it ABBJ, you get angry. Carlos and his two friends ate the roast. It's not a matter of money, it's just that there is only one kebab chef, so how can he keep up with the speed at which they eat? Carlos and his friends ate with open stomachs, and how could anyone else eat after they finished eating? Advertisement. It's impossible for the boss to just do their business and grill skewers just for them. Bakugo Katsuki couldn't help it anymore. Su Yuan reached out to hold him back. Carlos was obviously setting a trap for them. Whoever started a fight first would lose first. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at Su Yuan and sat down again. Carlos and his two friends looked at each other and continued to eat. Su Yuan said in a cold voice, "You three, the speed of eating these things is not as fast as the two of you. What about the others? You can't. Can you bear with it for a while?" Haha, I'm sorry. I lost the game today. I was really unhappy, and then I wanted to eat. All Might, didn't you say I can eat whatever I want? I'm not being polite to you. Carlos said this because he was shameless and must stir up trouble. Su Yuan held back his anger and looked at the roasted whole lamb aside. This lamb was enough for them to eat for a long time. Then one of Carlos's friends walked over to the sheep that had just been roasted, took the sheep out of the book, tore the whole sheep into 3 parts, kept one part for himself, and gave the other 2 parts to his friend. The 3 of them went straight to their mouths and took several bites. After this sheep was eaten like this, how could other people eat it? Su Yuan's face fell to the bottom for a moment. He confirmed that Carlos came to provoke them on purpose. Midoriya Izuku finally couldn't help it anymore. He was the kind of person who would burst out in grief. From the very beginning, he discovered that Carlos was up to something and wouldn't let them celebrate quickly. He stood up and slapped the table. There was a loud bang. This place was not big to begin with, and it startled everyone else. The first reaction was that there was a fight at the table just now, and they turned their heads. Midoriya Izuku looked like he was about to fight. He had endured Carlos for a long time. If I endure it any longer, I'm afraid this shark head will think in his heart that they are just a bunch of turtles. Advertisement 197 Reversal. Those who were watching clearly looked like they were watching a good show, whispering and wanting them to fight. Midoriya Izuku was about to take action when suddenly a steel-like arm grabbed his wrist and pulled hard. He turned around and was about to yell, when he found that the person holding him was Su Yuan. Su Yuan gave him a look and stared at Carlos coldly. A smile appeared on the huge shark head, and the smile was full of provocation. His shark head shook, and he turned around to block the sight of those who had nothing to do with it. Then he gave Su Yuan a middle finger. The amplitude was not very large, at least none of the onlookers saw it. Midoriya Izuku became even more angry. He raised his fist and suddenly hit the shark's head. Carlos showed a scheming smile on his face without even trying to hide. He just waited for Midoriya Izuku's fist to fall on him. Allow him to gain a sense of presence. If this scene were to spread out, Team Su Yuan would be doomed to be accused of arrogantly beating his opponent. Even if no one passes it on, he will do it himself. Carlos laughed. The pain he imagined did not come. Midoriya Izuku's big fist was wrapped in a ball of sand. The sand was elastic and blocked his offensive, slowly removing his punch. Rikido. Midoriya Izuku retracted his fist with a puzzled look on his face. Boss, why? Although this was suspected of causing trouble, the other party had already bullied them. He didn't believe that Su Yuan was a timid person. Carlos spoke provocatively. What's wrong? Don't you dare. Or are you really afraid of being misunderstood? He grinned, and the sharp teeth in the shark's mouth made his smile even more sarcastic. Su Yuan's cold expression was as if he had been frozen in a frozen land. His expression was frighteningly cold, but he still did not take action. Advertisement. We have a competition in a month. I don't want anything to go wrong before then. Please don't harass me or provoke my team members again, otherwise I won't be polite. Although Su Yuan looks gentle, he is the leader of all teams. Among the members, he is the most untouchable. Seeing that even he didn't intend to beat anyone, of course the others remained silent. Su Yuan sneered, you are the manager of the team, you are not our opponent. Being beaten into a pig's head will not do you any good. 0. Even comparing him to a pig, Carlos burst out with anger in his eyes. The shark's head shook and he wanted to bite off Su Yuan's throat with his sharp teeth, but this didn't fit in with his plan. He had no choice but to look at his two friends. He shouldn't go too far, as his reputation would drop if people onlookers saw him. The two friends understood, and one of them started talking. I thought Team Su Yuan was so arrogant, but they are so timid. You really can't tell the difference between appearance and appearance. ... Oh, you said that he didn't dare to take action, not just because he was afraid of negative news. He was afraid that if he took action and lost, he would lose face to Grandma's house. The two of them were singing a double act, one after another. Su Yuan clenched his fists and made a crunching sound. The anger in his eyes was already burning, and he was trying hard to control it. Su Yuan became angry, and the team members who were familiar with him were shocked. Although they were angry, they just wanted to beat Carlos up. Judging from Su Yuan's appearance, Qing would be in trouble if he got into trouble. Several people quickly stopped him, but Carlos didn't know what Su Yuan's temper was, so he yelled even more loudly. 198 Bad temper. Su Yuan, why don't you speak? Did my friend tell you the truth? One of Carlos's friends kept up his efforts, as if he was addicted to ridicule, and laughed and said, even if you win the game, you can't prove your strength. If you win one game and lose 100 games, you still can't beat it, right? There is a small chance that you will encounter me. Su Yuan's anger completely exploded. He stared at Carlos and said word by word, you can scold me, but you can't question our team's victory. If you lose, no matter what the reason. You are all losers today. They whispered and agreed with All Might's statement. This time, Carlos was really PD off at 4.0. He obviously just wanted to ridicule these people, so why did he think he would lose? Why are these people so capable of twisting their own ideas? Just now it was Su Yuan who was persuading them, but now it was them who were persuading Su Yuan. This change also caused an uproar among the onlookers. Su Yuan's temper must be too explosive. All Might stood in front of Carlos, if you want to fight, fight me. What's the point of provoking a group of players? Aren't we going to compete in a month? Don't you think you can't help but look for trouble because you think you have to lose? This is not a bright idea. Bar. Carlos was angered and was about to take action. Su Yuan's body also gathered a lot of sand, swimming around, ready to attack the two of them at any time. The fierce atmosphere between them was about to break out, and a string was tightly stretched, and it would break if there was a slight change. Carlos rolled up his sleeves, not intending to back down. The characteristic sand kept condensing again, and soon formed a shield. Push it forward to attack. Did I say something wrong? Loser. After all, he was the leader of the team. When he spoke, someone had to give him some face. Boss, let's stop for a moment. Advertisement. Su Yuan didn't have to be provocative, but when he started provoking, the words he said made the crowd stunned. These words were too sarcastic. As a human being, he couldn't bear it. The scene was about to break out. All Might, who had been watching from the sidelines, stood up and said, Su Yuan, that's enough, don't start fighting. When the onlookers heard this sentence, the whole place was in an uproar. It turns out that Carlos was afraid of losing. After all, he had already lost once today, so he impulsively challenged the Su Yuan team. Now that I'm worried, I'm going to cause trouble. Carlos was so angry that his chest was about to explode. His chest kept rising and falling. For the first time, his shark head looked as ferocious as if someone had fried it with a pot. Midoriya Izuku angrily yelled at Carlos, who do you think you are? If you offend our boss, just wait to be beaten. We are not afraid of you, but we don't want to leave a bad impression on others. Boss, calm down, calm down. Everyone gathered around him and pulled him down, don't be angry. Let's go. All Might patted Su Yuan on the shoulder, turned around and left with him. Su Yuan laughed ferociously, with anger in his eyes and pushed away the hand of his comrade in front of him, and continued, losers deserve to be cast aside and trampled under their feet. Carlos, do you think your face looks like this today? Haven't you been beaten yet? However, Carlos still had no way to explain. Could it be that he was deliberately provoking and wanted the people from Su Yuan's team to take action first? Midoriya Izuku's scalp was numb. He didn't want things to end like this. If he wanted to take action, it would be a fight. The degree of trouble would be completely different from Su Yuan's. Su Yuan, what did you say? 199 defects. I wasn't very happy with this barbecue meal, although I packed some leftovers. Back at the hotel, everyone felt that they still had something to say. But they were all in the room, and they couldn't feel any interest, so they all went to rest. In the evening, All Might came to Erin's room and told her what happened today. Irene was angry. Carlos is really shameless. He does this little trick behind his back when he loses. What's this other than bullying a small one? What happened to those little bastards? They are very happy and are in good condition. All Might had some good words for those people. He knew that Irene was the kind of person who didn't like others to make trouble. She only focused on improving her own strength and did not tell anything about Su Yuan. We didn't get into a fight. That's good, otherwise I would be just like them. Only by defeating others in an upright manner on the battlefield is the real victory. Irene said. All Might also agreed with this statement. He stopped talking and went back to his room to rest. Everyone in Su Yuan's team also went back to their rooms. Su Yuan did not rest immediately, but came to the window. There was a small open space on the balcony. He wanted to practice. At this time, the night had completely sunk down, and the sky was pitch black. Although there are neon lights flashing outside in the night view, it cannot stop the erosion of darkness. The scenery was dimly lit with flickering lights, and Su Yuan condensed a wisp of sand. His main flaw now is that his control of the sand is not subtle enough to allow him to perform some special attacks. Advertisement. Just like the attack he made when he blocked Midoriya Izuku today, if he could control every grain of sand, his attacks would be more varied and effective, and the opponent would be hard to guard against. The sand in the air drew a big net, which kept opening toward the window. Every grain of sand is arranged neatly, spreading a thin layer on the night sky. It was originally night, and no one would notice this strange scene even if they raised their heads and looked carefully. Su Yuan tried hard to control the beautiful sand and make the layer of tulle even, but he still couldn't do it. After practicing for a while, the consumption of mental power reached a terrifying level. He had no choice but to end his practice and sit back on the bed. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan twisted his neck and fell asleep. Mentally exhausted, he slept soundly, a smile appeared on his face. The next day they got up and gathered in the living room. Midoriya Izuku said, "We didn't have a good meal last night. It's really uncomfortable. Why don't we buy something and eat hot pot here?" They are not particular people, they are just a group of ordinary people who are more powerful. When they mention eating hot pot, everyone's eyes light up and they become happy. 310 inches I'm going shopping. I'll wash the pot. Everyone was very excited and eager to try. Su Yuan took a few people to buy food, and a group of people were preparing pots and seasonings in the house. Soon they came back, put the pot on the induction cooker and cooked it into hot pot. They moved a table in the living room, and more than a dozen people sat around and ate happily. I still had a good time today. That Carlos, I will blow up that shark head sooner or later. Midoriya Izuku waved his fist and chuckled. Don't mention it, I hate the shark head when I see it. I used to hate Yixing, but now I know that the people he brought out are so disgusting. Another person said. Advertisement 200 Slack, supervise. Everyone laughed. Su Yuan curled up his lips, ate something and chatted with everyone. They just won the competition yesterday, so they were quite relaxed today. None of them mentioned anything about training. All Might came out and saw everyone like this but didn't say anything. After all, what happened last night was really frustrating. It was just a hot pot meal, so it wouldn't delay anything. It's just that Irene went out and didn't come back. She would definitely be angry when she saw everyone like this. All Might was about to remind him, but at this moment, the door at the door of the hotel suite was pushed open, and Irene walked in. When she saw everyone eating hot pot, her face sank. What are you doing? Erin was much less angry, but she still had no intention of letting these people go. She came to everyone and knocked on the table. I'll give you 5 minutes to eat all these. Throw away what you can't finish. Then go to training. Come and gather at the venue. She knew what happened last night and the best way to avoid this happening again was to defeat the opponent with absolute strength. As long as you are absolutely superior in front of them, who will be angry when faced with the provocation of the ants? The reason why everyone was provoked to real anger by Carlos last night is because their strength has not yet reached the level of crushing the 11-star team. Degree. Everyone wailed, feeling that Irene was too ruthless, and one person stood up and said to him with a smile, Irene, just wait until we finish this meal, and promise to train well. Eileen felt that they were not qualified to relax so much. Seeing her look, All Might hurriedly stepped forward and pulled her aside. They have been practicing for so long and are tired. They won this match yesterday, so it's okay to relax. Okay, you also know that I didn't relax enough last night, I was holding my breath back. Eileen was really angry, and her cold look was not fake. Everyone was shocked and stood up. These boys are still too young to be able to do anything unlucky and sexy. Among them, Su Yuan, who looks the most mature, actually can't bear others' criticism of him. In fact, he is the one who is the least easy to mess with. Advertisement. After saying that, she turned around and walked out, heading to the training ground in advance. You guys, you shouldn't have talked to that guy Carlos yesterday. You just ignored him. He is the one who was embarrassed. All Might was also helpless. She glared at everyone, thinking that if everyone won the competition, they would pay more attention to practice and keep working hard, but she didn't expect that they would be eating hot pot here. There was no fight yesterday, but luckily he caught the person at the scene, otherwise we wouldn't know what was going to happen. You think that you are very good after winning a game, don't you? Eat hot pot, I won't let you eat it. But training can't be delayed. Immediately, I packed up my things and went to the training ground. Today I will supervise your cultivation. Do you know what the consequences will be? Everyone looked at each other, not expecting Irene to be so angry and extremely nervous. They just won the game yesterday and were relatively relaxed, so no one took what Irene said too seriously. Seeing everyone's relaxed look, she finally got annoyed and punched the table as hard as possible. At first they thought she was joking, but with such seriousness, no one dared to go against her will. Eileen sneered. If today's training doesn't satisfy me. They thought they could relax a bit today, but they also knew that Eileen was thinking about them and it was hard to say anything. Nuo Zhao. Hurry up, otherwise Irene will be angry again. Someone said helplessly. 201 Special training begins. Okay, you guys go to training quickly. All Might narrowed his eyes. If it were delayed any longer, Irene would really get angry. That woman couldn't help being angry. On the vast training ground, a woman wearing a battle uniform stood in the middle with her hands on her hips. Everyone in Su Yuan's team came to the training ground and shivered involuntarily when they saw her. The woman's beautiful eyes immediately turned sideways and glared at several people viciously. Everyone trembled and lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. Eileen is definitely the strictest among all the instructors. Regardless of the fact that she is a woman, she is more serious than many men. Aren't you full? Everyone, move faster. Seeing everyone walking forward slowly, Irene suddenly became angry. Everyone trembled, quickened their pace, rushed in front of her, and started training immediately. Erin stood aside and waved her hand to form a formation. Among all training items, teamwork is the most important, and personal strength is secondary. 1 + 1 is greater than 2, which is the true meaning of battle. This is what Irene pays most attention to. What she requires is that everyone, no matter who they are combined with, can exert greater strength than themselves. Su Yuan, as the captain, you should cooperate perfectly with every team member. You come first. Irene's eyes fell on Su Yuan. Crazy sand rose up around him, and the sand fell down one after another, forming a mound, and then turned into a tornado, flying in the direction of Irene. At this moment, the Su Yuan team member who was cooperating with him also moved. His fist hit the sand, mobilized the sand, and accelerated towards Irene. Advertisement. The attacks of the two people were put together and showed different changes. Erin was startled, took a step back, raised her hand and blocked a huge shield in front of her. She sneered, today you will work in pairs until you break through my shield. If you can't, don't eat in the afternoon. Everyone immediately started to cry. This training was too cruel. Fortunately, they ate the hot pot in advance. Eileen doesn't think it's too much to ask for. This is the most basic thing. A huge shield blocked everyone in Su Yuan's team, and light was still flowing on the shield. Several people kept attacking and attacking, but they could not break the shield. Each shield has its maximum strength. If it cannot exceed this strength, it will not be able to cause damage. However, the strength of the cooperation between everyone in Su Yuan's team could not break the shield. What to do? Everyone looked at Su Yuan. He was the captain. They would subconsciously ask for his opinion and trust him. Erin frowned when she saw this step, which was both a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that Su Yuan has the trust of all the team members as the captain, but the bad thing is that they rely too much on their captain and lose the ability to think. This is not a good sign. Irene angrily yelled. Are your brains flooded? You can't think. If you ask Su Yuan everything, just let him compete alone. Everyone was suddenly ashamed and unable to refute. They lowered their heads were running rapidly, but they could not think of how to enhance the attack power of the two of them. Teacher Eileen, your request is too high. Why don't we cooperate with the three of us first? Someone suggested. The improvement of combat effectiveness must be gradual. They believed that the two of them could not reach the bottom line of the shield's attack. 202 Cooperation. Someone gasped and looked at the huge bronze shield with a trace of frustration in his eyes. Most of these dozen people felt that this was an impossible task. Irene was furious and wanted to go forward and kick these people one by one. What on earth are you doing? How do you know you can't do something that you haven't tried your best yet? How long has it been before you give up? You really let me down. A small victory. You can do it. You're satisfied, aren't you? Irene was sneering. She was so disappointed. This situation was not what she wanted to see. No one is allowed to give up. If you can't do it, just think of a way. What is your brain used for? Irene roared. She was really angry, and everyone noticed her anger and did not dare to refute. At this time, Su Yuan stood up and said, let me give it a try. You can integrate the attack into my yellow sand and use it. I will lead this attack. Bakugo Katsuki, you come first. Hearing Su Yuan call his name, Bakugo Katsuki nodded and stood with him. The sand that Su Yuan had always controlled, surrounding him his whole life, turned into a rolling boulder this time. You inject your energy into my sand and drive my sand to rotate continuously to increase the attack power. We must cooperate with each other at the same rhythm, otherwise we will fall short and the power will be greatly reduced. Su Yuan said, with an expression on his face became solemn. Bakugo Katsuki also became nervous and nodded. The two people's eyes were fixed on the huge bronze shield for an instant, observing its weakest point. Let's attack the middle of the bronze shield. Su Yuan suddenly said, although it is the hardest, it is also the brittle, and a spiral attack will have the greatest destructive power. Quote. Advertisement. Bakugo Katsuki couldn't think of a better way and nodded in agreement. The attack started, and the stone composed of wild sand rushed towards the center point of the shield. Eren looked a little nervous and excited. Bakugo Katsuki punched the stone made of sand with punch after punch. The boulder kept flying towards the shield, injecting energy one after another, and the energy was also constantly rotating, invisibly adding to the rotating sand. Help. It looks like a stone on the outside, but it is very violent on the inside. The stone hit the shield hard, an explosion sounded, and the power of the rotating spiral twisted the bronze shield, making a creaking sound. 0. Irene was shocked. She raised her head suddenly and was surprised to see there were cracks at the 10 points in the middle of the shield. She immediately put away the shield and looked at the two of them with appreciation. Congratulations, you succeeded. But don't be too happy, Su Yuan, you haven't cooperated with the other members yet. 0. The training continues. On the other side, there is also a training ground. The members of the 11 stars are training here. Carlos, the shark head, stood aside with anger in his eyes. He suffered a big loss last night, and now there are rumors outside that Carlos cannot afford to lose, and deliberately seeks trouble for the Su Yuan team, and his whole face has been lost. He roared at everyone in 11 stars, if you hadn't lost the game, I wouldn't be so miserable. In the competition in 1 month, if you lose again, I will never let you go. Damn it, the amount of training for them must not be enough, they must be increased and increased. He absolutely cannot lose, and the members of 11 stars are feeling the pressure.